Chapter 11 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 11. Inheritance of Acquired Characters. Lamarck's Laws. Buffon, Erasmus Darwin, and Lamarck, as we saw in the first chapter, all developed evolutionary theories which had one thing in common: the inheritance by offspring of the modifications impressed upon the parent during its lifetime. Buffon believed that these modifications were the result of the direct action of environmental influences. Erasmus Darwin, that they sprang from within through the reaction of the organism to outside conditions, applying his theory to both animals and plants. While Lamarck compromised, setting forth the view of Erasmus Darwin as applied to animals and the Buffonian factor with reference to plants. Lamarck's theory of evolution is best stated in an English rendition of his own words by Osborn, 1905. Quote, "First law: life by its internal forces tends continually to increase the volume of every body that possesses it, as well as to increase the size of all the parts of the body up to a limit which it brings about. Second law: the production of a new organ or part results from a new need or want, which continues to be felt, and from the new movement which this need initiates and causes to continue." Unquote. This is the psychical factor in his theory, which Cope later has termed archresthetism. Resuming quotation, quote, "Third law: the development of organs and their force or power of action are always in direct relation to the employment of these organs." At another point he expands this into two sublaws. Again, quote, "In every animal which has not passed the term of its development, the more frequent and sustained employment of each organ strengthens little by little this organ, develops it, increases it in size, and gives it a power proportioned to the length of its employment, whereas the constant lack of use of the same organ insensibly weakens it, deteriorates it, progressively diminishes its powers, and ends by causing it to disappear." Unquote. This is now known as the law of use and disuse, or kinetogenesis. Quote again, "The fourth law: all that has been acquired or altered in the organization of individuals during their life is preserved by generation and transmitted to new individuals which proceed from those which have undergone these changes." Unquote. This law is now known as the inheritance of acquired characters, or better, to revive Lamarck's original idea expressed in the word changements, we should call it the theory of inheritance of acquired changes or variations. These laws are thus summarized by Lamarck in his Philosophique zoologique. Quote, "But great changes in environment bring about changes in the habits of animals. Changes in their wants necessarily bring about parallel changes in their habits. If new wants become constant or very lasting, they form new habits. The new habits involve the use of new parts, or a different use of old parts, which results finally in the production of new organs and the modification of old ones. Circumstances influence the forms of animals, but I must not be taken too literally, for environment can effect no direct changes whatever upon the organization of animals." Unquote. Neo-Lamarckian school. Lamarck's second and third laws especially have a great deal of truth in them, but the crucial point in their acceptance as evolutionary factors is the truth or falsity of his last premise, and herein lies the apparent impediment to the acceptance of his teaching, for the whole fabric of his theory depends upon it, and as we have seen, the Weismann law of heredity seems to controvert it beyond question. Nevertheless, there has sprung up in recent years a group of writers who are in a measure the followers of Lamarck, and to whom the name Neo-Lamarckian, as opposed to the Neo-Darwinian school, that is, followers of Charles Darwin, championed by Weismann, has been given. Among the adherents to the former may be found many pathologists, that is, students of morbid anatomy, whose researches show the wonderful plasticity of the individual body, and the paleontologists who see continually before them evidences of adaptation which seem to imply the action of mechanical forces, that is, kinetogenesis, in their production, but not all pathologists or paleontologists believe in the inheritance of acquired characters. Among the better known followers of this school may be mentioned Herbert Spencer, the German savants Eimer and Haeckel, the botanist Nageli, the American paleontologists Cope, Hyatt, and Dahl, the zoologist Packard, and the student of recent vertebrates Godov, many of whom, however, did their work before Weismann's objection was published. What the effect of the latter upon their beliefs would have been, one cannot say, but it would doubtless have been weighed very heavily by most of them. Weismann's theory of heredity admitted the possibility of inheritance of acquired characters among the protozoa, the lower metazoa, and lower plants, but not among the higher plants and animals. As Auburn in 1891 says, however, it is difficult to see why so valuable an asset as the ability to inherit such characteristics and thus to profit by the failures and successes of past generations should ever have been lost through natural selection. Weismann later admitted, and the view has wide acceptance, that the germ plasm might become modified to a limited extent by certain environmental conditions, but that such modifications led to general and unpredictable changes in future generations which might be entirely different from those somatic changes in the parents which were directly produced by such environment. This is by Conklin. Acquired characters. Acquired characters are of such interest that it is well to enumerate the various sorts in some detail. In the flounders and soles, that is, Heterosotnata, the body is greatly compressed from side to side, and the form both swims and lies flat on the bottom with one side invariably uppermost. With some species it is the right, with others the left. The uppermost side is usually colored protectively to harmonize with the sandy bottom on which the animal lies, while the other side is generally white, due to the absence of pigment. But the most peculiar feature is that both of the eyes lie on the pigmented side, due to a twisting of the cranium and a modification of certain of its bones. When the young flounder is hatched, it is translucent and symmetrical, swimming vertically in the water with an eye on either side of the head like any other fish. Later it begins to rest on the bottom with its ventral edge. Then it leans to one side, and as its position gradually becomes horizontal, the eye on the lower side migrates around to the other, carrying with it certain of the bones. There is also a gradual assumption of color on the upper surface as the habit of lying on one side is acquired. Placing the creature in an aquarium lighted from below causes the development of the pigment on the lower side as well as the upper, showing a light stimulus to be necessary, while holding the young animal permanently in the upright position retards indefinitely the movement of the eye, with the ultimate limit that death soon intervenes. Cunningham, among others, has claimed, that the twisting of the head in the flounder is due to the inheritance of an acquired character. A flat fish without air bladder, resting on the sea bottom, naturally falls on one side. The eye thrust into the sand is naturally twisted around to the upper side, and this tendency, begun in very young individuals, becomes hereditary, while the lack of pigment on the underside is also transmitted by inheritance. But it is just as easy to claim that the first trait of adaptation is due to natural selection, and that the whiteness of the blind side is ontogenetic, due to the absence of light in the growth of the individual. In any case, no specific theory of the origin of the twist of the flounder's head can be regarded as proved." From Jordan and Kellogg. On the other hand, Cunningham put the very young fish, while still bilaterally symmetrical, in which stage the pigment is equally developed on both sides of the body, into aquaria lighted from below. He found that when the young fish begins to undergo its metamorphosis, the pigment gradually disappears on one side, as it would have done under normal conditions, that is, when they are lighted from above. If, however, the fish are kept for a short time longer, lighted from below, the pigment begins to come back again. "The first fact," says Cunningham, "proves that the disappearance of the pigment cells from the lower side in the metamorphosis is a hereditary character, and not a change produced in each individual by the withdrawal of the lower side from the action of the light. On the other hand, the experiments show that the absence of pigment cells from the lower side throughout life is due to the fact that light does not act upon that side, for when it is allowed to act, pigment cells appear. It seems to me that the only reasonable conclusion from these facts is that the disappearance of the pigment cells was originally due to the absence of light, and that the change has now become hereditary. The pigment cells produced by the action of light on the lower side are in all respects similar to those normally on the upper side of the fish. If the disappearance of the pigment cells was due entirely to the variation of the germ plasm, no external influences could cause them to reappear, and if there were no hereditary tendency, the coloration of the lower side of the flatfish would be rapid and complete." This from Kellogg. Restriction of food. Food supply profoundly affects the ultimate growth of an animal. A number of house flies of the same species will be seen to differ materially in size around a certain average. This does not mean that the smaller ones are younger than the larger, for an adult insect, when once it has attained the power of flight, has ceased to grow. What it does mean is that the small fly, unless it belonged to a different variety, was unable to secure sufficient food during its period of larval life, resulting in a permanent dwarfing of the individual. Nothing is recorded, however, of any permanent effect of such dwarfing upon the race, while silkworms, if meagerly fed for one generation, fail to attain the full optimum of size as adults for 3 generations, even though the larvae are amply fed. With the succeeding generations, however, the moths become larger and soon attain their normal size. Permanent dwarfing is known to occur, as in the case of the dogs owned by the Indians around the Hudson Bay trading posts, which have been in their possession about 30 years and are now much smaller than better fed dogs belonging to the same original stock, but owned by the white men of the posts. Other instances of permanent dwarfing are seen in the Shetland ponies, of which the average height is about 10 hands, though many do not exceed 9 hands. Whence the ancestral stock of these ponies reached the Shetlands is unknown, some writers suggesting a Scandinavian, others a Scottish origin, but some of them are cart horse-like in build, others more slender and Arab-like. Whatever their origin, they are unquestionably derived from a much larger stock, and the diminution of size is apparently a direct response to circumscribed surroundings together with hard conditions and meager fare. In the islands of Malta and Cyprus have been found dwarf races of elephants, the adult individuals ranging in height from 3 to 7 feet, relics of the old armies of migration when these Mediterranean islands were part of a broad highway of communication between Africa and Europe. And here again the same causes which have dwarfed the Shetland ponies seem to have had influence, for the small size and innumerable variations of these elephants are ascribed to the struggle for existence that such a reduced and unfavorable feeding ground would entail. These dwarf elephants are now entirely extinct, but seem to have been of the same stock as the African elephants of today, which in the fullness of their growth possess a stature second to no living terrestrial form. The effect of these restrictions of food is in the nature of transmission of the maternal condition rather than true heredity, and doubtless for many generations the dwarfing was simply the result of ontogenetic repetition and meant nothing more. Ultimately, however, the repeated starving seems to have made itself felt in heredity, with the result of a permanently dwarfed race. Mutilations have been one of the principal lines of research of those who would prove the inheritance or non-inheritance of acquired characters, even when practiced for many generations or even for thousands of years. For instance, circumcision in man. These apparently fail to influence the unmutilated progeny in the slightest degree. Weismann, for instance, experimented on white mice, producing no fewer than 901 young from 5 successive generations of artificially mutilated parents, and yet there was not a single example of a rudimentary tail or any other abnormality in this organ. Hence we may safely say that variations due to mutilation and to disease are apparently not inherited. Otherwise, in all probability, none of us would exist without some trace of hereditary crippling. Of the effect of climate, on the other hand, we are not so sure, for while again many of the observed changes which an animal undergoes as a result of the influence of cold or heat or humidity or dryness may be of an ontogenetic nature, nevertheless some remarkable experiments upon toads and salamanders tend to prove certain of them otherwise. Camerar's experiments. A Viennese experimentalist, Camerar, exposed larvae of the toad Alates to abnormal physical conditions such as darkness and cold and perfectly still water, and thus managed to prolong the larval condition even to the time of sexual maturity, and this extension of the adolescent time was inherited by offspring when placed under normal environmental conditions. He also changed the peculiar instinct of caring for the young and produced a type of land larvae, the characteristics of which in part inherited, as the offspring of their maturity lived on land longer than their parents could have done, without showing any ill effects. Experiments were also tried on the spotted salamander, Salamandra maculosa, to test the inheritance of acquired color due to change of background, with affirmative results that showed, according to the experimenter, the progressive effect of environment in the inheritance of acquired colors. This and other experimental work have given rise to a renewal of interest in the Lamarckian factor, but the final answer to the question of its truth or fallacy cannot be given until a large body of attested facts shall have been accumulated and weighed. Bateson, however, doubts the authenticity of Camerar's experiments. Cave-dwelling animals. The strange modifications of cave-dwelling animals, which will be discussed in detail in a later chapter, are the direct result, first, of lack of light in the loss of pigment and of organs of vision, and second, of scarcity of food, which gives rise to depauperated bodies and attenuated limbs. Certain organs, such as tactile or gustatory structures, have hypertrophied as those of sight have diminished, and while natural selection may be invoked to account for these well-developed structures, it can not account for the atrophy of the others, nor the depauperation. Amphimixis might permit these changes, but is of questionable value as a cause. Both of the principal American students of cave faunas, Packard and Eigenmann, feel the necessity of some other factor than the Darwinian, and Packard has expressed himself as follows with regard to the causes of production of cave faunae. Quote, 1. Change in environment from light, even partial, to twilight or total darkness, and involving diminution of food and compensation for the loss of certain organs by the hypertrophy of others. 2. Disuse of certain organs. 3. Adaptation, enabling the more plastic forms to survive and perpetuate their stock. 4. isolation, preventing intercrossing with out-of-door forms, thus ensuring the permanency of the new varieties, species, or genera. 5. Heredity, operating to secure for the future the permanence of the newly originated forms as long as the physical conditions remain the same. Natural selection, perhaps, expresses the total result of working of these 5 factors, rather than being an efficient cause in itself, or at least constitutes the last term in a series of causes. Hence Lamarckianism in a modern form, or as we have termed it, neo-Lamarckianism, seems to us to be nearer the truth than Darwinism, proper or natural selection." Unquote. Inheritance of instinct. Instinct has been defined as "the natural unreasoning impulse by which an animal is guided to the performance of any action without thought of improvement in the method." That's from Webster. It usually implies an action based upon inherited knowledge, but, judging from experimentation upon living animals, that knowledge is the result of trial and error upon the part of an individual, which ultimately becomes part of the heritage of the race. Birds are particularly interesting in this regard, for they possess so many instinctive traits, not only of food-getting and defense, but nest-building, migration, learning to fly in the mode characteristic of the species, and song. Many of these things have been attributed to actual instruction on the part of the parents, or, in the case of the nest-building, to a recollection of the natal structure. But Mr. C. William Beebe, curator of birds in the New York Zoological Park, tried the interesting experiment of raising a number of wild birds from incubated eggs. These, while never having had parental care or example, nevertheless manifested in each instance all of the instinctive actions of their race, although, as Beebe says, they were in some cases slower than they should have been about learning to fly, the maternal insistence being an aid in overcoming a very natural timidity on the part of the fledglings. So many of the curious manners and customs of domestic dogs, such as turning around 3 times to stamp out a lair, are doubtless relics of formerly valuable instinct, of little present worth to the house-dwelling associate of mankind, but perpetuated by heredity. The result of similar life conditions, as has been said, gives rise to convergent adaptations of color and fur, form, and so on, which stamp the animals of a given type of habitat with a common resemblance. Instances are the thick fur of Arctic creatures, and what are known as the standard faunal colors, such as the uniform grays and duns of desert animals, the white of Arctic forms, or the spots of forest creatures, and the colors distinctive of the inhabitants of the sea. Deep-sea fishes, with their almost uniform black or gray colors and their attenuated body and slender tail, are highly characteristic, just as are the pale, emaciated dwellers in the perpetual darkness of the caves, and although they may be derived from several distinct families of fishes and salamanders, all are stamped with the hallmark of their discouraging environment. Ontogenetic variations. It is often a matter of great difficulty to determine whether characteristics shown by an animal are those of the race (phylogenetic) or those of the individual (ontogenetic), even though observed in a number of successive generations where the life conditions remain the same. An interesting example is the brine shrimp (Artemia salina), which has a widespread distribution from Great Salt Lake, Utah, to Central Asia. This creature is remarkable in several ways, as it can live in a 27% brine solution on the one hand, or in fresh water on the other. In some places the colonies seem to be altogether female, and parthenogenesis is the rule, the eggs developing without being fertilized. In other localities males are common, and reproduction is biparental. Sometimes the brine shrimp is viviparous, the eggs hatching within the brood sac of the mother, and again it is variable in its form, especially as regards the end lobes of the tail and the bristles they bear, all of which features seem to be correlated with the chemical diversity of the various habitats within which it is found. That from Thomson. The eggs can survive being dried and may be blown about by the wind or carried by the feet of birds from one salt pond to another. They have also been bred from an English commercial product known as Tidman's sea salt, of which a solution was allowed to stand for several days. A freshwater ally, Branchipus, is said to be merely another phase of Artemia. The distinctions, as in most of the peculiarities of the latter genus, which have been described, being largely due to the degree of salinity of the medium. If this be true, most of these variations are ontogenetic, as the transference of eggs to other conditions than those under which the parents lived would at once give rise to a variant from the parental type. Experiments by Loeb upon the unfertilized eggs of sea urchins have shown that artificial parthenogenesis can be caused to occur by chemical stimulus, either by adding or suppressing certain salts in normal seawater, which is suggestive of the parthenogenetic conditions of certain colonies of Artemia mentioned above. Owing to the brine shrimp's method of dispersal and the fact that salt ponds are often isolated into various degrees of salinity, the change of habitat is apt to be an abrupt one, which renders individual adaptability a highly necessary asset. The little fishes known as sticklebacks, which have such curious nest-building habits, also show an ontogenetic variation dependent upon the chemical content of the water. Those living in salt water have from 20 to 30 bony plates along their back. In brackish water these are reduced to from 15 to 3, while in fresh water there are none at all. As we have seen, it is often difficult to say whether the adaptive characters which are so often taken as criteria of species are racial or individual. If the latter, even though we may not know it, the form is an ontogenetic and not a genuine species, and it is highly probable that many of the observed instances of what was taken to be inheritance of acquired characters are not such in the true sense of the word, but are simply due to the repetition of cause and effect in each individual generation. There is apparently an heredity control, however, for the adaptation to a change of habitat is not at random, but always according to a definite plan, and gives rise to a predictable result. Summary. To summarize what has been said, Lamarckism, even if true, would be incomplete in itself as an all-embracing cause of evolution, for as Plate shows in Kellogg, while there are certain characters which it could well explain, there are others which it could not. Lamarckism could explain, quote, 1. Many indifferent characters. Example, changes of temperature produce proportional changes in the color pattern of butterflies' wings. 2. Many simple adaptations of active organs. Example, a muscle becomes stronger through use and creates a crest on a bone through pulls. 3. Some simple adaptations of passive organs, so-called direct adaptations. Example, in the whales, the water might directly affect the skin and subcutaneous tissue and thus produce the loss of hair and the layer of fat. Unquote. Lamarckism could not explain, quote, 1. Many characters of active adaptation, even though of simple kind. Example, the penetrating of the lung sacs of birds through hair-fine holes into all the bones. 2. Many complicated adaptations of active organs. Examples, light-making organs, eyes, smelling organs, auditory organs. 3. All complicated passive adaptations. Example, mimicry. Unquote. Kellogg sums up the present status of the problem as follows. Quote, Lamarckism, therefore, is certainly not all sufficient to account for the origin of new species, even if it were proved to be true. Nor, for that matter, is natural selection. The latter seems, however, to be a factor of prime importance, as there is no impediment to prevent its impression upon the race as well as upon the individual. That acquired characters influence more or less profoundly the development of every being is certainly true, and many instances repetition of acquired effects, generation after generation, gives rise to ontogenetic species which may indeed simulate the phylogenetic. For these characters to become racial, however, implies an inheritance the means whereof we know not, since Weismann's brilliant but disquieting law of heredity was postulated. Until the universal application of this law shall have been refuted, or a new mechanism of inheritance discovered, the Lamarckian factor as a means of evolution must be considered as unproved. One cannot help feeling, however, that after a great many repetitions an ontogenetic adaptation may finally impress itself upon the race, although the means whereby this may be accomplished is unknown to us. But this implies an added increment, however small, to each generation, for 0 carried to infinity is 0 still." Unquote. End of chapter 11. Recording by Don Evans. www.lazuli.com. Chapter 12, Part A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 12, Part A. Orthogenesis and Kinetogenesis. Of the various hypotheses to account for the origin of species which are opposed or supplemental to the Darwinian factor of natural selection, two stand out sharply as possibly of great importance, if their truth can be finally proved. The host of facts which can be offered in favor of each is to a certain extent apparently nullified by other well-attested truths. So the matter stands sub judice, the final proof resting upon impartially conducted experiments and observations extending through years to come. Of these hypotheses, that of orthogenesis stands first, although, as we shall see, all theories to account for the phenomena included within its scope are not in accord. Orthogenesis. Orthogenesis is the theory that variations, and hence evolutionary change, occur along certain definite lines impelled by laws of which we know not the cause. This theory has arisen mainly from the difficulty of explaining the beginnings of advantageous modifications or of new organs by the selection of individual variations occurring in every direction of change. It is evident that unless a structure appealed at once in a degree of development to give it a selection value, it would be difficult to account for its beginning. But the very teaching of the neo-Darwinians postulates the selection of minute Darwinian variations and not such saltations as the idea just advanced would imply. Then there are also recorded apparent instances of the existence of determinate variation, such as those along fixed and apparently not advantageous lines, and the definite cases of overdevelopment of parts beyond the point of advantage, even to such unfavorable degrees as lead to individual death and extinction. Paleontology reveals to us repeated instances of the development of characters which lead on to extinction, so that when such features as huge unwieldy size, as in the sauropod dinosaurs, the growth of excrescences as those of the armored and horned dinosaurs, and later in time of the Irish stag, the uncoiling of the shell-bearing cephalopods, ammonites and sauteloids, the fixation of the crinoids, all of which are examples of development along disadvantaged lines or to disadvantaged degrees, are observed in a race. The wholesale thinning of the ranks, if not racial death, may be confidently predicted. but natural selection postulates racial improvement and the development of advantageous, not disadvantageous structures. Hence the theory of orthogenesis has been proposed to account for the latter as well as the former. Orthogenesis contrasted with orthoselection. At first sight, the advocates of orthogenetic development seem to be making a distinction wherein there is no real difference between it and descent governed by selection, for it is evident that selection also produces orthogenetic evolution, that is, evolution along certain definite lines. In fact, it can produce no other kind of evolution. Where such is the result of the selection eliminating through the rigor of selective struggle all other lines of variation, the result may be called orthoselection, whereas in true orthogenesis the lines of variation and hence the lines of modification are predetermined. It is at once apparent, however, to any natural selectionist that sooner or later selection will determine the fate of these lines of development. But it is precisely in the making of a start in modification that orthogenesis fills an imperative want, and if capable of proof, should be gladly received by the Darwinians as an important auxiliary theory in the explanation of modification, species forming, and descent. By Kellogg. Resume of evidence for orthogenesis. Plate's resume of the facts or phenomena which may be looked on as positive evidence for orthogenesis, although Plate cautiously notes that some of these may be only phenomena of orthoselection, has thus been rendered in abstract by Kellogg. There are 6 categories. 1. Parallelisms in variation. Analogous or parallel variations have been recognized ever since Darwin's time, he having recorded many examples of them. They are variations of undoubtedly similar character which often appear in different branches of the same large group. Comparative anatomy has revealed many examples to show that modifications in a definite or determinate direction may be seen in all the subgroups of a large family, although appearing in varying degree in different species. Examples are the total reduction of the hind toes among the artiodactyls, which has continued in several genera, such as the giraffe, the camel, and prongbuck, the Antilocapra. A still more remarkable instance would be the parallelism which existed between the pseudo horses of South America and the true horses of the northern hemisphere, both lines showing a 3 and finally a 1-toed condition owing to the progressive shortening of the lateral digits and proportional strengthening of the middle one. In this case the relationship is quite remote, although both races belong to the ungulate group. 2. Overspecializations. The numerous excessive structures which are developed far beyond the limits of usefulness, such for example are the tusks of the wild hog, the Babirusa alfuris, the huge horns of the bighorn sheep, or the enormously elongated and slender neck of several weevil or snout beetles like Apoderus tenuis simus. One of the dolphins, Mesoplodon, has a mouth which be opened but a little way when the animal is full grown, because a lower tooth grows around the upper jaw on either side. Such excessive structures, which have probably contributed to the extinction of many former species, included among others the tusks of the Columbian mammoth and the antlers of the Irish deer. 3. Constitutional limitations on variation. The constitution or actual chemical composition of the body permits in many cases changes only in a few directions. The breeder of animals or plants may not always produce any desired form or color. No one has yet succeeded in producing a blue mybloom, a grass with divided leaves, a hen with a parrot's beak," and we can be confident that a notochord can never appear in a beetle. The fact that an animal belongs to a group renders the possibilities of variation distinctly, sometimes very narrowly, limited. Plate does not mention in this connection the fact that some biologists have seen in this restriction of the range of variation, which inevitably accompanies specialization, in the development of animal groups, an important factor in the determination of lines of descent. Cope gave much importance to this factor, and very recently Rosa attributes to this "progressive reduction of variability" a large importance in the dying out of old species and the origin of new ones. 4. By the correlations which bind each organ to others, the range of variation is also restricted. 5. Facts from paleontology supporting orthogenesis. Many facts of paleontology seem to prove the existence of orthogenetic evolution. Wherever sufficient material permits the working out of a phyletic series, we always see a comparatively limited number of lines of development which, except for occasional lateral branches, run essentially in straight lines, in gradational steps. Such, for example, are seen in the fossil horses. 6. The phyletic series of recent species also show, where we are able to trace them, distinctive single lines of development. All these quotes from Kellogg. Osborn's rectigradations. The paleontologist Osborn, in 1910, is also an advocate of orthogenetic evolution, for in discussing the origin of new characters he says, "First, that such organs are adaptive in direction from the beginning. The cusps of the teeth of mammals offer a peculiarly advantageous field of observation because they are born complete, and unlike most other organs of the body, they do not depend upon ontogeny, that is, usage, for their original perfection of form. In fact, ontogeny and environment destroy rather than perfect them. In 17 orders of mammals, in thousands of species, and in millions of individuals, a very limited number of similar cusps arise in the teeth. The number is 11 in all. So far as observed, 1, they rise independently; 2, they rise gradually; 3, they rise adaptively. Hence I have termed them rectigradations, that is, rising continuously, orthogenetically, in definite or straight lines, and finally reaching a condition in which they may be considered adaptive. This phenomena I first observed in the teeth and later in the origin of horns. Second, that such origins are predetermined by hereditary kinship. This statement, or rather hypothesis, is supported by observations of two kinds. Without interbreeding, animals of similar kinship, near or remote, in different parts of the world, originate independently similar characters. For example, the Eocene equidae involved the same cusps in the grinding teeth simultaneously in Switzerland and in the American Rocky Mountain region. Third, that such predetermination is due to a similarity of hereditary potential. That is to say, that animals of similar kinship do not continuously evolve in certain directions, but merely transmit a similar potentiality in the origin of new characters. This both renders possible the occurrence of certain characters and conditions, and limits these characters when they do occur. For example, in a certain series of extinct mammals, we can predict where a new cusp will arise before its actual occurrence." Kinetogenesis. Cope's theory of kinetogenesis, or mechanical genesis, has been accepted so widely, especially by paleontologists and pathologists, that it should be studied in some detail, with the vital objections thereunto. The word kinetogenesis is thus defined, "the doctrine or hypothesis that animal structures have been produced directly or indirectly by animal movements." Cope's arguments, especially as applied to the vertebrates, are based upon the following. The vertebrates present two distinct advantages. First, we have a more complete paleontologic series. Second, we have the best opportunity for observation and experiment on their growth processes, since we ourselves and our companions of the domesticated animals belong to this branch of the animal kingdom." End of Chapter 12, Part A. Recording by Don Evans. www.lazuli.com. Chapter 12, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 12, Part B. Mechanics of the vertebrate skeleton. Abnormal articulations. Many of the data for experimental work are found in the records of surgery, and from this source inferences have been drawn as to the construction of normal articulations. Experiments have shown that in the case of unreduced dislocations or permanently bent joints, certain predictable changes will always occur. That portion of the articular cartilage which fails to meet its fellow either throughout because of a limitation of its movement or through dislocation so that it only comes in contact with the soft parts, is permanently destroyed, and under certain conditions a new articulation may be formed where a permanent displacement of the joint has occurred. The great plasticity of bone was the basis for the wonderful bloodless operation for the reduction of congenital hip dislocation invented by the famous Viennese surgeon Dr. Lorenz, and demonstrated in America some years ago. In this operation the dislocated thigh bone itself was made the instrument, pulled from the abnormal socket which had been formed, and the head, being placed in the partially occluded normal socket, was forcibly ground into it. This always results in the destruction of bony tissue in the motionless bone. The femur was then bound firmly in place until, through the resorption of unnecessary material and the rebuilding of bone where it was needed, the socket was restored to its original form, and then induced movement and massaging completed the cure. The operation was successful in a high percentage of cases where performed upon children of tender years. Even the pressure of soft parts can cause the absorption of bone, as shown by the interior cavity of the skull, which in many instances retains a faithful impression not only of the general proportions of the brain, but even of its convolutions and of the blood vessels in its membranous coverings. Normal articulations. Cope uses for illustration particularly the strong complex ankle joint of the ruminating animals, such as ox and deer and camel and so forth, and the horse, in which the motion, while wide in its fore and aft range, is restricted to one plane of space, resulting in a treble tongue and groove joint which resists dislocation although it may be broken by force. The articulation lies between the upper bone of the ankle, the astragalus, and the shin bone or tibia, the former, which is convex anterio-posteriori, having two keels which fit into corresponding grooves in the concave end of the latter. The lower end of the tibia possesses a single keel which corresponds to a groove between the two astragular keels. The formation of this joint has been thus explained. "In all bones the external walls are composed of dense material, while the centers are spongy and comparatively soft. The first bone of the foot, astragalus, is narrower from side to side than the tibia which rests upon it. Hence the edges of the dense side walls of the astragalus fall within the edges of the dense side walls of the tibia, and they have pressed into the more yielding material that forms the end of the bone, and causing bone absorption, pushed it upward, thus allowing the side walls of the tibia to embrace the side walls of the astragalus. The same active cause that produced the two grooves of the lower end of the leg produced the groove of the middle of the upper end of the astragalus. Here we have the yielding lower end of the tibia resting on the equally spongy material of the middle of the astragalus. There is here no question of the hard material cutting into soft, but simply the result of continuous concussion. The consequence of concussion would be to cause the yielding faces of the bones to bend downward in the direction of gravity, or to remain in their primitive position while the edges of the astragalus were pushed into the tibia. If they were flat at first, they would begin to hollow downward, and a tongue above and a groove below would be the result. This inclusion of the astragalus in the tibia does not occur in the reptiles, but appears first in the mammalia, which descended from them. Every line of mammalia commenced with types with an astragalus which is flat in the transverse direction or without median groove. From early tertiary times to the present day we can trace the gradual development of this groove in all the lines which have acquired it. The upper surface became at first a little concave. The concavity gradually became deeper and finally formed a well-marked groove." This by Cope. The history of the wrist joint is similar, and in many instances the articulation between the bones of the palm (metacarpals) and sole (metatarsals) with their respective digits as well. This is especially true of forms which, like the speedier ungulates, have elevated the heel and wrist off the ground and walk upon the modified claws, the hoofs. Where the foot is supported by a yielding pad, as in the camels, the keels at the ends of the metacarpals and metatarsals may be secondarily reduced, as their purpose, where present, is to keep the toes from spreading, and a yielding foot is a necessary part of the desert adaptation which the camels so admirably illustrate. Vertebral column. The vertebral column among vertebrates, especially among terrestrial types, is a marvel of mechanical design. Aquatic adaptation relieves the backbone of the creature's weight, and hence the vertebrae tend to retain or reacquire primitive simplicity of structure. The articulations of the vertebrae one with another are affected by the faces of the adjacent centra or by the additional articular facets borne on the neural arch, known as zygapophyses. The reptiles exhibit the greatest variety of articulations, except those of the zygapophyses, which are fairly uniform, while in the mammals the modification of each group of articulations is equally striking. The forms which the articulations of the centra assume are four in number. First, the amphicelus at both ends and hollow, said of vertebrae in which both ends of the centrum are concave. The ball and socket, which may be procoelus before, concave in front, or opisthochelous behind, concave behind. The plane or amphiplaton, and the saddle-shaped, in which the same face of a given vertebra is at once concave in one dimension and convex in the other. Of these various sorts the first is chiefly distinctive of fishes and certain reptilia, Ichthyosaurus, while among mammals it is imperfectly developed, being only a modification of the plane surface and usually occurring in comparatively few vertebrae. The ball and socket type is chiefly found in the neck of long-necked reptiles, dinosaurs, the crocodiles, and the mammals where it permits the maximum degree of flexibility. Those mammals, perissodactyls and artiodactyls, in which the ball and socket articulation is found in the neck also show it, although in reduced degree, in the vertebrae of the loin, while the thoracic vertebrae exhibit a tendency in the same direction. The saddle-shaped articulation, while characteristic of the neck vertebrae of birds, is present in the mammals only in certain genera of monkeys. The majority of Mammalia have plain articulations on all of the vertebrae. In those forms in which movement of the vertebrae upon one another has become impossible, the centra cossify or fuse together, as in the region known as the sacrum, where a variable number of vertebrae, depending upon the length of the ilia or hip bones, unite to form a firm structure which is solidly articulated with the pelvic girdle. Among birds this cossification is apt to extend still further, in some instances including practically the entire trunk; while in the whales, the form of whose body renders any independent movement of the head impossible, the neck is much shortened and the vertebrae, especially in the whalebone whales, unite into a solid mass of bone. There is in all of this abundant evidence of the effects of use and disuse, the ball and socket joints being developed where the greatest all-round flexibility is characteristic. This is therefore the prevailing type of articulation among Reptilia, the degree of its development being in direct proportion to the weakness of the limbs, for in the large and long-limbed terrestrial dinosaurs the articulations of the trunk and to a less extent of the tail vertebrae tend to become plain. In the mammals it is best developed in the most flexible regions, the neck and loin. The saddle-shaped articulation also permits considerable flexibility, but mainly in the vertical and horizontal planes. The fact that in the ancestral whales the neck was considerably longer than in their modern descendants and had its centra distinct appears to be the probable result of that disuse arising from gradually increasing powers of locomotion through the water, which would enable the creature to overtake and capture its prey without the necessity of using a long darting neck to seize it in the pursuit. The contrast is strikingly illustrated by the whale-like ichthyosaurs among reptiles on the one hand and the plesiosaurs on the other. In the former, as in the whales, the tail became the principal organ of locomotion with, in all probability, a corresponding perfection of speed, whereas in the plesiosaurs the more laborious method of propulsion by the paddle-like limbs made the speed of the creature as a whole considerably less and necessitated a proportionately longer and more flexible neck, analogous to that of the fish-eating alligator, snapping turtle, Macrodemes temminki. Of this vicious beast, Agassiz says, "It does not withdraw its head and limbs on the approach of danger, but resorts to more active defense. It raises itself upon the legs and tail, highest behind, opens the mouth widely, and throwing out the head quickly as far as the long neck will allow, snaps the jaws forcibly upon the assailant, at the same time throwing the body forward so powerfully as often to come down to the ground when it has missed its object." The wonderful complication of the axial mechanism is shown in its highest perfection in certain of the dinosaurs, for never before nor since has nature produced such mighty animals unsupported by an external sustaining medium. In one of the most remarkable of these forms, Diplodocus, we have an animal of relatively short body borne on massive column-like limbs and with an extremely long neck and tail, the former of which was evidently a very mobile and self-sustaining organ, while the latter, though capable of considerable movement and self-support, probably was either largely water-borne, for the creature was at least semi-aquatic in its habits, or may have dragged on the ground when the animal came ashore. The entire fabric of the vertebral column is a marvel of lightness and ingenuity of design. The great mobility of the neck is indicated by the highly developed opisthocoelous, ball and socket central articulations, but especially by the extreme lightness of the centra themselves, which are pierced by deep lateral cavities, leaving a median dividing wall so thin as to be readily broken through. This mobility is also shown by the complexity of the indicated musculature, for the points of muscle attachment are well developed, and numerous keels and buttresses running obliquely in both directions across the centra and neural arches show the lines of stress not of a few massive muscles, but of numerous smaller muscles and tendons. Moreover, the neural spines, which are usually single, are here deeply cleft from the third cervical back to the sixth dorsal, indicating the pairing of the great muscles which run along the mid-dorsal line of the neck and back, and the independent action of the two members of the pair. This, of course, is indicative of a wide lateral sweeping of the neck and head. In the dorsal region, the faces of the centra flatten, indicating little flexibility unless the centra were separated by thick compressible pads of cartilage, a supposition which the articulation of the zygapophyses does not bear out. Here, except for the development of deep lateral cavities, plurocellus, in the centra, the vertebrae are relatively simple, indicating a similar simplicity of the musculature. The sacrum is a massive structure consisting of three closely coalesced vertebrae, united not only by their centra, but by the neural arches and even the dorsal spines, and a fourth vertebra, the spine of which is free, although the centrum is well coossified with the others. This last vertebra is interpreted as a caudal, which age and lack of mobility have caused to unite with the vertebra in front. The sacrum is the fulcrum of the whole wonderful lever, and the coalesced spines afford a firm anchorage for the long muscles and tendons which run forward toward the neck and backward toward the tail, the tension members of the fabric. The sacrum is very solidly fastened to the hip bones or ilia by massive processes which extend outward and backward and unite distally into a heavy roughened plate, forming the abutment against which the ilium bears. The hip socket is large and thoroughly braced by this bony plate, and the bone, peduncle, extends downward in front of the socket in such a way as to meet the thrust of the thigh in ordinary standing posture, in walking when the hind limb is used to urge the animal forward, and also when the creature reared on its hind legs, evidently a very feasible act when the body was partially waterborne. The obliquity of the transverse processes which has already been described is such as to meet this unusual strain. The tail lacked the great flexibility of the neck, but must have been capable of some lateral movement as well as a certain amount of elevation. The centra are again lightened, but are by no means as complicated as those of the neck. The transverse processes, especially on the anterior vertebra, are widely expanded plates of bone, indicating powerfully developed lateral muscles. The tail must have had three uses: for swimming, somewhat as a serpent swims, a movement which requires a certain flexibility but does not perhaps necessitate the extreme range of the food-getting head and neck; for defense, as the only visible weapon of which the creature stood possessed was some 10 feet of slender whiplash-like terminus to its tail, comparable to that seen in many modern lizards, and serving as a very efficient flagellant wherewith to punish would-be offenders against the owner's person; and for temporary support when the animal reared the forequarters aloft. That this last need may have occasionally arisen is still further attested by the occasional abnormal coalescence of two of the caudals, as in the great specimen in the Carnegie Museum at Pittsburgh. These vertebrae, the estimated 17th and 18th, are at about the point where the tail would meet the ground in such a maneuver. To gain a full appreciation of all this, it should be borne in mind that Diplodocus was one of the giants of geologic time, stretching its mighty length through a span of 80 feet or more, some of which 65 lay without pillar-like supports, and therefore, except for the resting of the tail upon the ground or the support given by the water when submerged, the neck or tail must each have been capable of being sustained by a single end. There is a wonderful freedom of design in the construction of the individual vertebrae comparable to that seen in Gothic architecture, for not only is each vertebra different from its fellows, but even the two sides of the same bone are unlike. The whole structure of the Diplodocus skeleton is so perfect a response to the multitudinous stresses to which its various elements have been subjected that to one who can appreciate the design of a bridge or building or any other substantive fabric, the conclusion that it is the result of mechanical genesis is almost irresistible. Tendons in which lime salts had been deposited during life are often preserved in dinosaurs, notably in the iguanodons of Europe and their American relatives, Camptosaurus and the Trachodon, and here the lines of tension are beautifully indicated, just as the keels and buttresses of the vertebrae give evidence of lines of compression. Limb proportions. Limb proportions also follow definite mechanical laws which at first seem curiously contradictory. For both impact (compression force) and strain (extension force), while opposite in their action, have the same effect upon bone, that of causing it to elongate in the line of the stress. Transverse stress, on the other hand, would cause growth at right angles with the length of the bone. Speed adaptation generally results in the elongation of the two lower segments of fore and hind limb and the relative shortening of the upper, while relatively slow progression, as in the elephant, gives rise to a lengthened proximal segment, that nearest the body, the distal one remaining relatively short. With the apes, such as the gibbon, in which most of the progress from branch to branch and from tree to tree is sustained by the arms, the latter are enormously elongated as compared with the legs, which are of relatively little use and are proportionately very short, so that when the ape stands with the body practically erect, the knuckles still touch the ground. A regular gradation has been shown by Huxley to exist between these extremes, and that in terrestrial mankind, in which the legs are the longer, the orang, chimpanzee, and gorilla representing the intermediate stages in the order named, the last standing nearest to man. If man's legs are longer than his arms as a result of their greater use, their growth stimulus was impact, whereas with the gibbon's arms, which are the longer, the stimulus was a strain. The tree sloths also have greatly elongated proximal segments to the limbs, the hands and feet being reduced to curious structure, terminating in immense hook-like claws. The huge Pleistocene ground sloths, on the contrary, although exhibiting enough arboreal characteristics to point to a partial tree-dwelling ancestry, had comparatively short and ponderous limbs, but the relative lengths of limb segments were retained. Archelon, the giant turtle from the Cretaceous of South Dakota, mounted in the Yale University Museum, had suffered mutilation during life, for the right hind foot is missing and the condition of the lower leg bones, which lack their distal end, is pathologic. The most interesting feature, however, is the difference in size of the two thigh bones, that of the perfect left limb being materially larger than that of the crippled right, showing the result of the cessation of growth stimulus with the loss of utility. But this is an ontogenetic instance and could not, so far as our knowledge goes, become evolutional. The other instances which are constant and predictable are the result of evolutionary processes, whatever they may be. Cope and others have taken many other instances, such as the modification of form into radial symmetry for sedimentary types and bilateral for the locomotor, the mechanics of the teeth, of muscular development, of the shells of invertebrates, but enough have been given to show that numerous modifications of animals conform with mechanical laws, whether mechanics is the prime mover in their production or not. Objections to kinetogenesis. Several arguments have been offered by the opponents of this theory, of which the most important are: first, the apparently illogical and self-contradictory assumption that stimuli of different kinds produce similar results, while stimuli of the same kind may produce different results. Experiment, however, has proved the truth of this apparently paradoxical statement, for the irritation of bone will produce either bone deposits or bone absorption, according to the degree of irritation. Thus moderate stimulus, such as the pressure and stretching mentioned above, may stimulate growth. Continued heavy pressure, on the other hand, causes bone absorption at the point of contact. A second objection which has been made to kinetogenesis is that if growth stimulus exists, how can there be a limit to increase so long as the stimulus of use prevails? This objection is met by the assumption that the stimulus is stress due to disharmony between an organism and its environment, and that kinetogenesis is the result of the effort on the part of the organism to overcome this lack of harmony. When the organism is sufficiently adjusted to meet the requirements of the environment, equilibrium is attained. The stress is reduced to the point necessary for the maintenance of the mechanism in working condition, and further growth ceases. In easy circumstances, where little or no exertion is necessary, there is not even sufficient stimulus to raise the mechanism to a state of efficiency, and the degeneracy of disuse results. Despite Cope's arguments, this is one of the objections to his theory which is most emphasized by its opponents. It will at once be seen that even if the objections above are met, a third will yet remain, that of the acceptance of the Lamarckian factor of the inheritance of acquired or ontogenetic characters, upon which the whole doctrine of kinetogenesis depends for its inclusion among the potent factors of evolution. Osborn's theory of coincident selection. This objection Osborn has striven to avoid by his idea of "coincident selection," which he states as follows: "Individual or acquired modifications in new circumstances are an important feature of the adult structure of every animal. Some congenital variations may coincide with such modifications, others may not. The gradual selection of those which coincide, coincident variations, may constitute an apparent inheritance of acquired modifications." Although these may occur, they would hardly seem sufficient to account for the host of mechanical adaptations which exist. Many of these may be ontogenetic, recurring in successive generations through the influence on each individual of similar conditions, with resultant similar adaptations. Whether these can ever become a part of the heritage of the species, we do not know, but, as we saw in the preceding chapter, most naturalists believe that after many generations the character may make itself felt, although by what means this is accomplished has not yet been revealed. End of Chapter 12, Part B. Recording by Don Evans. www.lazuli.com. Chapter 13, Part A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 13, Part A. The Life Cycle. The marvel of life is nowhere more wonderfully displayed than in the development of the individual plant or animal from its minute beginning, and the continuation of its life in offspring which in turn undergo their mortal span, handing on their life to other generations yet unborn, adds to the wonder. Man, through his intelligence and as a result of his inventive research, has made many marvelous things, and some of his creations are little short of miraculous. Take, for example, the most intricate product of human manufacture, a battleship, into which hundreds of tons of steel and other material have been fashioned, forming a fabric more complex in its gross anatomy than any created being, of huge size and great speed, with armor to protect its vitals, and guns whose projectiles leave their muzzles at a velocity which would, if continued, belt the globe in half a day, dealing death and destruction to others like itself beyond the limits of the horizon, capable of combating the elements, safe alike in calm or storm, and possessing, as every sailor knows, individual characteristics which seem almost animate. But this marvel is after all a mere mechanism, the product of human skill in design and fruition, and between it and the simplest of nature's children there is a great gulf fixed which human intelligence will never bridge. For organisms possess the power of procreation, and can hand on their life and characteristics to their children, while the mechanism will sooner or later reach the end of its being, and nothing will be left of it but a pile of wreckage and memory. Reproduction. In Chapter 2 we discussed the life processes of a relatively primitive organism, the paramecium, and we found that reproduction was accomplished by the process of dividing into two, with occasional conjugation of two like individuals between which there is a mutual exchange of nuclear material, presumably for the purpose of increasing the range of variation in the offspring. But the process of division, although apparently simple, is in reality a much more complex procedure, owing to the intricate character of the nucleus, and all cell division is complicated by a peculiar structure of the nucleus known as the mitotic or karyokinetic figure. Under ordinary conditions in the resting state, the nucleus contains chromatin substance in the form of granules arranged in a more or less definite network known as the reticulum. Just before cell division takes place, these granules become rearranged into a complexly wound thread or spireme, and later this is divided across its length into a variable number of short chromatin bodies, the chromosomes, the number of which is the same for all the cells of a given species of organism. This number bears no relationship, however, to the complexity of the organism as a whole, or to its rank in the animal kingdom, for in some protozoa the chromosomes are more numerous than in the cells of man. Next there forms the so-called mitotic figure, consisting of two oppositely placed centrosomes between which run fibers of kinetic substance diverging toward the middle to form a spindle-shaped figure, the chromosomes being arranged in its center. While in this position in the figure, or even before they have attained it, each chromosome splits lengthwise, the resultant halves, known as the daughter chromosomes, being apparently drawn apart by the mechanism of the mitotic figure. The cell then divides by a constriction passing through the equator of the nuclear figure, so that one half of the accurately divided daughter chromosomes now lie in each resultant cell. The nuclei reform their characteristic reticular condition, and the two cells are either entirely separated, that's reproduction, or still remain attached, that's cleavage, and are ready to take up their vital functions as did the parent cell before them. In conjugation of two cells, such as paramecium, the division of the micronuclei preceding the actual exchange of nuclear material is effected invariably by the karyokinetic process. This means, of course, that the chromatin, with all of its hereditary traits, will have been most accurately shared between the two conjugants, a result which could hardly be obtained by any simpler method. Origin of sex dimorphism. Among protozoa the union of similar cells is, of course, frequent, but among flagellates and vorticula-like infusorians there are numerous cases in which the uniting individuals differ from each other, both in form and origin, in greater or less degree. In the bell animalcule, Vorticella, often found attached to weeds in our freshwater ponds, the normal adult is born upon a stalk, capable of contraction like a spiral spring. These individuals are bereft of cilia for locomotion, having only a band of prehensile cilia around the margin of the peristome, the portion surrounding the mouth. Occasionally one of these divides repeatedly, giving rise to a number of free-swimming individuals, one of which will unite with a stationary individual of normal size, the union differing in two respects from that of Paramecium, in its permanence and in the size and other contrasts of the conjugants. Certain of the colonial flagellates, Volvocinae, constitute one of the groups which lie within the neutral zone between the plant and animal kingdoms. In fact, there is no clear-cut dividing line between animals and plants at the bottom of the series. Good authorities, such as Parker and Haswell, class these forms as animals, but the fact of their having a cellulose membrane, green chromatophores, and the metabolism characteristic of most plants is good evidence for their vegetal tendencies. They exhibit within the group a beautiful gradation to the condition of full sex differentiation, the successive steps being represented by the genera Gonium, Pandorina, Eudorina, and Volvox. Gonium. The simplest of the Volvocinae are single-celled non-colonial forms, the individuals living wholly independently as in other protozoa. Generally, however, the Volvocinae are colonial organisms, consisting of more or fewer similar cells united in a permanent association. Of these, the simplest is the genus Gonium. This consists of a flattened aggregate of 16 cells in a tiny plate-like colony, of which each individual, being provided with 2 flagella, lives and feeds, in spite of its association with the rest, as a free individual. When the time for reproduction occurs, the cells separate, and each one, by repeated division, gives rise to a new colony. Pandorina. Pandorina is also a 16-celled colony, but instead of being plate-like, the aggregate is approximately spherical, the individual cells being embedded in a jelly-like mass. Each cell has 2 flagella, as in Gonium, by means of which the colony as a whole progresses through the water, while each individual cell eats and grows and performs the various life functions. When Pandorina is ready to multiply, each of the component cells divides repeatedly until it has given rise to 16-cell daughter colonies, and these are liberated by the dissolving of the enclosing jelly. The daughter colonies then separate, and each grows until it has attained the optimum size of the species. After a number of generations, and generally with the advancing season, the contained cells divide into 8 rather than 16 cells, and the daughter cells are not all alike in size, though the distinction is very small. These 8 cells now separate and swim about by means of their flagella, and if 2 of them meet, they conjugate or fuse together to make a single cell, which forms a tough protective envelope around itself and passes into a resting condition, remaining dormant over a drought or throughout the winter. With the coming of clement conditions, the outer wall breaks and the protoplasm emerges as a free-swimming cell, which straightway divides to form a new 16-celled colony. Eudorina. In Eudorina, the colony is spherical as before, consisting of 16 or 32 cells, each of which may give rise to a new colony by repeated division. This may recur, but not indefinitely, and sooner or later conjugation must take place. Herein it is that the chief distinction from the Pandorina is shown, for in Eudorina the conjugating cells are of very different kinds, since certain of the individuals in the colony do not divide but increase slightly in size and become spherical, megagametes, while others break up into 16 small elongated bodies, each bearing a pair of flagella. These small cells, microgametes, escape from the envelope of the parent colony, but remain attached to one another until the bundle, on colliding with one of the larger spherical cells, breaks up and conjugation takes place between the smaller flagellated swimming cells and the larger non-flagellastic spherical cells. Each new cell (zygote) which is thus formed develops a cellulose cyst and passes into a resting condition, whence it emerges to develop a new colony. Volvox. Volvox is a large, hollow, spherical colony consisting of thousands of cells held together in a single external layer by gelatinous material and connected with each other by fine protoplasmic threads. When full grown, the colony reproduces by certain cells becoming enormously larger through having reserve food material stored within them. These egg cells then divide by simple division into many small cells held together by a common envelope and thus form daughter colonies which, escaping from the parent colony, increase to the full optimum of size by growth and repeated division. On the other hand, certain cells may divide into bundles of 64 or 128 slender rod-like bodies, each provided with flagella and microgametes, while others form the huge egg cells or megagametes. Those which are not thus chosen for reproduction, really the somatic cells of the colony, remain for a time unchanged while performing the ordinary nutritive and locomotive functions, and finally die, as they have no part whatever in the propagation of new generations. A microgamete and megagamete, preferably the offspring of separate colonies, then conjugate, forming the resting cell, which after a period of quiescence develops into a new colony. Steps toward complexity. Two great biologic principles are taught by this series of forms: the beginnings of physiological division of labor, and sex dimorphism. In the forms below Volvox, wherein all the cells are alike in performing both the ordinary activities of the colony and the reproductive function as well, there is no division of labor. But in Volvox, where certain cells only are concerned in reproduction, these become the germ cells, in contrast with the somatic cells of the colony, and thus distinct division of labor between them arises, comparable to that which obtains among the cells and tissues of the metazoa. Gonium shows not the slightest sign of sex differentiation. In Pandorina, sex distinction is foreshadowed by the slight difference in size in the conjugating cells. In Eudorina, this distinction is well established, and in Volvox, sexual dimorphism is complete. Meaning of sex differentiation. The sex differentiation which we have traced seems to be directly contingent upon the necessity of storing food material for the nourishment of the coming generation. Where the resultant colony is relatively small, both conjugating cells can share this burden, but with the increased necessity for stored food comes proportionate inactivity and consequent difficulty of conjugation, until size differentiation appears. Then, with the gradual assumption of the function of nourishment by the larger individual and its entailed further increase in size and decrease in mobility, comes the release of the smaller from this onerous duty and a consequent diminution in size and increased activity. Thus it comes about that the megagamete, which we may call the female element or ovum, becomes more and more anabolic and sedentary, and the microgamete or male element, to which the name sperm may be given, becomes progressively more catabolic and motile, being in its final analysis reduced to little more than a nucleus and a locomotive filament. The means whereby the sperms are rendered smaller through repeated division also increases their numbers, and ensures the fertilization of a proportionately greater number of ova than if the ratio between the two were nearly equal, thus increasing the chances for the survival of the species. Weismann's theory of bisexual need. Bisexual parentage is so widely prevalent both in the plant and animal kingdoms that it must subserve some very real need in organic economy. Weismann looked upon it mainly as a means of causing or increasing individual variation, which, as we have seen, is a prime prerequisite to evolution. In the process known as the maturation of the egg, a considerable proportion of the chromosomes are removed and pass into the so-called polar bodies, which are in reality abortive ova. In like manner, the chromosomes of a sperm mother cell or spermatogon are divided among the several resultant sperms. Hence the several ova and sperms differ materially in their chromosome content, and, through their fusion, various combinations of the hereditary tendencies arise, and these give origin to a high degree of actual variability in the resultant offspring. Parthenogenesis. Parthenogenesis, that's Greek for virgin and production, is comparable to asexual reproduction, in that there is but one parent, but with this important distinction, that whereas in asexual reproduction sex differentiation is not yet attained, in parthenogenesis both sexes have been fully developed in the race, but for reasons of expediency the male has been suppressed, the female having the power of producing young without impregnation. This usually occurs where rapidity of multiplication is an essential, as in the plant lice which were mentioned in Chapter 9. Other instances wherein this normally occurs are the scale insects or coccidae, the ostracod and phyllopod crustacea, and the gallywasps. In some of these, the seminal receptacle wherein the sperms are stored during coition, to be utilized later for the impregnation of the eggs, is still present and fully developed, showing no signs of degeneracy. In the parthenogenetic generations of plant lice, aphids, on the other hand, the receptacle has entirely disappeared. One would infer, therefore, that in the last mentioned group parthenogenesis is an old institution, whereas in the forms first mentioned it has not been the habit of the race for a very long time. In fact, in the crustacean Apis cancriformis, the males are extinct in certain colonies and present in others, which may also be true of Cyprus, showing that in the first instance at least parthenogenesis is not yet fully established. Artificial parthenogenesis. Experimental biology, especially in the hands of such experts as Professors Jacques Loeb and Yves Delage, has shown that under certain abnormal conditions the ovum may segment and produce more or less of an embryo or even a young animal without impregnation. Loeb showed first that he could increase or alter the range of action on the part of the male element, as for instance by rendering seawater faintly alkaline. The sperms of diverse starfish could be made to fertilize the ova of sea urchins, although in normal seawater this did not occur. This suggested further experimentation, and he found that if a little acetic, formic, or butyric acid was added to the seawater and the eggs placed therein and later transferred to normal seawater, they began to show the initial stages of nuclear division. But when the unimpregnated ova were transferred from the acidified seawater to that to which common salt had been added, thus increasing its salinity, they developed normally and at the usual rate and formed free-swimming larvae. Several different sorts of worms and molluscs also responded successfully to similar experiments. Delage and others have shown that aside from the chemical stimuli mentioned above, artificial parthenogenesis may also be induced by mechanical means, such as a gentle brushing or a pin-prick, or by exposing the egg to electric discharges. Generally, while the egg may thus be made to divide and redivide, nothing comes of it. Occasionally, however, success is attained, for Delage reared a sea urchin from an unimpregnated egg, and Levy reared young frogs. The latter's experiment was the pricking of frogs' eggs with a platinum needle, which was sometimes first dipped in salt or in the blood of the mother. He repeatedly reared tadpoles by this aspermic (Greek without seed) development, and 3 times he succeeded in developing miniature frogs. One curious thing was that the nuclei were smaller than the normal, and Levy believes that they had only half the normal number of chromosomes. These experiments show very clearly the occurrence in ordinary fertilization of several distinct things, including the mingling of the paternal and the maternal inheritance, and also some dynamic influence, either a stimulus to cleavage or the removal of some hindrances thereunto. End of chapter 13, part A. Recording by Don Evans. www.lazuli.com. Chapter 13, part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording, but all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 13, Part B. The life cycle. Several distinct stages are recognized in the career of any organism, certain of which constitute the life cycle. They are, briefly enumerated, the egg, embryo, adolescent, and adult, which in turn gives rise to the egg of a future generation. An additional stage not always included is the senile, or that of old age, and the life of the individual is terminated by death, which, however, although a perfectly normal phenomena, is not necessarily part of the life cycle, and may occur at any stage of the organism's career. If death occurs before procreation is accomplished, the normal life cycle is not complete, for, as the name cycle implies, the full sequence of events is from egg to egg, or, if the individual be a male, from egg to sperm. Egg. The egg, germ, or spore is the initial stage in the ontogeny of any organism, unless it be asexually produced, and perhaps the greatest marvel of the organic world is the minuteness of this starting point. For while an ovum the size of a pinhead is a large one, many are microscopic, and a spermatozoon may be but 100,000th of the ovum size. And these two uniting cells are the vehicles of inheritance and contain within them all the future characteristics, physical, mental, and moral, wherein the offspring resembles its parents, be they rotifers or dinosaurs, or mice or men. But this is not all, for Delage cut a very minute sea urchin's egg into 3 parts, and reared a larva from each, and in another case he reared an embryo from 1/87th of a sea urchin's egg. Twin animals may often be obtained from one ovum by producing a separation of the first 2 cleavage cells, and it is thought that this is the way the so-called identical human twins are normally produced. Professor E.B. Wilson, by shaking apart the 4-cell stage in the development of the lancelet, produced quadruplets. On the other hand, the eggs, especially of reptiles and birds, are relatively enormous, because there is contained within the shell sufficient food in the form of yolk to sustain and build up the organism through its entire embryonic period. The maximum recorded size of an egg is that of the recently extinct flightless bird, the Epeornis of Madagascar, the shell of which measures 9 by 13 inches, while an ostrich's egg measures but 4.5 by 6. The Epeornis egg would therefore hold the contents of 6 ostrich eggs, or 148 hen's eggs, or 30,000 hummingbirds' eggs. That's from Lucas. There is rarely a very definite ratio between the size of the egg and the creature which produced it, for the apteryx, another flightless bird still living in New Zealand, whose bodily bulk is less than that of a hen, lays an egg measuring 3 by 5 inches and weighing about 1/3 of its own weight. It is not surprising, therefore, that it lays but 2. The presumption is, until we have evidence to the contrary, that in common with most other reptiles, except the viviparous Ichthyornis, whose high seas adaptation rendered it impossible to come ashore for egg laying, and a few modern lizards and snakes, the dinosaurs were oviparous or egg laying. If so, the eggs of a 60-foot Brontosaurus must have been huge, although even they may not greatly have exceeded those of the Epeornis. Embryonic stage. This is the period of development from the beginning of cleavage until the assumption of free life, generally that spent either within the eggshell or within the body of the mother, if she is viviparous, as in certain sharks, the above mentioned reptiles, and the mammals. Certain stages of development are common to all metazoan animals, and the inference is therefore that these must represent ancestral stages through which the metazoa as a whole passed in the dim youth of their racial career. Immediately after impregnation, cleavage occurs, dividing the egg into 2, then 4, then 8, 16, and so on, individual cells, which remain attached to one another, forming a solid aggregate known as the morula, from the Latin mulberry. Further segmentation produces a hollow embryo, the blastula, that's Latin for sprout, the cavity within being the segmentation cavity or blastocele, that's Greek for hollow. The organism is now comparable to Volvox, consisting as it does of a single layer of cells enclosing the more or less voluminous cavity. In its simplest form, the blastula shows no cell differentiation, but in the aquatic invertebrates it may be uniformly ciliated and swim freely through the water with a rotary movement about a definite axis, one end of which always points in the direction of progress. In many blastulae, especially such as are not free swimming, the cells soon begin to differentiate, especially at the posterior pole of the free swimming forms or at the corresponding portion of those which are non-motile. These posterior cells are generally somewhat larger than the anterior ones, especially in those embryos in which much food yolk tends to concentrate, and they will ultimately give rise to the vegetative tissues of the organism. The next stage is that known as the gastrula, that's Greek for stomach, in which the embryo becomes 2-layered, with a full differentiation into 2 distinct tissues composed of cells, primary requisite of a metazoan animal. This is generally the result of an inpushing or invagination of the cells of the vegetative pole into the blastocele, more or less obliterating it. The embryo is now a 2-layered or diploblastic sac, the newly formed cavity lined by the invaginated cells being the primitive gut or archenteron, that's Greek for first and intestine, while the opening to the exterior is the gastrula mouth or blastopore. Of the 2 primitive germ layers now formed, the outer one in the higher metazoa gives rise to the integument, the nervous system and sense organs of the adult, and is known as the ectoderm, while the inner one, from which the digestive tract and certain of its glands, such as the liver, develop, is known as the endoderm. But gastrula do not always arise by so simple a method as invagination, for sometimes the several cells of the blastula each divide in a plane parallel to the outer surface of the embryo, the resultant outer cells becoming ectoderm, the inner ones endoderm. The appearance of a blastopore puts the archenteron in communication with the exterior. It will be noticed, however, that in this case the archenteron is the same as the blastocele, not an enclosed portion of the external world as in the first instance. This mode of gastrulation is called delamination. Yet a third method is by immigration, in which certain cells of the blastula leave their position and pass into the enclosed blastocele, where they divide and eventually fill and obliterate the entire cavity, resulting in a solid organism, the parenchyma, which consists of a mass of cells enclosed within a single layer. Later, in the middle, a cavity appears which gradually enlarges, and the inner cells are pushed outward until they form a single endodermal layer within the ectoderm. A blastopore then forming, the gastrula is complete. Evidence seems to show that this last method of the formation of a gastrula is the most primitive, and that the invagination or the delamination processes are derivatives of it. Well, be that as it may, the fact remains that up to this point all metazoan development, whatever the ultimate result, follows the same or strictly parallel roads, although the exigencies of its life, causing the animal to be sedentary or free, and especially the presence and amount of food yolk, may modify the several stages to a considerable degree. Now we come to the parting of the ways, when the least related go each their several roads, which ultimately branch into as many byways as there are forms of life. The nearer of kin the creatures are, the later is their embryonic divergence. Post-embryonic life. The adolescent age is the period of youth, from the time when the embryonic stage is left until sexual maturity is attained, when the organism becomes an adult, even though its growth shall not have been completed. Often the young, once the embryonic stage is passed, is a miniature of its parents. Again, it may differ from them so widely that its relationship to those who gave it existence would never be even guessed. In the former case, the development is direct; in the latter, indirect or by metamorphosis, the adolescent form being called a larva. A familiar instance of metamorphosis is that undergone by the frogs and toads, in which the young hatch out as limbless, tailed larvae, with tuft-like gills on either side of the neck. The head is not constricted off from the body, and the long tail bears a delicate web of skin above and below which aids in swimming. The mouth is armed with a pair of horny jaws composed of numerous closely set horny teeth. In the course of a few weeks, in some species, the limbs begin to appear. First the hind limbs, later, apparently suddenly, the fore. In reality, the forelimbs have been developing all along, but were concealed by a fold of skin, the operculum, which had previously grown over the gills. Later, the creature's lungs become functional, the tail shrivels, and it soon emerges on land as a perfect frog or toad, as the case may be. There are all sorts of modifications of this straightforward process, due to adaptations to various life conditions, but the fact of metamorphosis remains, although in some instances approaching very near to direct development. The frogs are instances of metamorphosis from a lower to a higher plane of life, and most of the marvelous insect metamorphoses are of a similar sort. but the change is not always progressive upward, and in some instances, notably where the adult is sedentary or parasitic and as a consequence degenerate, the metamorphosis is retrogressive and results in an adult animal on a distinctly lower plane than when in the larval stage. The chapter on parasitism and degeneracy will give several instances of this retrogression, and a single instance, that of the tunicates or sea squirts, will suffice for the present. These animals are in part planktonic, but mostly sedentary benthonic forms, having a somewhat sac-like shape, with two orifices, one inhalant, the other exhalant, through which water enters and leaves the body for the purpose of food-getting and respiration. While chordate animals, the adult shows but one of the three diagnostic characters which serve to define the group. This is the pharynx, perforated by gill slits. The notochord and the typically hollow nervous system not being in evidence. They are present in the young, however, for there hatches from the egg a tiny tadpole-like creature which swims around in the sea by means of a webbed tail stiffened by a gelatinous notochord. There is also a hollow spinal cord, somewhat like that of the frog tadpole, except that there is a very slight dilation where one would seek to find the brain, and this contains a very primitive sort of eye and another organ which may represent an ear or an organ of equilibration, that's for balancing sense. After a very brief life of freedom, the larva becomes fixed first by a pair of adhesive organs and later by the outer tunic of cellulose, characteristic of the group to which it belongs. The tail, the notochord, the greater part of the nervous system, and the sense organs disappear, and the creature degenerates into a stage of development comparable to that of the lower metazoa. Were it not for their life history, the place in nature of the tunicates would be very difficult to fix, as it is they are clearly a degraded offshoot of the stem which gave rise to the vertebrates themselves. The adult stage is reached as soon as the metamorphosis, if such there be, is completed. With the insects, the assumption of the powers of flight marks its advent. While growth may continue for some time, or even as in certain fishes almost indefinitely, the animal is generally sexually mature and parenthood is possible. Ultimately there comes senility, when the bodily powers begin to wane. Procreation ceases, and the animal becomes less and less active and capable of protecting itself. It is thus more readily the prey of disease or of other rapacious forms, and shortly death ends its career. Thomson Seton, who knows animals as few are privileged to do, tells us that among wild creatures practically all die a violent death, sooner or later, and that what we call a natural death, as applied to mankind, rarely, if ever, occurs among them. Length of life. In most organisms there is a definite limit of growth, and when the size best suited to the needs of the species is attained, further increase ceases. Exceptions apparently exist in certain waterborne forms, such as the fishes and whales, where the energy usually needed in overcoming gravity may be turned into growth force, and in exceptional cases will produce an individual far in excess of the normal optimum of size. So it is with the length of life. Some organisms which, like the annual plants, die when they have provided for the continuation of their species have a very definite lifespan, the limits of which are determined by the procession of the seasons. Others, like the perennial plants, continue to live, barring accident, until sere old age sets in with its warning of impending death. In those forms with definite life duration, egg laying is often fatal, For in some cases, as in certain flatworms, there is no birth opening, and the young are liberated only through the death and disintegration of the mother. The abdomen of a mayfly bursts during egg laying, and many female butterflies die after oviposition, and the same is true even of robust animals like lampreys. The drone who succeeds in fertilizing the queen hive bee dies as he succeeds. All the others who are unsuccessful also die. A male spider often lays his life on the altar of sex, and the same is true of some scorpions. Thomson. In creatures which survive there is also a normal duration of life, like man's 80 years and 10, which few attain and fewer exceed. Most records of longevity are derived from observations on animals in captivity, and hence, as the latter are sheltered from many of the vicissitudes of wild life, may exceed the average. On the other hand, as for instance in the case of the gorilla, it is practically impossible to keep a captive alive for more than a very brief existence. The life of Dinah, a young gorilla kept in the New York Zoological Park for 8 months, constituting a record. At all events, whether captivity lessens or increases the animal's chance for survival, its length of life can not exceed the potential longevity of its species. Within each group of animals, the duration of youth is in rough agreement with the possible span of the whole life, and also with the relative size to which the members of the particular species attain, but this is not without some very marked exceptions. Elephants are the largest and heaviest of existing land animals. The African elephant reaches a greater size and bulk than the Indian species. The tallest wild specimen whose height has been recorded was shot in Abyssinia and stood 11 feet 8.5 inches at the shoulder. Jumbo, the largest African elephant that has been in captivity, was 11 feet high when he left the London Zoological Gardens, and is stated to have reached 12 feet before he died in America. An Indian elephant, 10 feet 6 inches in height, is unusually large. A moderately sized elephant of about 7 feet high weighs from 2 to 3 tons, and a really fine example between 5 and 6 tons. Jumbo having weighed 6.5 tons. Elephants grow slowly. The duration of their youth is from 20 to 24 years, a very much longer time than that occupied by the youth of any other terrestrial mammal except man. If, however, we remember that a full-grown elephant weighs as much as 50 full-grown men, and that these animals have some difficulty in obtaining the enormous quantities of food they require, the length of their youth is not so remarkable. Mitchell. Elephants may live a century or even more, but it is doubtful whether their average length of life is anything like that. Jumbo was born in 1864 and died by accident in 1888, a duration of but 24 years. The ruminating ungulates, without exception, have a very short duration of youth in proportion to their size, and could be arranged in an almost regular series in which size and duration of youth were parallel. Giraffes are the largest, and their period of youth lasts from 6 to 7 years. Camels are adult in 3 years. Llamas and alpacas in rather less. Domestic cattle are adult in about 2 years. Bison take between 2 and 3 years and increase in size for rather longer, which is also true of cattle. The very large deer-like elk are adult in 2 years, but may continue to increase in size for a longer period, whilst in them, as in other deer, although there may not be much increase in actual size, the antlers become more spreading and acquire more points for many years after maturity has been attained. Elands, which are the largest of the antelopes, are mature in 3 to 4 years. Many of the little duikers reach their full size and are adult in about 12 to 18 months. The range of the period of youth in the whole group of ruminants lies between 7 years and 1 year and follows the size of the animal very closely. That's by Mitchell. The widest range of life duration, perhaps, is found among insects, and the ratio of adult life to that of youth is especially varied. In many plant lice, the total life lasts only 2 or 3 weeks. The total life of common flies, such as the blowfly and the housefly, is a little longer. The blowfly hatches out in 24 hours, the larva takes a fortnight to grow, whilst the metamorphosis within the pupa case takes a fortnight in warm weather, and much longer when it is cold. The normal life of the adult fly is from a few days to a few weeks, or in specially favorable circumstances, a few months. Amongst bees, the larval life and the metamorphosis occupy at most a few weeks, whilst the life of the adult is relatively longer. Worker bees never live beyond the year in which they are produced, whilst the life of drones may be only a few days, and is never more than a few months, as towards the end of the season, when honey is getting scarce, they are driven out of the hive to perish. Queen bees may live from 2 to 5 years. They are fed and cared for by the workers, and their confinement to the hive after the nuptial flight preserves them from the vicissitudes of the weather. Also from Mitchell. Mayflies live from 6 months to 3 years as aquatic larvae, but their adult life may be measured by the span of a single afternoon, as they are mouthless and only live long enough to recreate their kind. The extreme recorded life duration of insects is that of the American 17-year cicada, or locust, Cicada septendecim, which in the middle and northern states live no less than 16 years underground, feeding on the juices extracted from the roots of plants. The spring of the 17th year they emerge from the ground, burrow up through the surface soil, and climb the trunks of trees, where they undergo their final molt and emerge as large 4-winged bugs. They then pair, the female lays her eggs in slits cut in the twigs of trees, and before the season has waned the adults are at rest, the eggs hatch, the young burrow underground, and begin their long subterranean lives. It is interesting to note that 13-year broods of what is apparently the same species occur in the southern states, doubtless a response to the longer growing period available in each individual year. Some recorded instances of longevity are the tortoise, 350 years; elephant, 130; swan, eagle, and parrot, 100; mankind, omitting the biblical patriarchs, 70 years, with perhaps 130 years as a maximum; sea anemone, 66 years; horse, 42; crayfish, 20, and so on; while the recorded age of the giant trees, that is, the sequoias, some of which antedate the Roman Empire, gives the greatest known duration. As Thomson says in The Wonder of Life, several groups of animals may be recognized from the viewpoint of their life span. First, the first is that of the immortal unicellular animals which, under ideal conditions, never grow old and which seem exempt from natural death. Second, the second is that of many animals which reach the length of their life's tether without any hint of aging, and pass off the scene, or are shoved off, victims of violent death. In many fishes and reptiles, for instance, which are old in years, there is not in their organs or tissues the least hint of age degeneration. 3. The third is that of the majority of civilized human beings, some domesticated and some wild animals, in which the decline of life is marked by normal senescence. 4. The fourth is that of many human beings, not a few domesticated animals, for instance horse, dog, cat, and some semi-domesticated animals, notably bees, in which the close of life is marked by distinctively pathological senility. It seems certain that wild animals rarely exhibit more than a slight senescence, while man often exhibits a bathos of senility. This is due to the fact that the majority of wild animals seem to die a violent death before there is time for senescence, much less senility. The character of old age depends upon the nature of the physiological bad debts, some of which are more unnatural than others, much more unnatural in tamed than in wild animals, much more unnatural in man than in animals. Furthermore, civilized man, sheltered from the extreme physical forms of the struggle for existence, can live for a long time with a very defective hereditary constitution, which may end in a period of very undesirable senility. Man is very deficient in the resting instinct and seldom takes much thought about resting habits. In many cases, too, there has come about in human societies a system of protective agencies which allows the weak to survive through a period of prolonged senility. We can not perhaps do otherwise, but it is plain that to heighten the standard of vitality is an ideal more justifiable biologically than that of a merely prolonging existence. For if old age be then permitted, it is more likely to be without senility. Those whom the gods love die young. Death is the final and permanent cessation of life functions, and in the higher animals, at any rate, seems to be a gradual process even though it may appear to be instantaneous. For although consciousness has ceased and the heart is stilled forever, the various tissue cells gradually succumb to starvation due to the cessation of the bloodstream. With some tissues it is more gradual than with others, for instances are recorded of the growth of hair on a body for some time after general death. Curious instances of suspended animation also occur which in some cases simulate death so closely as to render distinction very difficult. A notable example is that of the bear animalcules, minute forms related to the spiders and scorpions, some of which live in damp moss, others in fresh or in salt water. Those inhabiting ditches or other freshwater pools subjected to drying become completely desiccated and are blown about like particles of dust. If by chance they fall into water, however, they become reanimated, expanding to their former size and taking up their life functions where they laid them down. Many instances of hibernation or winter sleep, especially among cold-blooded forms, are also death-like. End of chapter 13, part B. Recording by Don Evans. www.lazuli.com.
Part 3, Chapter 14a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 14a. Recapitulation, Racial Old Age, Extinctions. Recapitulation. The celebrated German savant, Ernest Haeckel, conceived and set forth in the form of a law the wonderful similarity which exists between the life history of any organism and the evolutionary history of the race of beings to which it belongs. This principle, usually known as Haeckel's biogenetic law, morphogenesis of Hayet, may be stated as follows: the life history of the individual, ontogeny, gives a brief resume of the evolutionary history of the race, phylogeny. Or more briefly, Ontogeny repeats phylogeny. While this is in the main true, the phylogenetic record may be falsified in ontogeny in several ways, just as any historical document may lack certain important portions through the accidental or intentional mutilation of the volume, or may have spurious chapters added thereunto by a later hand. In some instances the results remind one of the palimpsests, ancient parchments from which the work of an older scribe has been erased, and over the almost indecipherable traces of the ancient writing a new penman has engrossed an inscription of later date. Where the record is essentially correct in recounting their orderly sequence, the historical events, we may compare it to Paligenesis, in which truly ancestral characters conserved by heredity are reproduced in development. The introduction of spurious matter may be likened to Kinetogenesis, wherein non-primitive characters make their appearance in consequence of secondary adaptation of the young to the peculiar conditions of its environment. The elimination of certain chapters finds its parallel in Tachygenesis, the acceleration of characters which are crowded back further and further into the embryonic life or out of the life cycle entirely. Palingenesis. When one considers the millions of years of evolutionary life which have fallen to the lot of all organisms, if, as we believe, they have all evolved out of one primal creation of life, and compares those to untold ages with the brief span of individual existence, he will see that the record is necessarily so greatly abridged as to make a perfect recapitulation practically impossible. Nevertheless, the metamorphosis undergone by the common frog may be taken as a fairly typical instance of the palingenesis, as there is little evidence in its life history, except in the development of certain larval organs such as the adhesive suckers, of any material falsification of the record. The same may also be true of the ontogeny of the lower insects, but as soon as forms like the moths are considered, especially such as have highly adapted larvae, e.g., certain of the mimicking forms, it is at once evident that Kinetogenesis has been at work. Kinetogenesis. Among the inchworms or geometrid larvae, protective mimicry is common, the creature being elongated and twig-like in form, in color, and in its attitude when disturbed, for it throws itself out rigidly at an angle with the supporting branch to which it is attached by the hook-bearing prop legs at the hinder end of its body. This is clearly an adaptation to meet the vicissitudes of larval life, and the whole insect is very different from the form of a primitive species, such, for instance, as the fish moth, Lepisma, or Campodea, the simplest living insect. Then, too, the pupa state of the geometrid, in which the insect passes into a condition of quiescence, and the marvelous transformation into the adult takes place, can have no precise parallel in the history of the race, for it is inconceivable that a long period of racial dormancy, during which the evolution of wings was accomplished, could ever have occurred. Tachygenesis is the rule in ontogeny, and instances might be cited ad libitum, but certain of the frogs and toads may again be taken as typical instances, for while in most of them the eggs hatch out in the water and the young undergo the typical palinogenic development mentioned above, others show all degrees of the suppression of larval stages until metamorphosis is practically eliminated and development from egg to frog is direct. In some the eggs hatch on land, having been laid in holes on grass or leaves, and when the tadpoles are hatched they wriggle into water or are washed into pools by the rain. In others, again, the eggs are laid on land and the tadpoles have lost their gills before they are hatched, but the metamorphosis is completed later on. In a few the complete change occurs inside the egg, and when hatching takes place little frogs appear, sometimes, however, with a stump of the tail still left. In others the eggs are carried by the parent, and here too they may be hatched as tadpoles or as perfect frogs. Mitchell. Yet another remarkable life history wherein the strict phylogeny is departed from is that of Ichthyophis, one of the Gymnophiona of the class Amphibia. These are curious, burrowing, snake-like forms with neither tail nor limbs, but which, despite their degenerate specialization, seem to have inherited more of the characteristics of their ancient stegocephalian forebears than have any other living amphibians. The female of a species which lives in Ceylon and breeds just after the spring monsoon digs a hole close to the surface near running water where the ground is moist. Here she lays about 24 eggs, around which she coils herself, probably to protect them against other burrowing lizards and snakes, which are very numerous. During the period of incubation, if such it may be called, the eggs swell to twice their former size, and the mature embryo weighs 4 times as much as the newly laid egg. The embryo has external gills, which, however, have lost their primal function of respiration and have become nutritive as they move up and down in the fluid of the egg. The lateral line sense organs develop, organs of prime importance to all aquatic vertebrates, but here functionless while within the egg, which may also be said of the fin developed by the short tail. When the embryo has reached a length of about 7 centimeters, the gills begin to shrink, and at the same time one pair of gill clefts appears at the base of the third external gill. When the larvae are hatched, the gills are lost and the young animal takes to the water in a gill-less state, although at the bottom of the aperture on either side 2 gill arches may be seen, and the larva frequently comes to the surface to breathe. The lateral sense organs and tail fin now fulfill an important function. The creatures seem to live a long time in the larval stage, but at last the gill clefts close, the tail fin is lost, the skin assumes a totally new structure, and the fish-like larva turns into a burrowing creature which readily drowns when forced to remain in the water. In this instance, the most striking tachygenetic features are the crowding of the gills, which might well be of material service to the aquatic larva, back into the embryonic stage, and their assumption of a different role, and the total elimination of any trace of legs from the life history, although the Gymnophiona must have been descended from ancestors possessed of limbs. The racial cycle. Students of fossil forms, especially of the mollusks, have come to recognize a series of definite stages in their phylogenetic career comparable to those of the typical life cycle discussed in Chapter 8. These are as follows: Ontogeny, epacme, embryonic adolescent; acme, adult; paracme, senescent; epacme, nepionic, neonic; acme, ephebic; paracme, gerontic. Phylogeny, epacme, phylonepionic, phylonenic; acme, phylophebic; paracme, phylogerontic. If the life cycle be represented by a curve, the ascending limb will include the nepionic and neonic, or what might be called the epacme. During the acme, the summit of the curve is reached and the organism is in the full fruition of its powers. The paracme is the period of decadence, when the organism's failing strength is represented by the descending curve terminating in death. Shells of mollusks, especially of gastropods and cephalopods, preserve the ontogenetic characters, often in a single specimen, better perhaps than the remains of any other group, and have as a consequence lent themselves especially to students of this interesting problem, notably the American paleontologists Hyatt, Beecher, Grabow, Jackson, and J.P. Smith. Not only is this true of mollusks, but in a more or less complete degree of brachiopods, echinoderms, and corals. And many of the gastropods and cephalopods especially, a single shell of an old individual may have preserved a record of all the changes it has undergone during the animal's lifetime. Thus we can find at the apex of the coil the tiny embryonic shell or protoconch, then the neonic portion, formed during the animal's youth, simpler perhaps in ornamentation than the adult or ephebic section, when the height of development of all the features, ridges, bosses, spines, or complexity of suture characteristic of the species is attained. Then the gerontic or senescent portion is seen, recognizable by an increasing simplicity, comparable to that of the neonic shell, but retrogressive rather than progressive in the assumption of characters. Furthermore, it has been proved by paleontologists that the several stages shown in the development of a given shell reflect the adult condition of more ancient forms, presumably ancestral. Thus, the living nautilus, the sole survivor of a formerly abundant group of cephalopods, has a closely coiled shell, but the earlier cephalopods had not, and coiling was gradually assumed and sometimes secondarily lost in phylogerontic types. In the course of its development, however, Nautilus passes through arcuate, loose coiled, then close coiled stages directly comparable to the adults of the Paleozoic genera Cyrtoceras and Gyroceras, and the later nautilus representatives of its own group. Another highly evolved Cretaceous cephalopod, the ammonoid Placentaceras pacificum, is characterized in the adult by complex sutures, the lines of juncture of the transverse partitions or septa which separate the chambers of the cell and its outer wall. In the development of its sutures, the individual shell passes through simpler stages which are comparable to the adult structures of the nautiloid and goniatic forms, followed by stages in which the septa are comparable to those of early ammonites before it assumes its adult generic features. In the lamp shells or brachiopods, the spirally wound buccal mouth, arms, which serve for food getting, usually have an internal limy support which is an outgrowth of the inner wall of the shell. Beecher and others have shown that the stages in development of the exterior and interior of the shell and the brachial arm supports can be closely correlated with adult characters of more primitive representatives in the group. As has been said, while stages in development from the young to the adult are all progressive, in senescence the stages that appear are in the main retrogressive. Nautiloids and ammonoids, which are characterized by close coiled shells, build loose coiled or even uncoiled additions. Specialized ammonites with complex septa in senescence build simple septa, thus assuming simpler characters comparable to those seen in their own youth, and also comparable to the characters of adults in regressive (degenerating) series in their own groups. See Chapter 26. While shell-bearing invertebrates thus lend themselves admirably to the study of recapitulation, vertebrates as a rule do not, for the skeleton, changing as it does with age, gives only the characteristics of the owner at the moment of death, and one can rarely learn much of the ontogeny from a single individual or the portion of an individual such as is usually available for study. Nevertheless, where several individuals of a species are known, as of deer, especially if the ages of their passing differed, enough may be learned to show that the law of recapitulation holds with them as with the invertebrates. Persistently primitive types. Both plants and animals in nature, as under domestication, show a remarkable variation in plasticity, so that while in the great majority time has wrought wonderful evolutionary changes, with a few it is as though the world stood still and the ceaseless centuries passed over them without effect. In some cases isolation in a remote place, where interspecific competition has largely diminished, is doubtless the cause of their changeless survival. Others are in the thick of the strife but seem to be immune to the influence of changing conditions. Such, for example, are amoeba and the simpler protozoa and unicellular plants, doubtless relics from the remote Proterozoic age, unless, as seems hardly probable, life evolved from the lifeless more than once and these are the primitive stages of a later creation. Orbulina and Globigerina, two foraminiferal protozoa, are known from the Ordovician and doubtless existed long before, while among the Brachiopoda one relic type is Lingula and another Crania, both dating also from the Ordovician, and persisting practically without change until the present. Nautilus, mentioned above, has persisted from the Tertiary, and the family to which it belongs from the Jurassic. Of the vertebrates, an extremely old type is the lungfish, Ceratodus, of which a modern derived genus, Neoceratodus, is now found isolated in certain Australian rivers, and which dates from the Triassic. The ancient Port Jackson shark, Cestracion, has persisted since the Jurassic, and members of its family are found in lower Carboniferous rocks. In many respects, the most interesting relic of all is the Tuatara, Hetaria, resident on certain small islands bordering the mainland of New Zealand, a Permian type, although somewhat modified from its Paleozoic ancestors. Hetaria is the sole survivor of an important order of reptiles, and is of great value to those who would revivify the creatures of other days because of the flood of light which its structure throws on their probable anatomy. These ancient forms are what are called generalized or primitive, as opposed to specialized types, for they alone can tarry in their evolution while time rings in its changes. High specialization, on the other hand, means a relatively brief career. End of chapter 14a.
Chapter 14, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Osborne. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 14, Part B. Phylogerontic Characters. Just as senility may readily be recognized in the individual by certain characteristics, such as the graying of the hair, loss of teeth, of upright carriage, of vigor and elasticity of step, so to the trained eye characteristics are discernible which point to racial senility. These have been recorded by the English paleontologist A. Smith Woodward, who arranges them under several heads as follows. Relative increase of size. One of the characteristics recognizable as belonging to racial senescence, although having no parallel in that of the individual, is relative increase of size far beyond that which is usual in the group to which the animal belongs. In certain recorded instances among the prehistoric animals, such an increase was followed by extinction, and in several living examples, racial death is certainly threatened, if not a very real probability, for, as we shall see, great increase of size is accompanied by slow maturity and consequent lessening of the rate of increase, which severely handicaps the species in the struggle for existence. An example of phylogerontic immensity is the genus Productus, of which P. giganteus is the largest brachiopod known, sometimes attaining a width of nearly 1 foot, while most species hardly exceed 1 or 2 inches. Productus was very abundant in the Carboniferous and Permian, and then was blotted out. The cephalopod Ammonites was another relatively huge form, while the living giant squid, Architeuthis, is by far the largest known invertebrate, reaching a recorded length of 50 or more feet. Certain of the smaller cephalopods, on the other hand, measure but an inch or 2, while between 1 and 2 feet would be a fair average for squid. Among vertebrates, the Mesozoic dinosaurs were truly gigantic, Brontosaurus with 60 feet of length and 30 or more tons of weight, but especially Brachiosaurus, 80 or more feet long and proportionately heavier, occurring just before the extinction of their suborder, while of carnivorous dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus, the culminating form of its race, was the largest and most terrible flesh-eating terrestrial animal whose existence is thus far revealed. Of living types, we have the giant whales, the sperm, Greenland, and sulphur bottom, all gigantic compared with the more conservative dolphins and porpoises, and rapidly nearing their extinction. The hippopotamus, exceeding by far all other swine-like animals, is also restricted in numbers and habitat compared with former times, while the elephants are very few today, though formerly worldwide in distribution and extraordinarily abundant. Of the old African elephants which reach a stature of 11 to 12 feet, very few are now alive, and the most majestic species of all, Elephas meridionalis of Europe and E. imperator of America, are extinct. Of primates, the gorilla exceeds all others in size, with the exception of occasional men, and he is now making his last stand against fate in the dismal fastness of the dark continent. Spinescence. Another gerontic character found occasionally in all skeleton-bearing animals is spinescence, that is, the tendency on the part of the shells of mollusks and of brachiopods, the external mail of crustacea, and even the internal skeletons of vertebrates, to produce a superfluity of dead matter. In some instances, spines and horns are undoubtedly of genuine protective value, or they may be ornamental structures, although the extent to which purely ornamental characters without other practical value to the organism develop in nature is open to question. In general, such excrescences seem like growth force run riot, as though with the lessening vitality incident to racial old age, it is no longer adequately controlled. Examples are, among brachiopods, spirifer, in some species of which the hinge line becomes elongated into spine-like processes, and Productus horridus, whose valves are liberally bedecked with spines. Among mollusks, there are a number of highly spinescent types, such as the gastropod murex and the bivalve spondylus. Among vertebrates, there is a group of lizard-like reptiles, Carboniferous to Permian in distribution, members of the order of Rhinocephalia, to which the living Relicateria, cited above, also belongs. These creatures, toward the close of their career, were characterized by the enormous elongation of the vertebral spines, which in extreme cases also bore transverse processes, like the yardarms on the masts of a square-rigged ship. Edaphosaurus was perhaps the most remarkable vertebrate from this point of view. There seems to be evidence that these lengthening spines were independently acquired in more than one line of descent within this group, but in all cases the appearance of spinescence heralds the extinction of the line. The dinosaur Stegosaurus shows phylogerontic characters in at least two ways: rapid increase of size over that of allied forms, and a marvelous overgrowth of armor plates and tail spines, which heightens the bizarrerie of this most grotesque of beasts. Stegosaurus, again, is the last of its phylum, for no trace of the genus has ever been found in rocks of later date than the Morrison Formation which produced it. The deer are the most familiar recent instance of spinescence in the bony growths, known as antlers, which surmount the brow. These antlers, which are periodically shed, increase annually in weight, complexity, and number of points until the deer is old, when they begin to simplify again. An interesting recapitulation is shown, for the antlers of a young animal are comparable to those of fully adult Miocene deer, those of somewhat later age with those of the deer of the Pliocene, while a stag royal in his prime bears antlers comparable to those of the Pleistocene and recent deer. Moreover, as one would expect, the deer which attained this maximum development of horns, the great Irish stag, or elk, is now extinct, and we know of no other reason for its extinction than the racial senescence which the antlers imply. The not infrequent interlocking of the horns of two fighting bucks, resulting in their destruction by starvation or the attacks of other animals, shows that the point of greatest utility as weapons of defense and offense has apparently been exceeded, so that the structures are an actual menace to their possessor. Degeneracy. Physical degeneracy is another phylogerontic trait, this time paralleling certain senile characteristics of the individual. Among this is loss of teeth, which is recorded several times. First among the fishes, such as the sturgeon and certain deep-sea forms like the gulper eel, Macropharynx, which evidently feeds upon the bottom oozes. The turtles, which are among the oldest of living reptiles, had lost their teeth by Triassic time, when they first appear on the rocks. The birds, which were toothed during the age of reptiles, have also been toothless since its close. In each of these instances, the jaws are sheathed with a horny beak, variously modified, so that while the turtles are doubtless fewer than of old, the birds, except for man's interference, can hardly have begun to wane as a whole, although many races are extinct. Among dinosaurs, 3 phyla were, at the time of their extinction, rapidly losing their dental armament: the sauropod Diplodocus, 85 feet in length, whose teeth are slender structures no larger than lead pencils; Geniodeces, a carnivorous dinosaur of Patagonia; and Struthiomimus, one of the same group from the late Cretaceous of Alberta and Montana. Mammals occasionally show loss of dentition, notably the very ancient egg-laying monotremes of Australia and Tasmania, and the ant-eaters among edentates. Another degeneracy is the assumption of an eel-like elongated form, which W. K. Gregory tells us has been acquired no fewer than 44 distinct times among vertebrates alone. These have been the result of independent or homoplastic evolution, and the criteria which in almost every instance distinguish them are anguilliform or eel-like body, with multiplication of vertebrae; Jeffrous-circle tail tapering to a point; reduced pelvic limbs; and usually predatory habits. Gregory lists 3 groups of cyclostome fishes, 1 of sharks, a lungfish, 30 evolutions among the teleostomi or bony fishes, 3 among amphibia, 5 among reptilia, and 1 group of mammals, a remarkable record. Extinction. Extinction in phylogeny has 2 aspects, each of which has its equivalent in ontogeny. Of these, the one which first comes to mind is racial death, the actual cessation of evolution with the blotting out of the line. The other is the transmuting of a given species into one of higher or more specialized type. The first is comparable to individual death, the second to the passing on of life to offspring. In each instance, except among the potentially immortal protozoa, the individuals die, but the line continues to exist. Illustrations of the 2 methods of extinction may be found among the Miocene 3-toed horses. Some, like the browsing forest horse, Hippohippus, died without issue due to the increasing aridity of climate and the consequent shrinkage of their natural environment and food supply, together with the specialization of their teeth for succulent vegetation only. Another horse, contemporary with Hippohippus, was Merychippus, the blood of which, for aught we know to the contrary, flows in the veins of all existing horses, although Merychippus as such has ceased to be and may be reckoned as an extinct animal just as truly as Hippohippus. In several instances among prehistoric forms, extinctions have come with startling suddenness so far as our records show, and in each instance without known competitors which could possibly have worsted the race in an interracial strife. As representatives of these forms often showed in one way or another certain of the phylogerontic characteristics which have been mentioned, the inference is that they died a natural death. Instances are the dinosaurs, of which the first to be rendered extinct were the gigantic sauropoda, Brontosaurus and its kind, who died out long, long before the extinction of the dinosaurs as a whole. And when the race has well nigh run its course, we see some forms gigantic, others spinescent, others toothless, and the marvel is, not that they died, but that they survived so long, for the years of dinosaurian dominance exceeded in number the warriors of 1915. Another group which seems to have died a natural death were the so-called fish lizards, or ichthyosaurs, which swarmed in the high seas of the Mesozoic almost from its beginning, but died out early in the Upper Cretaceous time. Possible competitors were the mosasaurs, or sea lizards, whose known remains are confined to the Upper Cretaceous, but the ichthyosaurs were whale-like, not only in appearance but also in inferred habits, and were more numerous and widespread in their prime than were the mosasaurs. They certainly could not have been in competition with the whales, for a long interval separates the respective times of their existence, during which, unless the mosasaurs filled the role, the seas were bereft of whale-like forms. The mosasaurs and plesiosaurs died abruptly without apparent cause at the close of the Mesozoic, as did the dinosaurs, and, like the latter, show gigantic forms toward the close of their career. Causes of extinction. The causes of extinction, racial death, as applied to mammals, have been admirably worked by Professor Osborn. As these laws probably cover nearly all extinction causes in forms other than the mammals as well, they may be briefly summarized. Changes in physical environment. These are the changes wrought by the elevation or subsidence of land masses, with the resultant formation of severance of land bridges, either facilitating or preventing migrations, or by permitting incursions of hostile animals, producing competition which cannot be withstood. Restriction of habitat, especially insular habitat, also increases competition at the cost of the weaker forms. On the other hand, insular animals which do survive are isolated from further competition and may live long after the general extinction of their kind elsewhere. Witness the monotremes of Australia and Hatteria of New Zealand. Changes in climate. Increasing cold is apparently a very potent cause for extinction, For while certain forms like the musk oxen and the Siberian mammoth may have become adapted to vigorous climate, many more will fail. The last glacial period was a time of wholesale extinction, either as a direct or indirect result of the devastating cold. Increase of moisture diminishes the supply of harsher grasses, which afford nourishment to the great host of grazing animals, and by far the great majority of hoofed animals extant are of this nature. Moisture also fosters the growth of poisonous plants, and increases the number of insect pests and the consequent misery which they cause. The latter are often the carriers of disease, such as the Sura sickness and the sleeping sickness, which are fatal to domestic horses and, in the latter case, to men. Increase of moisture also gives rise to forest tracts, which may form effective barriers to the migration of certain animals, and on the other hand afford migratory tracts to the semi-arboreal carnivores like the jaguar. Decrease of moisture changes the character of food supply, increases the length and severity of the dry seasons, removes forest barriers, thus increasing competition through the permitted migration of invading hordes, and actually causes the direct extinction of such forms as the primates, which depend upon forests for their livelihood. The extinction of primates in North America, with and possibly as a result of the increasing dryness during the Oligocene, is a historic fact. Diminution of the succulent herbage and increase of grasses, which are direct results of moisture diminution, favor the grazing but eliminate the browsing forms. An instance would be the extinction of the browsing titanotheres in forest horses, and the great spread of grazing horses, camels, and other grass-feeding types in the Oligocene and Miocene epochs. Changes in living environment. Competition is inseparable from life, and while the adaptable forms are impelled thereby to rapid evolution, the inadaptable often find the competition too severe to be met and perish forthwith. This competition may be brought about by one of two ways: by rapid multiplication of certain local or native animals, or by the immigration of new animals, giving rise to the slow or rapid extinction of certain local forms. This may be due to direct competition, as when a mother marsupial is attacked by another animal. Her young which she is forced to carry handicap her greatly in comparison with a placental mother, and her destruction means also that of her young. The food supply of larger forms may be destroyed by smaller grazing animals. St. Helena, once heavily wooded, has been rendered a barren rocky island through the introduction of goats by the Portuguese in 1513, as they destroy the seedling trees, and hence, when the old ones died, there were none to take their place. This must have had a profound effect upon the native forest-dwelling fauna. Restrictions of island life result in dwarfing of native forms through hard conditions and competition, as for example in the Shetland ponies, which are dwarfed far below the standard of their species. Certain islands in the Mediterranean, Cyprus, Malta, Sicily, and Sardinia, have yielded the remains of Pleistocene dwarf elephants, all of which are now extinct. These islands are relics of old migratory routes. The introduction of higher carnivorous mammals often brings extinction to lower forms of a less well-equipped type. The entrance of the dingo, a placental dog presumably of Asiatic stock, may well have been the cause of the extinction of the native marsupial wolf, Thylacinus, in Australia. Thylacinus is now confined to Tasmania, whither the dingo has not yet penetrated, but its remains are found in superficial deposits in Australia, showing it to be only recently extinct. The migrations of the saber-toothed tigers into South America during the Pliocene probably were a supplementary cause of extinction of the giant sloths Mylodon and Megatherium. Internal causes. Inadaptive structures, such as the highly specialized teeth of browsing quadrupeds, like the titanotheres, conformable only to the needs of a browsing form and incapable of supplying subsistence when the forests shrank and the grasses became dominant, may well have been an important factor in their sudden extinction. Unprogressive feet, such as those of the Amblypoda, archaic ungulates, could not bear their owners to the evolutionary goal when the competitors were the swift-footed forebears of modern hoofed animals. Large size, aside from its indication of racial senescence, is in itself a menace, as it requires more food for its sustenance, and there goes with it slow breeding and a long period of adolescence, which multiply the creature's chances for destruction before it can procreate its kind. Extreme specialization always greatly increases the creature's risk, for the unspecialized frequently survive, where the specialized, whose dominant organs tend to overdevelopment, perish. Osborn gives 4 measures of mental capacity in extinct types. 1. Absolute size and weight of brain. 2. Convolutions. 3. Proportionate size of frontal lobes of cerebrum, the seat of intellect. 4. Ratio of brain to body weight. Among mammals, especially, a premium has been placed upon mentality ever since their initial evolution, and the shrewder of the 2 competing groups generally wins. In the competition of dingo and thylacine, mentioned above, relative mentality, which is notably deficient among marsupials, may well have been the deciding factor. In the old-time competition of archaic and modernized animals, the former were handicapped by inadaptive feet, teeth, and brain, and the last count especially was the one upon which they stood condemned. Osborn thus concludes, following the diminution in number, which may arise from a chief or original cause, various other causes conspire or are cumulative in effect. From weakening its hold upon life at one point, an animal is endangered at many other points. End of Chapter 14, Section B. Recording by Corey Osborn.
Chapter 15 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 15a, Coloration and Mimicry. Coloration. Everyone, whether a trained observer or not, has been struck with the wonderful range of colors borne by different members of the animal kingdom, and this is especially true in the tropics, where riotous color is the rule. In New England, on the other hand, conspicuous coloring is relatively rare. To the student of biology, coloration of animals is of striking interest, for much of it is intelligible as part of the great adaptation scheme of nature. But all colors are not adaptive, and sometimes it is impossible to account for the existence of certain hues from the standpoint of utility. Our first question, therefore, is as to the means whereby color is produced, after which we may pass to a discussion of its significance. Color production. Color in nature is the result of some sort of interference with the beams of white light, either through the absorption of certain of the component rays, allowing others to be reflected to the eye, or by some arrangement of surface sculpturing or prismatic glass, which refracts a beam of light and breaks it up into its constituent rays. The first method is chemical, by means of the absorptive powers of pigment, and the second is physical. Pigment is found in nearly all portions of an animal's anatomy, not only on the surface, but in the deeper lying parts as well. In some instances, the color is merely due to the absorptive powers of the chemical substance of which the tissues are composed, as for instance, the hemoglobin, a compound of iron which gives the red color to the blood of the vertebrates and certain worms, or hemocyanin, which gives the blue color to the blood of the octopus. Both of these substances have a respiratory function, as they are the oxygen-carrying media of the blood, and their color is determined just as that of any mineral or chemical substance is determined, and has no other significance to the animal in which it is found. Again, the pigment may be external and give a color to the organism which may have a real value in the struggle for existence. Such pigment seems to be primarily for that purpose, and the cells which contain it are differentiated into plain pigment, which gives an unchanging hue to the animal, that is, one incapable of rapid temporary alteration, and chromatophores or changeable pigment spots, such as produce the flushes of color which pass over the skin of a chameleon or of a squid. These are cells which have radiating fibers lying in a plane parallel to the surface of the skin. During a period of relaxation, the mass of pigment lies deep and thus presents but a small visible area. Upon contraction of the fibers, however, the pigment is spread over a greater portion of the surface and thus is manifest to the eye. Two sets of contrastingly colored chromatophores, such as brown and green, expanding alternately, change the general hue of the animal from brown to green, or the reverse as the case may be. The chromatophores are under the control of the nervous, sympathetic system and produce color changes, as for instance in the African chameleons or the American lizard Anolis, the false chameleon of the southern states. Physical colors. Another change or play of colors is caused by surface sculpturings, usually in the form of finely incised parallel lines, often running in more than one direction. The device is comparable to that used by physicists for spectrum analysis and known as the Rowland grating. This instrument is generally made of spectrum metal which does not readily tarnish, upon which are ruled, with an engine of highest precision, some 10 to 20 or even 40,000 parallel lines to the inch. A beam of light falling upon such a grating is broken up into its component colors, giving the rainbow effect known as the spectrum, and comparable to that produced by the passage of the beam through a crystal prism. The sculptured surface of a beetle's wing or the scales upon that of a butterfly or the feathers of a hummingbird's throat produce the same result, except that instead of a series of colors, such as those of the rainbow, but one may be seen from a given point, and this changes to another when the angle of vision is changed. The tropical butterfly Morpho ranges from blue to a greenish hue, while the ruby-throated hummingbird or the neck of some pigeons changes from a brilliant metallic red to a lustrous green. The scales of Morpho when seen under the microscope exhibit two sets of striae perpendicular to each other, which accounts for the play of single colors rather than a spectrum, due to their mutual interference. Strangely enough, the actual color of the scales as seen by transmitted rather than refracted light is neither green nor blue, but brown. Biological significance of color. Indifferent colors. From the biological standpoint, the colors of animals may be considered under various heads. Of non-selection value, but possibly of vital importance to certain ancestors of different environment, are certain so-called indifferent colors. Of such would be the brilliant scarlet of some of the filaments or fin rays of certain deep-sea fishes, Günther. These colors are borne by heredity, and as they are not detrimental, being invisible in the Stygian darkness of the deep sea, they are not eliminated. Colors or markings such as the spots on the uniformly black fur of a melanic leopard, or those sometimes seen in the coat of a domestic horse, are further illustrations. Albinism is total absence of color in hair, feathers, or skin, and even in the iris of the eye. The latter permits the color of the blood to show, causing the pink eyes so characteristic of pure albinos. The hair and feathers are white because the tiny spaces which normally should be filled with pigment granules are full of air, which reflects all of the light rays, just as froth or sea foam does. Melanism is the reverse of albinism, for instead of absence of pigment in the skin, there is a profusion of black coloring, giving a totally black hue to the entire animal. In both albinism and melanism, color markings may be plainly visible, but in the same manner that the pattern shows in a piece of brocade or damask fabric. An albino peacock, for instance, whose feathers are entirely white, shows the eye-like markings so characteristic of the tail plumes of the normal bird, and the black leopard, as has been said, shows the spots in the same way. Both albinos and melanos often arise as sports or saltations in a brood or litter of normally colored individuals. That there are blastogenic variations is evident, for not only are they heritable mutations, but they follow Mendel's law in the ratio of their appearance. Certain races of albino birds and mammals have been established among domestic forms, such as white mice, rabbits, chickens, and pigeons. In nature, they should be distinguished from normally white or black species, such as the various white species which inhabit the snow-clad Arctic regions. Lack of pigment shows every degree of gradation from pure white through blotched or piebald individuals to those which show but faint traces of white. Valuable colors are such as evidently serve a direct physiological need. They have been classified under the following heads according to the uses to which they are put. Sympathetic colors, protective of the hunted, aggressive of the hunter. Alluring colors, see under aggressive mimicry. Warning colors, mimetic colors, signal and recognition marks. Confusing colors, sexual colors. Sympathetic coloration is that wherein the hue of the animal harmonizes with its surroundings in such a way that it blends into the background and loses its conspicuousness in order to escape from its enemies or to lie in wait for its prey, as the case may be. To the first, the name protective coloration is applied, as in the case of an Arctic hare, while the second group may be called aggressively colored, the Arctic fox being an example. In the final analysis, however, both are protective, as it is just as essential to the fox that he be protected against starvation, as it is to the hare that he be protected against slaughter. The same species may vary in color in two ways, known respectively as local colors and seasonal colors. In the first, the species has a wide range over areas varying in general hue, so that the ground color of the animal, if sympathetic, must also vary to harmonize. Several grasshoppers, Acrididae, whose hind wings are brilliantly colored red or yellow, have the forewings, beneath which the hinder ones fold when at rest, as well as the remainder of the body, colored to harmonize with the earth. Those found upon the area of the red shale in New Jersey, for instance, will have reddish-brown forewings, while the same species near the seashore will be light gray to harmonize with the prevailing sands. The gazelle, one of the most wonderful instances of desert adaptation, varies from white on the great sand plains to dark gray on the lava fields of volcanic districts. Among the hawk moths, the caterpillar of that found on the convolvulus, Sphinx convolvuli, when full grown, is either green like its food plant or brown like the ground beneath. It thus shows a double adaptation, each phase of which is apparently capable of protecting it to the same extent. As a matter of fact, however, the brown color is more effective than the green, as we may learn from two facts. In the first place, the 4 young stages of the caterpillar are green, and it only becomes brown in the last stage, though sometimes even then it remains green. This suggests that the brown is a relatively modern adaptation, and probably would not have arisen had it not been better than the original green. In the second place, the green-colored caterpillars are much less numerous at present than the brown ones, and this implies that the latter survive oftener in the struggle for existence. Weismann. Another still more remarkable case is that of the Aesop prawn, Hippolyte, described by Gamble. The wakeful hours of Hippolyte are hours of expansion. The red and yellow pigments flow out in myriads of stars or pigment cells, chromatophores, and according to the nature of the background, so is the mixture of the pigments compounded to form a close reproduction both of its color and its pattern: brown on brown weed, green on ulva or seagrass, red on the red algae, speckled on the filmy ones. A sweep of the shrimp net detaches a battalion of these sleeping prawns, and if we turn the motley into a dish and give a choice of seaweed, Each variety after its kind will select the one with which it agrees in color and vanish. At nightfall, Hippolyte of whatever color changes to a transparent azure blue. Its stolidity gives place to a nervous restlessness. At the least tremor it leaps violently and often swims actively from one food plant to another. This blue fit lasts till daybreak, and is then succeeded by the prawn's diurnal tint. Thus the color of an animal may express a nervous rhythm. A number of birds and mammals such as the ptarmigan, the Arctic fox, the varying hare, and the weasel which puts on royal ermine for its winter dress, show a change of color from summer to winter, harmonizing with the browns of leafy soil in summer and with the snow-covered ground in winter. The immediate stimulus to change on the part of the individual may well be increasing warmth or cold as the case may be, but temperature change is not believed to be the direct cause of the original assumption of the adaptation. For the common European hare, Lepus timidus, does not change its coat in spite of the cold. On the other hand, the varying hare, Lepus variabilis, also remains brown throughout the winter in southern Sweden, although the weather there may be exceedingly cold. In the higher Alps, the same species remains white for 6 or 7 months, in the south of Norway for 9 months, and in northern Greenland it is always white, as the snow rarely melts, except in localized areas, even in summer. The lemmings also turn white in winter, but experiments have shown that a captive lemming kept in a room in winter will not change color until exposed to the cold acting as a stimulus which incites the skin to the production of white hairs. It has been found that each of the several different life conditions under which animals are found is apt to make its impression upon its denizens in certain definite ways, so that their habitat is usually readily inferable from their general appearance, and this is notably true of color. For example, the desert animals are generally duns or grays, such as the gazelle already referred to, the camel, and the lion. Plains-dwelling forms are apt to simulate the color of dry grass, as in the case of the familiar buckskin horses, which become invisible at distances at which black, bay, or white horses are readily seen. Jungle folk are often striped like the tiger or zebra, highly conspicuous forms when viewed in their menageries, but with colors which simulate the bars of sunlight and the lights and shadows among the tall jungle grasses. In the open, on the other hand, Roosevelt tells us that a little distance away the zebra's stripes become indistinct and he appears a uniform gray. Forest-dwelling forms are apt to be dappled, giving the effect of the splashes of sunshine caused by the pencils of light which fall through the interstices of the leaves. Instances are the leopard and jaguar, the fallow deer, the boa among serpents, though here the pattern is more definite but wonderfully harmonious. Some forms like the Virginia deer, the tapir, and the lion are spotted when young but more uniformly colored when adult, which may well be of ancestral significance. Many forest insects are green, simulating the chlorophyll of the leaves very closely. Birds of temperate climates are rarely so, but in the evergreen forests of the tropics green birds of many different and unrelated families are abundant. Green insects can hibernate during the sere months in northern lands, but green birds, unless they be migrants, would be highly conspicuous when the trees are leafless. Arctic creatures are apt to be white, except the aquatic forms like the seals and walrus, and certain of these, phoca species, are white when very young. But if a polar bear were brown or black, he would inevitably starve. And on the other hand, a white animal away from the snowfields would be equally hard put to it to make a living. Sea and air mark their inhabitants alike, that is, if they are aggressive or wandering forms. Many seabirds are steely gray or blue above and white beneath, which makes them harmonize with the sea when viewed from above and with the sky when seen from below. Among the forms thus colored are the gulls and terns. Many fishes, such as the bluefish and mackerel, are similarly colored and for like reasons, even though they are aquatic rather than aerial. One curious instance is cited of a pelagic snail, Glaucus, which floats belly upward on the surface of the sea. Here the colors, blue on the ventral and silver-white on the dorsal side, are reversed with reference to the snail's anatomy, but correct from the standpoint of its life habits. Nocturnal creatures also wear a proper uniform of mottled brown or gray, such as one sees in the wildcat or owl, which renders their prowling owner very difficult of discernment in the dim light, even to those with night-adapted vision. Warning colors are the conspicuous reds and yellows such as one sees upon the bodies of poisonous or unpalatable animals, like the hornet, coral snake, tiger salamander, Gila monster, and many caterpillars and butterflies. These creatures are practically immune from attack if they are recognized in time, so that the advertisement of their dangerous nature must be a very conspicuous one. It does not profit a nauseous butterfly if it is not eaten after it is killed. It is the killing that must be avoided, and a single stroke of a bird's beak might well be sufficient to render the butterfly hors de combat. Its character must be recognized at once before the chance of fatal injury occurs. It may be that a few fatalities are necessary in order to impress each individual bird. On the other hand, the inherited instinct which we discussed in Chapter 11 may warn the bird that conspicuously colored animals are to be left alone, or tradition may take the place of instinct. At all events, most preying animals do recognize and avoid the warningly colored forms within the scope of their natural environment, but may have to learn by bitter experience to avoid strange enemies. Experiments go to show that when hungry animals have been duped once or twice by having conspicuously colored unpalatable caterpillars offered to them, they learn to discriminate, and the coloring aids very largely in the attainment of this lesson. This is even true of the unintelligent fishes. While the warning coloration may well be the result of natural selection, it has been suggested that very abundant deposition of a waste matter pigment may render an animal at once unpalatable and conspicuous. This, however, would not account for the mimetic coloring to be discussed later, which renders a palatable insect conspicuous and therefore immune from attack, nor does it seem sufficient to account for the development of warning coloration in edible forms endowed with weapons of defense. Warning coloration sometimes carries with it the assumption of an attitude which heightens the effect and may be designed to strike terror to the enemy's heart. Such, for instance, is the spreading of the hood of the spectacled cobra, Cobra de Capello, in which the flattening out of the ribs of the neck region displays the conspicuous markings upon its dorsal side to advantage. A small moth, Smerinthus, has large eye-like spots on the hinder wings, which are concealed by the forward pair when the insect is at rest. When it is annoyed, however, the wings are raised in such a way that the great staring eye-like markings are displayed, an exhibition which must greatly impress the would-be assailant. Mimetic coloration will be discussed at greater length later in this chapter. In brief, it is a color resemblance between an animal and any other object, animate or inanimate. It may be either such as to conceal, or it may be a warning coloration. But in the latter instance it is merely a bluff, though nevertheless of highly effective defensive value. Signal marks are apparently of very great importance among gregarious animals where mutual aid in time of danger is a characteristic. A herd of Virginia deer may be quietly grazing when one of the number becomes aware of danger. As he starts off, up goes the tail like a signal flag, showing the conspicuous white of the underside and the adjacent parts of the animal's body, which the lower tail had covered. This acts as a warning to the others, and in an instant the herd is in full retreat. The American antelope, Antilocapra, has conspicuous areas of white hair on either rump, which can be flashed in a similar manner through a spreading of the hair which reflects more light and forms a very effective danger signal. A still more familiar example is that of the cottontail rabbit, Lepus sylvaticus, whose signal flag gleams in the dusk and shows its young the way to safety. In each instance, the signal is instantaneous, which may be of vital importance to the safety of the individuals. Recognition marks are such as the red and orange spots on the side of a brook trout, Salvelinus fontinalis, which render it so beautiful a fish. In general, the trout obeys the law of sympathetic coloring, a lurking fish in a shadowy pool being almost invisible to the enemy above, as his dusky back is as harmonizing from that point of view as his light-colored belly would be from below. But to creatures of his own kind and at his own level, their characteristic speckledness is clearly discernible. These recognition marks are also borne by many insects and are often, as in the case of many butterflies and moths, visible only when the animal is in motion, for then no amount of protective coloration will avail its owner. Under such circumstances, the sympathetic colors are on the exposed portions of the animal as it rests with its wings folded, that is, on the upper surface of the forewings in moths and the under surface of both pairs in butterflies. For in the former group, the hind wings are folded beneath the fore, which lie roof-like against the sides of the body, while the butterflies bring the upper surfaces of the erectly held wings together, thus exposing their under surface. Confusing coloration. With many forms, such as the moths and butterflies which we have just described, the recognition coloring may be very conspicuous, so that during flight, when no protective coloring would avail, the eye follows it readily. A sudden settling of the instant, the brilliant color instantly disappears, and one loses sight of the insect completely, since its exposed coloring now harmonizes with the support on which it rests. Were the eye to follow the sympathetic color during flight, the resting insect would be much more readily discerned, but the sudden disappearance of the conspicuous color is highly confusing to a human observer, who looks in vain for the colored object and overlooks it in its transformed state, and the same must be true of pursuing creatures as well. The Catocala moth, with its red banded hind wings, is an instant in point, and this coloration is not at all confined to insects, as certain somber-colored lizards have brilliant color on the underside of the tail, which the eye follows and loses as the creature stops after one of its lightning runs, and lowering the tail crouches in the sand, with which it now harmonizes to perfection. Sexual coloration. As we learned in the chapter on sexual selection, the males of birds and other forms are often much more conspicuously colored than their females, as for instance the cardinal bird with his gorgeous red nuptial plumage as compared with his soberly garbed mate. Other similar contrasts are seen in the oriole, bobolink, several ducks such as the wood duck and the eider, in the wild progenitor of domestic fowls, and in the related pheasants. Why the males are conspicuous is perhaps not so clear, but the protective coloration of the female must be of prime importance to the race, especially if she is nesting or a potential mother. The young males, which have not yet reached sexual maturity, are also protectively colored, so that in many cases it is extremely difficult except through anatomical examination to distinguish the young male from the female bird, even though the color contrast is so marked in the fully adult. The spotting of young animals such as the deer, lion, and puma is well known. The young tapir is similarly marked. The jungle fowl, the ancestral stock of our domestic chickens, are colored in their adult life much like the gamecock. The newly hatched chicks, on the other hand, instead of being plain yellow or dark colored as in most domestic breeds, bear two large longitudinal stripes along the back. That all of these infantile colors are of superior protective value to those of the adult, especially under the conditions surrounding babyhood, is in many instances evident, but some may well be more of historic than of immediate significance. In a higher insect such as a moth or butterfly, egg, larva, pupa, and adult may each have a protective coloration suited to the immediate environmental need and differing markedly in each successive stage. That these colors aid in increasing the percentage of survival in each of the several stages is evident. End of Chapter 15, Part A. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 15, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 15, Part B, Coloration and Mimicry. Cause of coloration. Some coloration is doubtless dependent upon the chemical material of which any organism is composed, and the hue is due entirely to the absorptive powers of that substance. Since oxide of iron is red, so is the blood of vertebrates, and since copper oxide is bluish-green, so is the blood of the octopus, and so on. In many cases, the color of internal organs may be due entirely to the nature of the food consumed. Thus, the flesh of brook trout caught in central Massachusetts, where there are few crustaceans available for food, is pale, whereas trout from the Adirondack lakes, where crawfish are abundant, have flesh of a deep salmon pink. The bones of a garpike are green in color through the deposition of green vivianite under certain physiological conditions. Thomson says that the pigment substances are primarily waste products, reserve products, or byproducts of the animal's metabolism, and in many instances the colors have no more significance for their possessors than the gorgeous autumnal tints of withering leaves have for the tree, that is to say, none. Pigment, aside from its protective or warning significance, may have other very real values. Such, for instance, are the definitely localized spots of coloring matter which are sometimes associated with end organs of the nervous system. This pigment absorbs light, indirectly stimulating the nerve, and thus acts as a light percipient organ. All eyes have this for their basic principle, but in some instances accessory organs which are not strictly speaking eyes and yet have a light perceptive value are thus formed. Other pigments found in fur or feathers may serve to absorb or reflect heat and thus be of value to the owner, in addition to the function of sympathetic coloration, such as, for example, the pale grays of the denizens of the desert. Again, dark pigment, such as that in the Negro and other dark human races, serves to cut off the ultraviolet rays of light, which from their physiological action cause such discomfort to humanity. Hence a colored man under a tropic sky is less liable to sunstroke than a fair one, and the development of human pigment, which is said to bear a direct ratio to the number of sunny days in a year in a given region, may well be due to the working of natural selection in eliminating the lighter-colored individuals, rather than to the inheritance of the direct effect of the sun's rays in the production of pigment. The structural features, striae and the like, which give rise to the physical play of iridescence, have been compared to ripple marks or rhythms of growth such as the growth lines on a shell, and the same may be true of the color when it is laid down in concentric lines or crossbars. Value of coloration. The value of coloration to the animal is in many instances a very real thing and must play an important part in determining the creature's chances for survival. That is not in every case operative, however, is undeniable, for as Roosevelt says, speaking especially of the higher animals, some have so wide a range of activity, continually passing over such totally different landscapes and among such totally different surroundings, that the difficulty of devising a concealing coloration would be enormous. Nevertheless, if the color was such as to protect the bird or animal at critical periods, not only from the standpoint of its own individual protection, but also from that of the race, as for the instance during the bringing forth of the young or the incubation of the eggs, its value would be abundantly proved, even though at other times the protection afforded was inadequate. Whatever may be the initial cause of color, its final perfection of adaptation for concealment, warning, or whatsoever service it may render may well be the result of the natural selection factor. Mimicry. Of all the devices adopted by nature for the protection of her children, none is so marvelous in its perfection as those which are included under the head of mimicry, the resemblances which organisms bear to others and to inanimate objects in form, color, attitude, and action, thereby either escaping observation or advertising an apparent harmfulness which is not at all real. Just as coloration of animals was classed as protective and aggressive, so we may consider two aspects of mimicry, the protective mimicry being as before divisible into concealing and warning, and the aggressive into concealing and alluring. Mimicry may be further divided into unconscious or passive, under which head by far the greater number of mimics fall, and wherein form and color make up the resemblance, and conscious or active, in which by its actions the mimic imitates the immune model. Almost anything may be mimicked, from a wave-borne pebble to the twig of a tree or an active, harmful insect. Thus all the kingdoms of nature, the inorganic, plant, and animal, furnish the host of models to be imitated where immunity is sought. Protective mimicry, as we have seen, has two aspects, concealment and warning, of which the first is by far the most common. An example is the crab Cryptolithodes, whose smooth, rounded form and texture and white color harmonize so perfectly with the white quartz pebbles of beach shingle that one needs must turn the animal over, generally by accident, to see its real organic character as a living form. The immunity which it thus secures from enemies of its own humble station must be of real protection, though doubtless it is occasionally crushed by a larger form. Its mimicry is certainly unconscious, as action betrays its presence and stoical passivity is essential to safety. Another crab resembles wave-worn dead coral very closely. Here, as the animal is carnivorous, the concealment may have a twofold purpose: protection against its enemies and aid in securing its prey. The geometrid moths, whose caterpillars are the familiar measuring worms, are often not only protectively colored but may mimic the twigs and smaller branches of various plants such as clematis, the birch tree, the pear tree, and many others. That on the birch, the caterpillar of Silenia tetralunaria, when it needs particularly to escape observation, grasps the branch with its two hinder pair of prop legs and throws its body outward at an angle, in a rigid posture as though in a cataleptic state. Details of resemblances are now apparent, not only in color and form, but in excrescences which simulate the latent buds of a twig, while the somewhat pointed head and feet resemble terminal buds. So perfect is the resemblance and so long maintained the posture that even a trained observer often fails to see the creature or to be sure of what he sees until he actually touches it. Such mimicry is in the main unconscious, that is, in the color and form, but as action precedes the inaction of the mimicking pose, it is also in part a conscious one. Yet another geometrid moth, Schizura mucronus, carries the mimicry still further, for not only does the rough-barked caterpillar mimic the twig to perfection, but the moth does also, although somewhat less effectively. The latter rests head downward against the bark of the actual limb, with the stiffened body held out at an appropriate angle, the wings being folded around the abdomen in such a way as to heighten the resemblance. Many moths mimic the rough bark in color when in an ordinary resting posture upon it, but with them it is a matter of color mimicry only. Many of the walking stick insects, Phasmidae, are also close mimics, with their slender body, attenuated limbs, sympathetic coloration, and slow movement, often stiffening into rigidity as do the geometrids. When moving, some of the walking sticks have a particular tottering gait, but in one instance in Texas, while the shadow of the insect could be clearly seen upon the shadow of a bush because of this characteristic, only careful search revealed the creature in substance upon the bush itself. All of the American species of phasmids are wingless, and there are comparatively few of them, but in the tropic and subtropic regions of the earth over 600 species are known, many of which have other protective resemblances, some of them marvelous indeed. Perhaps the most perfect example is the leaf insect, Phyllium. Here the wings and flattened and expanded body and limbs are all green, except for irregular small yellowish spots which simulate the fungus or rust growths upon a leaf, so that the total resemblance is very precise. Many butterflies are also leaf-like in appearance, simulating not only the general hue of a dead or withered leaf, but its petiole, midrib, venation, rush spots, and the clear places which sometimes occur in a diseased or injured leaf. One such butterfly is Cynophlebia archidona from Bolivia, in which the upper outer angle of the forewing forms the apparent stem or petiole of the leaf. The most noteworthy instance, however, is that of Kallima paralecta from India. in which the hinder wings are prolonged into the stem-like structure, and the other leaf-like markings are carried to an extreme of perfection. This butterfly is strikingly colored above, blue-black with a reddish-yellow or bluish-white band, the recognition markings of the species. This coloring is seen in flight. On the instant of alighting, the insect practically disappears, for now the wings are folded together so that only their protectively colored undersurface is exposed. This is deceptively like a dead and sere leaf due to its color, in which red and brown alternate with occasional spots bereft of scales, which simulate dewdrops. In addition, there is seen the midrib and often the lateral ribs of the leaf, and black and moldy spots also occur. Warning mimicry. Some of the most remarkable mimicry of all is included under the caption of warning mimicry. Mimicry of advertising colored forms which are either distasteful or even poisonous when devoured or through the possession of poisonous fangs. Among reptiles, there are certain brilliantly colored poisonous snakes of the family Elapidae, to which the deadly cobras belong. These snakes are of the genus Elaps and are confined entirely to America. They are beautifully colored, often in red and black alternating bands, which in the coral snake are edged with yellow. While they possess a strong poison, they are practically harmless to man because of the limited extent of the gape. Each of the several species of poisonous coral snakes is mimicked by other species of harmless snakes belonging to different genera, and while the markings are in no case exactly similar, the approximation is sufficiently close to render the imitators practically immune from attack, except perhaps by mankind. Many other harmless snakes, such as the hognose snake, Heterodon, while not colored exactly like poisonous ones, will nevertheless flatten the head, rendering it triangular, and hiss and often strike to show how very dangerous they are. With lower animals, this doubtless gives them a certain immunity from attack, but on the other hand only serves to invite destruction at the hand of man. The mimicry in the case of those species which imitate the coral snakes is unconscious or passive. That of Heterodon is conscious, as it depends upon the actions of the snake to make it effective. Among insects again, there are a host of imitators, both active and passive, those which mimic their models in form, color, and action, such as the hairy, brilliantly colored Cirphus or flower flies, which resemble the stinging bees and wasps, beetles which resemble wasps, clear-winged moths which mimic bees, and so on. Some of the most remarkable imitations again are among the butterflies, which resemble other distasteful and hence immune butterflies. The most familiar instance is that of the immune monarch butterfly, Anosia plexippus or Danaus archippus, which is inedible, and its imitator, the viceroy, Basilarchia archippus or Limenitis discipus, which would otherwise be destroyed, as it is palatable from the point of view of insectivorous birds. Sometimes only the female of a butterfly will mimic an immune model, the male being colored in a totally different way, dimorphic species. Again, in widespread species, more than one form of female will be associated with a given male, each female mimicking an immune species which happens to be locally abundant. In Africa, the Danaid butterflies are unpalatable, while the papilios are not. Papilio merope is a species which in the course of its distribution throughout Africa has scarcely varied at all in the male sex, but in the female has almost everywhere lost the outward appearance of a papilio and has assumed that of a Danaid, which is protected by being unpalatable, and not even everywhere the appearance of the same species, but in each place that of the prevailing one, and sometimes of several in one region. These females thus show at the present day a polymorphism which consists of 4 chief mimetic forms, to which has to be added the primitive form, that resembling the male. This has survived in Abyssinia alone, and even there it is not the only one, but occurs along with some of the mimetic forms. Thus, while in a general way the different types of female are locally separate, their areas of distribution often overlap, and at the Cape, for instance, one male and 3 forms of female have been reared from one set of eggs. Aggressive mimicry is that shown by certain carnivorous forms such as the spiders found on goldenrod and other flowers, and whose yellow bodies so harmonize with the flowers upon which they rest as to render them invisible to the visiting insects which form the spider's prey. Other spiders resemble oak galls or other vegetable growths, yet others the droppings of birds, all of which resemblances have the same ulterior design. These are all instances of concealing mimicry. Another spider is described as resembling an orchid blossom more or less closely, both in color and form. In this instance, the resemblance is an alluring one and is advertising rather than sympathetic. It is doubtless a highly profitable adaptation to the spider. Another similar adaptation is that shown in a certain African lizard, protectively colored except for a brilliant patch of color at the corner of the mouth, which acts as a lure for the unwary. Simulation of death. But one aspect of mimicry remains to be discussed, again a conscious imitation, that of simulating death. This has been developed to such a fine art in the American opossum, Didelphis virginiana, that the act is known in common speech as playing possum. Whether it is an intentional performance on the part of the creature, or whether, as has been suggested, the animal faints away from fright, in which event it could hardly be called conscious mimicry, it certainly is again an adaptation of real value to its owner, and may even save its life when attacked by an enemy that prefers to kill its prey. Many insects, especially hard-bodied beetles, whom a fall will not injure, have a similar habit, as they drop like a pebble when one is about to seize them, and lie inert where they fall, and are often searched for in vain among the leaves and grass beneath the bush upon which they were. This may be, as in the case of the opossum, an actual unconsciousness, but is even more efficacious as the animals are so hard to find. Wallace's conditions for protective mimicry. Wallace long ago summed up the conditions which must be fulfilled whenever protective mimicry occurs. They are as follows. Imitative species must occur in the same area and occupy the same station as the mimicked. The imitators are always the more defenseless. The imitators are always less numerous in individuals. The imitators differ from the bulk of their allies. The imitation, however minute, is external and visible only, never extending to internal characters or to such as do not affect the external appearance. Causes of mimicry. Weismann, the leader of the Darwinian school, makes natural selection the only factor in the production of mimicry, arguing with Bates that the great likeness, such as occurs between the white butterflies and the nauseous Heliconidae, would depend on a process of selection, based on the fact that in each generation those individuals would on the average survive for reproduction which were a little more like the model than the rest, and thus the resemblance, doubtless slight to begin with, would gradually reach its present degree of perfection. In opposition to this, it has been argued that the mimicry, to be of any selection value, must be practically perfect at once. The minute or trivial variations, such as the exponents of natural selection postulate, would be of no possible survival value in mimicry. On the other hand, that masterpiece of mimicry, Kalima, goes too far, as a much less perfect imitation would be ample for all practical purposes, and we cannot conceive of selection taking an adaptation past the point of efficiency. Another explanation of mimicry is that the mimetic form, as in butterflies, may have arisen as a sport or saltation, and that for a while the two forms persisted side by side, but gradually the old one disappeared. Such an explanation might well account for the polymorphism of Papilio merope, especially as the male still retains its original form, and in one locality, Abyssinia, a female does as well. There is little doubt, however, that whatever causes may be secondarily operative in the production of coloration and mimicry, natural selection is the chief. End of chapter 15. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, United States of America.
Chapter 16 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 16a, Animal Associations, Communalism. Perhaps one of the most interesting aspects of evolution is the development of communal life among animals, for here is foreshadowed one of the factors which have aided so largely in placing man at the head of the animal kingdom. It is not alone his sentient power and his hand skill that have made him great, for while individual man, working his way as a solitary being, can accomplish much, civilization and its attendant train of invention and attainment are the direct outgrowth of communal life. Animal associations may be divided into several sorts, some of which have already been discussed. They are Associations of different species. Mutually beneficial, commensal, see Chapter 3. Symbiotic, see Chapter 3. Harmful. Parasitism, see Chapter 17. Associations of the same species. Gregarious animals. Mutual aid with no division of labor other than leadership. Communal animals, always implying division of labor and sometimes physical differentiation. Gregarious animals. The association of unlike forms will not now be discussed, and we may turn at once to gregarious animals. These are such as herd together for mutual aid, either for defense or for the securing of food. The name might also be applied to communities of sedentary benthonic animals, whose association is the result of the accidental settling of a swarm of meroplanktonic young in a given locality. Such a group should not be called a colony, for colonial organisms, as the term is used in biology, are such as are organically connected with one another. Truly gregarious forms are the shoals or schools of invertebrates or fishes such as squid, shad, cod, mackerel, herring, and albacore. Whether there is here a recognized leader we have no means of knowing. Of higher forms among marine types, there are the whales and seals, all of which are gregarious. With the killer whales, orca, there is mutual aid, just as there is among wolves, for the purpose of destroying their prey, the killers being the only cetaceans which prey habitually on warm-blooded animals. Their victims may be seals, penguins, or the various species of their own order. The killers destroy such as they are able alone, but combine into packs when a larger whale is to be attacked. Their favorite food is the tongue of the right or whalebone whale, and 2 or 3 will seize the lips and force open the mouth, while the others tear out the tongue of the unfortunate victim. Wolves, when they run in packs in the pursuit of prey, may be said to observe a sort of armed truce, the idea of mutual aid for defense evidently being foreign to their code of ethics, for they will at once turn upon, destroy, and devour one of their own band who happens to be wounded, even though it delay the chase. Ungulates, on the other hand, herd together for safety, not for food-getting, since the immense numbers sometimes brought together must render the amount of food available for an individual materially less. Perhaps the greatest number of any large animal of recent times were those of the buffalo, Bison americanus, which formerly spread over 1/3 of the entire continent of North America. Hornaday tells us that they ranged from the arid plains to the hilly hardwood forests of the Appalachians, covering an area which stretched 3,600 miles from north to south and 2,000 miles from east to west. The center of their abundance lay in the Great Plains from the Rocky Mountains to the Mississippi, and when the herds assembled there, they covered the earth seemingly as with one vast brown buffalo robe. One of the most memorable observations of the immensity of their numbers was that of Colonel R.I. Dodge in May 1871, who drove for 25 hours through an unbroken herd of buffalo. Hornaday believes that Colonel Dodge must actually have seen no fewer than 500,000 animals. They belong to the Great Northern Herd, estimated at 3,500,000, then on its annual spring migration northward. The estimated numbers of the northern herd have been put at 1,500,000, making a total of 5 million animals. And yet, within the next 4 years, the majestic army was reduced to 3 pitiful remnants, owing to the wanton destruction by man, a slaughter second only to that of the Great War. In 1903, Dr. Frank Baker estimated that the total number alive as 634 wild and 1,119 in captivity, making 1,753 as compared with their former millions. Hornaday. Among buffalo, the herd is led by a female, whereas among horses, as among the pariah dogs of Constantinople, a male of proved prowess is chief among them until displaced by a stronger. Beaver carry their social organization further in that all unite for the construction of such public works as the dam, which impounds the water. When it comes to the individual lodges, however, each works for himself, and lives his own family life more or less regardless of others of the community. Among pelicans, even though they flock together in great numbers for breeding and the rearing of their young, each jealously guards its own interests and those of its offspring, regardless of the others. Occasionally, however, mutual aid becomes necessary, as when individual fishing is not sufficiently productive. In this event, the birds are said to swim in a line in such a way as to surround a school of fishes much as they are enclosed in a seine. The pelicans then swim toward the shore, driving their prey into shallow water where each fishes for himself. Some instances are recorded of the association of more than one species of gregarious animals. Colonel Roosevelt speaks of a herd of between 40 and 50 elephants, accompanied by over 100 white herons. In order to see whether there was an available bull among them, the men moved them by shouting, and off the elephants went at a rapid pace, half the herons riding on them, while the others hovered alongside like a white cloud. Another example is the association of zebra, ostrich, and gnu, mentioned before, page 41, under the head of commensalism, as such associations of unlike forms for mutual good belong to that category. Roosevelt also tells us of oryx herds, generally of from half a dozen to 50 individuals, often mixed with the zebra herds. There were also solitary oryx bulls, probably turned out of the herds by more vigorous rivals, and often one of these would be found with a herd of zebras, which proved more merciful to it than its own kinsfolk. All of this game of the African plains is highly gregarious in habit, and the species associate freely with one another. Domestic animals. With but one exception, the domestic cat, every animal which man has succeeded in subjecting to his uses has been a gregarious form, and hence dependent upon its fellows for aid and succor. This, as may well be imagined, is a very potent factor in man's favor when he attempts the subjugation of a wild animal, for he, in large measure, supplies the need of kinsfolk, and when the creature becomes dependent upon him, the victory is half won. The surly, intractable individuals among male elephants, horses, and cattle would probably be outlaws from their own kind in a state of nature. The independent habits of the domestic cat, which Kipling has so admirably satirized in his story of The Cat That Walked by Its Wild Lone, are due to the non-gregarious character of its wild progenitors, and are attributes which centuries of domestication have never truly eradicated. Hence, the cat is always a guest, the other domestic animals becoming members of the family. End of Chapter 16a, Animal Associations, Communalism. Chapter 16 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Wicks. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Part 3, The Evidences of Evolution. Section 2, Morphology and Adaptations. Chapter 16b, Animal Associations, Communalism. Communalism, as has been said, always implies division of labor, sometimes with physical differentiation, although in higher organisms, increased intelligence may offset physical differences, the individuals being more adaptable to the various tasks of the community and not necessarily limited to one or two. True communalism is found in but two groups of organisms, the insects and mankind. In each instance, the final culmination of a long and important evolutionary line. Insects. Among insects, two orders only are sufficiently advanced to include communal forms, the Isoptera, termites or white ants, and the Hymenoptera, ants, bees, and wasps. Termites are insects of a comparatively low grade of organization and bear no relationship whatever to the true ants, their popular designation white ants having arisen from the fact that, like the former, they dwell in large communities with a complex social system. Members of the two groups of insects may readily be told apart, as the termites lack the delicate peduncle that joins the thorax and abdomen in the ants, and are broad-waisted creatures, yellow-white, to light brown in color. Most of the termites are wingless. Others have wings for a while, which are afterwards shed. Many are blind, and all have slender antennae resembling strings of beads. Their social organization has carried with it a remarkable physical differentiation, so that at least 4 distinct castes are generally recognizable. They are not, however, as in the case of Hymenoptera, characterized by sex differences, but include both males and females in each grade. The 4 castes are, first, the workers, small, blind, wingless, pale in color with undeveloped sexual organs, but with fairly well-formed jaws. In some species there are no workers. In others there may be 2 kinds. The second are soldiers. They are also blind and wingless and sexually undeveloped. Their chief distinction from all the other castes lies in the greatly developed scissor-shaped jaws, which, together with the enlarged head, are darker in color than the rest of the body, due to their being more strongly chitinized. The third caste consists of the complemental males and females, also blind and wingless, but with limited powers of procreation. Otherwise, they look not unlike the larger workers. Their duty is to supplement the production of young in the event of failure on the part of the chief sexed individuals. The fourth caste are the true or chief males and females. These differ markedly from the other castes in their darker color and by being possessed of both wings and organs of vision, as they alone are concerned with the external world, all the others being subterranean creatures, which so far shun the light and air as to build covered tunnels for communication where burrowing is impractical. The true sexed individuals are produced in great numbers, and in the spring emerge from their underground fastnesses and swarm forth on their mating flight. They are assailed by birds and other insectivorous animals, and countless numbers are destroyed before a suitable haven is reached. Ultimately, they settle to the ground, such as survive the slaughter, and the wings are stripped off, breaking at a line of least resistance, so that only a stump remains. The males and females now pair, and each pair under normal conditions are the potential founders of the new colony. A supposition is that they must be found by a group of workers, who then take possession of them and make them the royal, or more properly parental, pair of a new community which these workers establish. Just how new colonies are formed in the familiar New England species Termis flavipus is not known, but nor has a gravid true female ever been found, and it is within the possibilities that in spite of their numbers, none of the chief caste ever succeed in surviving the mating flight, and that the young are produced entirely by the complemental caste. Among tropical species, and they are very numerous, especially in Africa, C. Drummond, and South America, the chief females, sometimes distended with eggs to many times their original size, are frequently found. The young are all alike when first hatched, 3 molts being necessary to develop into large-headed individuals, and 3 more to form the latter into perfect soldiers. The termites have as commensal guests within their colonies many other kinds of insects, of which more than 100 species have been described. These are known as termitophiles, or lovers of termites. The true ants have similar myrmecophiles, of which there are many more than in the present instance. Hymenoptera show all gradations of development from solitary forms to those among which there is a most intimate communal life. Gradational series may be illustrated by the bees and wasps. The ants, on the other hand, are entirely communal. Bees may be classified on the basis of habit and physiological development into 3 groups: solitary, gregarious, and communal, of which the hive bees have attained the highest development. The solitary bees need not be discussed, but as the social organization in the gregarious bees grades into the communal, a few may be described. Some of the technically solitary bees have a marked preference for one another's company, and thus show the beginnings of a gregarious life. Near Stanford University, there is a huge colony of a mining bee, Anthophora stanfordiana, in which the vertical burrows are set as closely together as possible without interference, each burrow being the property of a single female bee. In this instance, the hole is not filled with stored food and closed up as is usual, but the mother bee brings sustenance to the larva during its entire period of helplessness. Andrena, the small mining bee, formed similar colonies, one recorded village which covered only a square rod of ground, including several thousand nests. Here, a vertical tunnel is dug with individual cells branching out on either side, within which the eggs are laid, together with a portion of suitably prepared food, the cell being then sealed. The mother, having completed her domestic arrangements, waits in the mouth of the burrow for the issuance of the young. With yet another mining bee, Halictus, the smallest of all, while each mother makes her own nest burrow with its stored cells, a number combine to form a common vertical passage to the open air, so that one entrance and corridor give access to a number of homes. Many such structures are placed close together in populous communities. Thus, as Comstock says, while Andrena builds villages composed of individual houses, Halictus makes cities composed of apartment houses. In bumblebees, the domestic economy is similar to that of the wasps, the colonies, for such as they are, lasting but a season. These bees pair in the fall, the males die, and the impregnated females pass the winter sleeping in some underground crevice or hole. In the spring they issue forth and gather pollen and honey, which is mixed together into a pasty mass and placed in some underground hole, that of a mouse or mole or one which the bee digs for herself. Several eggs are laid upon the mass of food, the resultant larvae feeding thereon until they are full grown, when each spins a silken cocoon, within which it passes through the pupa state to emerge as a sterile worker bee. These workers then take over the labor of the nest, enlarging it and providing more food, and the mother simply lays eggs to the extent of several sexually sterile broods. In the late summer or fall, males and females are produced which fly forth in pair. Then the males and workers gradually die off until only the pregnant females are left, the potential founders of next year's communities. Quote, "The strange case of guest bumblebees, species of the genus Cytherus, is almost sure to come to the attention of any observer of bumblebee nests. In all general characters and total seeming truly bumblebee-like, found always in and about bumblebee nests, these insidious guests, cleverly living at the bountiful table of their host, present to us an interesting problem touching their deceptively bombus-like makeup. Are they really bumblebees, that is, bees directly descended from bumblebee stock, which have become degenerate and adopted a parasitic life, or are they bees of another stock, which, for the sake of successfully deceiving the bumblebees and thus gaining access to their nests, have gradually acquired, through long selection, the bumblebee dress and appearance? The former supposition is the more probable. They are like bumblebees in so many structural details unnecessary for such deception that they must be looked on as degenerate offshoot from the Bombidae. Having given up the gathering and carrying of pollen, their tarsi are no longer provided with a pollen basket, concave smooth surface bounded by lines of long, stiff, incurving hairs. And by the absence of this arrangement, they may always be distinguished from the true bumblebees. There is no working caste, infertile female workers with these Cytheridae, each species being represented by males and females only." Unquote. Kellogg. The honey or hive bees, Apis mellifica, differ from the bumblebees in that the colonies are permanent and composed of a much greater number of individuals. These live in their wild state in a hollow tree, although those found wild in America are all escaped domestic swarms. The number in a colony vary from 10,000 in winter to 50,000 in summer, of which but one individual is a fertile female, possibly several hundred are males or drones, and the rest sexually immature females, or the workers, all three sorts being anatomically distinguishable. The queen is merely the mother, never working or gathering honey as with the bumblebees, while the drones act as consorts for the queen, only 1 in 1,000 perhaps performing any real function for the colony at all. The workers, quote, "build brood and food cells, gather, prepare, and store food, feed and otherwise care for the young, repair, clean, ventilate, and warm the hive, guard the entrance and repel invaders, feed the queen, control the production of new queens, and distribute the species, founding new communities by swarming." Unquote. Kellogg. Although the colony is permanent, its members die just as in human communities. The workers which hatch and labor in the spring and summer rarely live more than 6 or 8 weeks, while those born in late autumn may survive the winter. Queens live from 2 to 3, even 5 years, while the drones all die or are killed by the workers before the coming of winter. Feeble workers, larvae, and pupae are generally also slain. The ants, of which the number of species has been variously estimated at from 2,500 Kellogg to 5,000 Wheeler, are without exception communal and have carried their societal evolution further than any other animal, not even excepting the lower races of mankind. Wheeler says of them, quote, "Ants are to be found everywhere, from the Arctic regions to the tropics, from timberline on the loftiest mountains to the shifting sands of the dunes and seashores, and from the dampest forests to the driest deserts. Not only do they outnumber in individuals all other terrestrial animals, but their colonies, even in very circumscribed localities, often defy enumeration. Their colonies are, moreover, remarkably stable, sometimes outlasting a generation of men. Such stability is, of course, due to the longevity of the individual ants, since worker ants are known to live from 4 to 7 and queens from 13 to 15 years. In all these respects, the other social insects are decidedly inferior. Not only do the ants far outnumber in species all other social insects, but they have either never acquired or have completely abandoned certain habits which must seriously handicap the termites, social wasps, and bees in their struggle for existence. The ants neither restrict their diet, like the termites, to comparatively innutritious substances, such as cellulose, nor, like the bees, to a very few substances like the honey and pollen of the evanescent flowers. Nor do they build elaborate combs of expensive materials such as wax. Even paper as a building material has been very generally outgrown and abandoned by the ants. Waxen and paper cells are not easily altered or repaired, and insects that are wedded to this kind of architecture not only have to expend much time and energy in collecting and working up the building materials, but they are unable to move themselves or their brood to other localities when the nest is disturbed, when the moisture or temperature becomes unfavorable, or the food supply fails. The custom of depending on a single fertilized queen as their only reproductive center or organ of the colony has also been outgrown by many ants. At least the more dominant and successful species have learned to cherish a number of these fertile individuals in the colony. Finally, the manifold and plastic relationships of ants to plants and other animals are in marked contrast with the circumscribed and highly specialized ethological relationships of the social bees and wasps. The termites undoubtedly resemble the ants most closely in plasticity, but these insects, too, are highly specialized or one-sided in their development. This is best seen in their extreme sensitiveness to light, for this practically confines them to a subterranean existence and excludes them from many of the influences afforded by a more varied and illuminated environment." Unquote. The social evolution of the ants parallels in a very remarkable way that of mankind, and from this point of view they may be classed as foraging, herding, and agricultural ants, with lesser groupings as well. 1. Foraging or marauding ants. The genus Eceton, the so-called driver ants, best illustrate this stage of savagery, especially on the part of certain Brazilian species, in which, in their long marches in search of booty, the great army is said to be marshaled by big-headed officers and led by scouts. These ants make their expeditions to the nest of other ants for the purpose of capturing the larvae and pupae, which are used as food, and such as are not devoured are stored in the temporary nest, their captors being nomadic, and are used for some time after the foray is over. On their long marches they carry as booty the dead bodies of various insects, as well as the helpless young of the pillaged ants. 2. Slaveholding ants. Slaveholding seems to be a natural outcome of the habit on the part of the marauding ants of bringing home the larvae and pupae of other ant colonies. Of course, if all were devoured before emerging as adults, such a thing could not happen. But, as Kellogg says, the instinct of the hatched workers is to work, and so work they do. Hence, if any captives survived and their work was of advantage to the raider community, natural selection would do the rest. In the beginning, there were no slave makers, but only raiders who raided for food, not for slaves. But by bringing home extra supplies of this food, which hatched and lived and worked in a new nest, evolution from food to slaves and from raiders to slave makers has naturally taken place. Some slave-making ants are now absolutely dependent upon their captives for all work done in the colony, and one, Polyergus, has gone so far that it can neither dig nor care for its young or even keep itself from starvation in an abundantly stored nest without the aid of its slaves. Quote, specialization is leading Polyergus to its end. Unquote. 3. Herding ants. These are in reality commensal forms living in beneficial association with other insects, notably the aphids or plant lice. The ants, however, as one would suppose, are the masters, and the aphids serve them as domestic cattle serve mankind. The economy can best be understood by a specific instance, that of the little brown ant Lasius bruneus, which gathers the young larvae of the cornroot louse in the fall and keeps them safe beyond the reach of any natural enemies until spring, when they are transported to the roots of certain weeds until the corn germinates, and then to the roots of the growing corn and herded there until mating time in the autumn, when they are allowed to pair and their offspring preserved as before. Other species gather various plant lice eggs, which they conserve during the winter, colonizing them upon their proper food plants in the spring. In return for this care, the ants secure from the aphids the so-called honeydew, which exudes from two tube-like processes, the honey tubes or cornicles projecting from the upper surface near the end of the abdomen. The plant lice readily yield the honeydew to the ants, though in some cases the ants may not feed upon it directly, but upon a fungus which in turn grows upon the sweetish exudation accumulating upon the surrounding leaves. Certain of the aphids seem to be utterly dependent upon the ants for their well-being, if not for their very existence. 4. Agricultural ants. These harvester ants, as they are perhaps more accurately called, belong to the genus Pogonomyrmex, of which 9 species occur in America, especially in the west and south. They form communities, usually of considerable size, the nest being partly below, partly above ground, in the form of large symmetrical heaps in open sunny places, generally where there is more or less grass. The nests are stored with seeds and grains garnered from the surrounding grasses, which are cut away in the area immediately contiguous to the nest. From this bare area, well-worn trails diverge into surrounding grass. The harvester ants have been said actually to plant their favorite grasses, especially that known as antgrass or aristida, to the exclusion of other crops. This Wheeler has shown to be untrue, but a voluntary planting is simulated by the fact that chaff or sprouted seeds, which would be valueless as winter rations, are removed from the nest and dropped at the edge of the cleared circle, and in many instances take root and grow, resulting in an unintentional sowing of seed. And as aristida seeds make up a large part of the food stores, a majority of the plants about the nest may be aristida. 5. Honey ants. There is a species, Myrmecocystus meliger, found in the semi-arid West, which McCook has especially studied in the Garden of the Gods, Colorado, where their mounds occur in hundreds. Certain of the workers, through a curious structural modification, may become greatly distended with honey, so as to be as large as a small grape. Quote, these honey-bearers hang by their feet from the ceiling of small dome-shaped chambers in the nest. Their yellow bodies stretch along the ceiling, but the rotund abdomens hang down as almost perfect globules of transparent tissues through which the amber honey shines. The honey is obtained by the workers from fresh-growing cynnipid galls on oak trees, which exude a sweetish, sticky liquid, which is brought in by the foraging workers and fed to the sedentary honey holders by regurgitation. It is held in the crop of the honey bearer, the distension of which produces the great dilation of the abdomen. The stored honey is fed on demand to other workers by regurgitation. A large drop of honey issues from the mouth of the honey bearer, resting on the palpi and lips, and is eagerly lapped up by the feeding individuals, 2 or 3 often feeding together. A somewhat similar honey ant, Prenopolis imperis, is common in California." Unquote. 6. Thief ants. These are abundant tiny creatures belonging to the species Solenopsis molesta, which lives in association with several different species of larger ants, feeding upon the larvae and pupae, so that they are in a sense marauder ants, of which we have already spoken. The smaller galleries of the thief ants lie beside the larger ones of their hosts and occasionally open into them, so that the burglarous creatures, which are small and obscurely colored, can carry on their depredations with impunity, escaping into their own galleries, which the larger ants cannot enter, whenever they are detected or pursued. 7. Commensal ants. These also live at the expense of associated species, but apparently give some return for the benefit enjoyed, which the thief ants do not. One such instance, recorded by Wheeler, is that of the common brown ant Myrmica brevinoides and the smaller Leptothorax emersoni. Quote, "The little Leptothorax ants lives in the Myrmica nests, building one or more chambers with entrances from the Myrmica galleries so narrow that the larger Myrmica cannot get through them. When needing food, the Leptothorax workers come into the Myrmica galleries and chambers, and, climbing on the backs of the Myrmica workers, proceed to lick the face and the back of the head of each host. A Myrmica thus treated paused," said Wheeler, "as if spellbound by this shampooing, and occasionally folded its antennae as if in sensual enjoyment. The Leptothorax, after licking the Myrmica's pat, moves its head around to the side and began licking the cheeks, mandibles, and labium of the Myrmica. Such ardent osculation was not bestowed in vain, for a very minute drop of liquid, evidently some of the recently imbibed sugar water, appeared on the Myrmica's lower lip and was promptly lapped up by the Leptothorax. The latter then dismounted, ran to another Myrmica, climbed on its back, and repeated the very same performance. Again it took toll and passed on to still another Myrmica. On looking about in the nest, I observed that nearly all of the Leptothorax workers were similarly employed. Wheeler believes that the Leptothorax get food only in this way. They feed their queen and larvae by regurgitation. The Myrmicas seem not to resent at all the presence of the Leptothorax guests, and indeed many derive some benefit from the constant cleansing licking of their bodies by the shampooers. But the Leptothorax workers are careful to keep their queen and young in a separate chamber, not accessible to their hosts. This is probably the part of wisdom, as the thoughtless habit of eating any conveniently accessible pupae of another species is widespread among ants." Unquote. Kellogg. Mankind. The evolution of mankind forms the subject matter of later chapters. He is today, especially in his more highly civilized state, the final product of communal life, for while much may be accomplished by man as an individual, it is only in cooperation with his fellows that his great supremacy over the brute and physical creation may be manifest. None of man's relatives among the primates are more than gregarious, and it is probable that, until the descent of the human precursor from the arboreal habitat, he was but gregarious also, terrestrial existence only permitting the development of true communal life. If this be true, his communal cooperation can hardly antedate the Miocene, and may well have had a still more recent beginning. Our fossil records show that of the two groups of insects whose societal evolution compares with that of man, the termites were physically perfected by early Eocene, the ants during the Oligocene time. The presumption is therefore that their evolution, since these several dates, has been purely societal. If this be true, their communal life in each instance antedates that of the sentient head of the animal kingdom itself, a fact which entitles these humble creatures to increased respect. End of chapter 16b. Recording by Francis Wicks.
Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 17, Part A of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL, Chapter 17, Part A. Parasitism and Degeneracy. Creatures which are not free-living, but depend upon others directly for their food, are extremely numerous, and of these the ones bearing the ignoble relationship of parasite to host number, according to one authority, Eccles, more than half of all the animal creation. Hence, as a means of adaptation for survival, parasitism must be looked upon as a remarkably successful device, although, as we shall see, the resultant evolution is one of retrogression and ends in greater or less degeneracy according to the degree of parasitism and the relative rank of the animal at the beginning of its degenerating career. Classification of parasites. Aside from their natural taxonomic rank in the animal or plant kingdom, parasites may be divided bionomically into the following groups. Temporary parasites are the creatures which, like many insects, are parasitic during but a portion of their life, and free-living at other times. In some cases, it is the adolescent which has become parasitic. This is true of the parasitic Hymenoptera, whose eggs are laid by being thrust by means of a special device, ovipositor, into the body of another insect, a caterpillar for instance, within which the entire larval state is passed, the parasite feeding as a rule on the fat body or other non-vital portions of its host. When its larval time is fulfilled, the parasite emerges through the body wall, spins a tiny cocoon on the outside of its host, within which it pupates, and finally emerges as an adult fly of free life and habits totally distinct from those of its young. Another instance of a temporary parasite is the ordinary dog or cat flea, this time parasitic as an adult, living its adolescent life in the cracks of the floor, where sufficient organic material is usually found to give it sustenance. Those whose parasitic career embraces the adult condition, as in this instance, show greater degeneracy than those parasitic as young, for the higher the animal is, the greater the fall, and an adult has generally attained a loftier plane of development than its young. Permanent parasites are such as have practically no free stage in their career, like the dreaded trichina worm to be described later on. This creature is found encysted in the flesh of one host and passes to the next through the latter, having eaten of the first, and normally an indefinite number of generations may live their lives without ever being in the outer air. Permanent parasites are more frequently found among lower forms and always require a succession of similar hosts or a blood-sucking alternative host, whereas the greater number of higher parasites are temporary. Facultative parasites is a term applied to the more adaptable sorts which, lacking their normal host, may turn to another, or even exist as free-living forms. Many parasites are facultative, although in some cases the new host may be one closely related to the old. Obligate parasites, on the other hand, are the less adaptable sorts, and require a definite host or succession of hosts. It is questionable whether very many parasites are strictly obligate in the sense of requiring an invariable species. Certain tapeworms seem to be such. However, the human tapeworm, Teniasolium, being derived from the flesh of the swine, while T. saginata has for its alternate host the domestic cattle. The tuberculosis organism, on the other hand, is facultative, with, unfortunately, a rather wide range of hosts. External parasites. Yet another grouping of parasites is according to whether they confine their depredations to the outside of their host, that is, are external or ectoparasites, such as the flea, of which we spoke, or are parasitic within the interior of the host. External parasites, which are largely arthropods, may become degenerate, but are rarely of such vital moment to the host in themselves. It is only when they in turn are parasitized and are thus the carriers of disease that they become real menace. Internal parasites or endoparasites are many, and while a large number of them have retained the primitive simplicity of their free-living ancestors, many of those which are zoologically high in the scale of life show a very marked degeneracy, which is in some cases extreme. Many protozoa, bacteria of disease, and especially worms of various sorts are included under this head. The effect of parasitism upon the host is generally a harmful one with no compensating benefit. It does not invariably result fatally at once to the individual, but in the case of many adolescent insects prevents their reaching the adult stage and therefore renders impossible the procreation of further generations. In preserving the balance of nature, parasitism is undoubtedly one of the strongest factors, keeping naturally prolific creatures effectively in check. There is reason to believe that parasitism has had much to do with the extinction of prehistoric races of animals, and Dr. Eccles has brought together some interesting data which bear upon this problem. He believes, and his observations are based upon extensive study of germ diseases, that apparently all animals of the present and past are infested by one or more parasites feeding upon the host, and that the parasites are themselves infected by parasites, which suggests the quatrain: "The little fleas which us do tease have other fleas to bite 'em, and these in turn have other fleas, and so ad infinitum." In the course of time, all hosts become immune to the parasites, and all goes well until new migrants arrive, bringing new parasites and therefore new diseases into the area. The new disease will cause immense destruction until the native animals, or the survivors of them, again attain immunity. Therefore, times of renewed migration, which, as we have seen in our discussion of animal distribution, are concurrent with the formation of new migratory routes, land bridges, forest tracks, removals of old-time barriers, and so forth, should be times of disestablishment and economic disorganization. Immunity to disease does not necessarily mean immunity to the parasite, but rather that the host has become capable of enduring the parasite within its system and at the same time showing every manifestation of perfect health. Nevertheless, such an individual may be a carrier of the disease of the most insidious sort, as medical practitioners have learned to their sorrow. One notable instance in point is that of the cattle infesting Texas fever, which has been thus graphically described by Dr. D.E. Salmon. He says, "The cattle which spread the disease are themselves apparently in good health, while the cattle that become sick do not themselves disseminate the contagion. Again, susceptible cattle might be mingled with impunity with cattle from the infected district, providing this mingling occurred immediately after their arrival, and did not continue longer than 2 or 3 weeks, while on the other hand, susceptible cattle that later in the season trespassed for even a few minutes on the pastures where the infectious cattle had been, would contract a most violent form of the malady. Texas fever is caused by a microscopic parasite which lives within the red globules of the blood. The cattle in the infected district carry this parasite permanently, and are so nearly immune to its effects that they remain in good health, notwithstanding its presence in their blood. Not so, however, with cattle which never before have encountered it. With such animals it destroys the red corpuscles and reduces them to 1/3 or 1/4 the normal number. An intense fever is produced, and the creatures rapidly waste away and die after a sickness of 1 or 2 weeks. The East Coast fever of Africa, which is very similar, is caused by a very closely related parasite, which likewise lives in the red corpuscles of its host. Infected East Coast cattle show no ill effects, but are carriers of the disease. Non-immune cattle brought into the East Coast region are open to certain attack, and the assertion has been made that out of each 100 which are thus assailed, but 5 on the average survive. In one epidemic, due to the introduction of infected animals into the Transvaal, 15,000 cattle died. In trypanosomiasis, sleeping sickness, we have another instance of the same condition. Notwithstanding the fact that there may be no sick animals in the fly country of Africa, no horses, cattle, or dogs can venture, even for a day, into the region. Most of the wild animals, however, the buffalo, kudu, the wildebeest, or gnu, carry the trypanosomes in small numbers in their blood, and it is from them that the tsetse fly obtained the parasite. The wild animals act as a reservoir of the disease. The trypanosomes seem to live in the blood of the wild animals without doing them any manifest harm, but when introduced into the blood of such domestic animals as the horse, the dog, or the ox, the victims rapidly sicken and die. On the parasite. The effect of parasitism on the parasite, which may be much or little, on the part of the higher forms at least, is invariably one of degenerative specialization, the parasite being below the standard of its free-living congeners. Of course, simple ancestors implied little or no degeneracy. On the other hand, the retrogression may be profound if the parasite be one of high descent. In the case of temporary parasites, the alteration may not be so decided as in permanent ones, but it varies with the degrees of adaptation to parasitic life. Parasitic organisms, like sedentary forms, are apt to lose their organs of locomotion and develop instead structures for attachment or adhesion, such as tentacles, hooks, or suckers. Correlated always with the diminution of locomotive powers is that of the organs of special sense, the only sense remaining in extreme instances being the tactile, which is a primordial function of protoplasm itself. The nervous system as a whole shows degeneracy. There may also be a simplification of the external skeleton, as in arthropods, especially if the parasite be internal. Parasitism often means reduced metabolism and a consequent reduction of the vegetative organs, such as those of respiration and circulation, and especially the alimentary canal, wherein the digestive glands are the first to disappear. For as in certain intestinal worms, notably Ascaris, the organism lives virtually in predigested food, which only awaits absorption. In the tapeworms, the extreme is reached, for in them there is no trace of alimentary canal at all, the nutrient medium in which the animals live being absorbed directly through the body wall of the flattened degenerate. The reproductive organs alone suffer no diminution, but on the contrary may become still more highly developed, especially among internal parasites. For among these in particular, the vicissitudes attending the organism during its life cycle, and especially during its migration from host to host, are great, and fecundity must needs be proportionately increased. Hermaphroditism frequently characterizes the parasite, and in some instances self-impregnation seems to occur. Parasitic plants lose many organs, but never the blossoms, which are often of wondrous beauty, as for instance the orchids. Value of recapitulation. Were it not for the assumption, therefore, that the life history of the individual broadly tends to summarize the evolution of its race, and that the earlier stages of ontogeny may repeat those in phylogeny, taxonomic, that is, zoological or botanical as opposed to bionomic, classification of some parasites would be virtually impossible. For example, in the crab parasite Sacculina, we have so extreme a state of degeneracy that the sycophant is reduced to a condition not unlike that of a tumor growing on the underside of the host's abdomen. Dissection shows this tumor to possess nothing comparable to an alimentary canal, but instead a large growth of ramifying processes, like rootlets extending through every portion of the crab's anatomy, even to its eyes, and serving to extract nutritive juices, just as the rootlets of a plant absorb nourishment from the soil. Within the body of the parasite are a decidedly reduced nervous system and enormously developed reproductive organs. Such is Sacculina, and as such its classification is impossible until its life history is revealed, when its taxonomic rank is at once manifest. Of this form, Thomson says, The animal is at the nadir of parasitic degeneration, but what of the life history? Out of the brood chamber there emerge nauplius larvae, with 3 pairs of appendages, a food canal, and a median eye. They feed and grow and molt, and pass into the second, the cyprid larval stage. These fix themselves, just like barnacles and acorn shells, by means of their first pair of feelers, to the back or limbs of young crabs, finding a soft place at the base of the large bristles or setae. All but the head region is cast off. The structures within the head contract. Eyes, tendons, pigment, and the remains of the shell are all lost, and a tiny sac sinks into the interior of the crab. Eventually, it reaches the ventral surface of the abdomen, and as it approaches maturity, the cuticle of the crab softens beneath it, so that the sac-like body protrudes. It seems to live for 3 years, during which the growth of the crab is arrested. The reproductive organs of both the male and female crabs are destroyed. The life history of the Sacculidia up to the time of its fixation is therefore essentially as in other barnacles, hence its inclusion with them in the order Cirripedia. And the larval stages, the nauplius and cypris, are found in many other crustacea, and therefore the barnacles are included within that class. As an adult, the diagnostic crustacean features are certainly conspicuous absent in the Sacculina, so that it may be said of them, although in a perverted sense, by their fruits ye shall know them. End of chapter 17, part A. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 17, Part B of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL, Chapter 17, Part B. Examples of parasites. Sporozoa. One group of protozoa, the class Sporozoa, is composed exclusively of parasites. It is possible, therefore, that their general similarity, shown in the absence of locomotor organs and in their mode of reproduction by means of spores, may be due to convergent characteristics resulting from their parasitic mode of life. In other words, instead of a natural group of related organisms, we may be dealing with a heterogeneous assemblage derived from several more or less remote ancestral stocks. The sporozoa are all internal parasites, some of which inhabit the digestive tract of their host, others the coelom or body cavity, others the cells, and yet others find lodgment in the very nuclei of the cells themselves. Finally, some are blood inhabitants. In many cases there may be modifications of these several modes of life or combinations of them. Of such is the malaria organism, the genus Plasmodium, several species of which give rise to the disease known as malaria in the human being. The 3 undoubted species are Plasmodium, producing tertian fever in which there is an attack over 48 hours; Plasmodium falciparum, giving rise to the pernicious autumnal or malignant malaria characterized by daily or more or less constant fever; and P. malaria, producing quatrain fever, which gives rise to paroxysms every 72 hours. The significance of these attacks is that they coincide with the periods of schizogonous, to split reproduction of the parasites, during which it migrates to new blood corpuscles. At such times there is a decided anemia and poisoning which give rise to fever and other bad conditions due to the impoverishment of the blood. Even death may ensue. The parasite therefore reproduces by the formation of spores, but ultimately sex elements, male and female, may be developed. Actual sexual reproduction does not, however, occur in the human host. If the patient is then bitten by an Anopheles mosquito, the latter's digestive fluids destroy all the malaria organisms contained in the extracted blood except such as are in this sexual stage. These then pair, and the fertile cell bores into the walls of the mosquito's gut, where each gives rise to many spores, which are finally liberated into the body cavity, whence they are carried by the blood to the salivary glands and there come to rest. Upon biting another patient, the mosquito injects a tiny portion of saliva into the wound, hence the sting, and with the saliva comes the malaria germ. As these organisms are all of the same brood, their subsequent periods of reproduction coincide, so that a constantly increasing number of spores is liberated at stated intervals, depending upon the species, until ultimately the numbers are incredibly large and the effects upon the patient proportionately severe. Plasmodium is therefore a permanent, obligate parasite, but as its ancestors were lowly forms, there is probably no very marked degeneracy as a result of its parasitic adaptation. Worms. Among the roundworms, Nemathelminthes, there is a very terrible human parasite with a relatively simple life history. This is Trichina spiralis, a somewhat facultative type, as it has been recorded from the rat, dog, cat, pig, and man. Trichina lives encysted in the voluntary or skeletal muscles of its host in a state of quiescence. Each worm is coiled in a characteristic spiral within the limits of a single muscle fiber, and is surrounded by a small lemon-shaped cyst. If the host is eaten by another, the imperfectly cooked pig, for instance, by man, the acid of the gastric juice dissolves the cysts and liberates the worms. These are of separate sexes and immature, but they soon grow up, pair, and the females give birth to 1,000 offspring each. These bore through the walls of the stomach and are carried by the bloodstream to adjacent voluntary muscles such as the diaphragm. Here the creatures enter and pass between the muscle fibers for a certain distance and finally pierce the membrane surrounding some one fiber. Enter, coil, secrete the surrounding cyst, and the life cycle is complete. An ounce of infected pork has been estimated to contain 80,000 worms, of which perhaps half are females, and if each produces 1,000 young, the surprising total of 40 million worms may be derived from a single ounce. The trichina population of a diseased man has been calculated to equal 100 million, the population of the United States in 1915. After encystment is accomplished, the patient, if he has survived, recovers, but grievous symptoms diagnostic of the disease trichinosis are manifest during the period of parasitic activity, and in a certain percentage of cases death ensues. Trichina is a permanent parasite, never having a free-living stage. It does not, however, show marked degeneracy, except that it is capable of withstanding long periods of quiescence, 10 years at least. How much longer is unknown. Alternate hosts of different species are unnecessary, provided cannibalism exists. Among the flatworms, Platyhelminthes, there are numerous parasites, of which one of the most interesting, from the standpoint of its life history, is the liver fluke Distomum hepaticum, which inhabits the liver and bile ducts of the sheep, deer, and certain other grazing animals. This is a rather large worm, as such forms go, at least an inch in length, flattened, leaf-like, and provided with suckers for attachment and the getting of food. The worms are hermaphrodite, and the reproductive organs, both male and female, occupy a large portion of the animal's interior economy. They are thus highly prolific, and their parasitical degeneracy is manifest in that they are self-fertilizing. The eggs thus produced pass down the bile ducts and through the intestine to the outer world, where each hatches into a minute embryo, ciliated without and provided with eyes. The eggs soon die if the ground is dry, but if they fall upon moist ground, they may survive for several weeks, and if into a pond, the embryos soon emerge in search of a new host. The new host is a pond snail, or even a helix will do, any of which the distomum enters by way of the respiratory aperture. Established within the respiratory organ of the snail, the embryo loses eye spots and cilia and changes into a sporocyst, within which develop a number of bodies known as radii, which are asexually produced larvae of a second sort, provided this time with digestive organs. Each radia usually gives rise to more radiae, and these in turn to the third larval form known as cercariae, which also have a digestive system, suckers, the rudiments of other organs as well, and a well-developed locomotor tail, so that the creature resembles superficially a minute tadpole. The cercariae are no longer content with a snail for a host, but pass out of it, being distributed by its wanderings, leave the water, climb up a blade of grass, lose the tail, form over themselves a flattened, circular, limy cyst, and lie in wait for the sheep. The latter eat the grass, cyst and all. The cyst dissolves, and the cercaria is liberated. It now passes up the bile duct from the intestine to the liver, and grows up directly into a fluke. This very roundabout process is the only way whereby the parasite may be perpetuated within the sheep. Several interesting biological principles are here illustrated. Generations of asexually produced forms for rapid multiplication. The precocious production of offspring by immature young, Petogenesis. The development of sensory and locomotive organs where the creature is free living, and their absence and the substitution of adhesive suckers during parasitic existence. And finally, as a mark of degeneracy, hermaphroditism and self-impregnation, the latter being avoided by nature in that it apparently defeats the original purpose of sex. The tapeworms of the genus Taenia are curious ribbon-like forms consisting of a head-like organ or scolex, provided with suckers and sometimes with hooks for attachment. Beyond the scolex are a number of transverse constrictions which divide the animal into a great many sections or proglottids, each of which is a sexually complete hermaphroditic unit. There is no digestive system, for, as has been said, the creature feeds by absorbing the already digested food in the alimentary canal of its host. Other organs, nervous and excretory, are present, but in common with other internal parasites, the organs of procreation dominate those of every other system. No locomotor or sense organs are present, but the creature can make feeble worm-like movements. At about the 200th segment beyond the scolex, where they are produced by a process of transverse constriction, strobilization, the male organs begin to appear, and further back toward the hinder end of the body, the female organs become mature in segments which were originally male. Pairing is effected, perhaps with the anterior proglottids of the same worm, and the other organs then become reduced, owing to the great development of the brood chamber or uterus. The first completed eggs are found in the 400th to 500th proglottis, and from this point backward they rapidly increase until a great number are contained in the much branched uterus. The ripe proglottids are detached and pass out of the host to the ground, where for a time they move by contraction. Within the eggs, in the meantime, the embryos have become rounded bodies, each armed with 6 hooks, hexacanth embryos. If the proglottis or the eggs should now be taken into the alimentary canal of a pig, the second host, the hooked embryos become free and bore their way by means of the hooks until they reach the voluntary muscles, where they come to rest. Here they increase greatly in size and develop into the proscolex, containing a large cavity filled with a watery fluid. On the wall of the proscolex a hollow ingrowth is formed, on the inner surface of which suckers and hooks characteristic of the head or scolex of the adult develop. Then the hollow ingrowth turns right side out, so that these organs come to lie on the outer surface. Thus the bladder worm or cysticercus is formed, having a bladder-like expansion to which is attached a structure comparable to the head and neck of a mature worm. If the flesh of the pig is now eaten by man without being adequately cooked or salted, the worm is liberated, the bladder abandoned, the head attached to the intestinal wall, and a new tapeworm developed. Except for the short period which the mature proglottids spend before being devoured by the swine, the parasite is entirely internal, and in consequence shows marked adaptations for that sort of life, and none whatever for life in the open. Its powers of multiplication can well be imagined when one multiplies the 1,000 or so eggs from a single proglottis by the number of the latter, perhaps 850 in a complete worm, with a possibility of many more as the posterior ones are lost. Crustacea. The arthropods also embrace a host of forms which are parasitic: crustaceans, arachnids, and insects. And in the last there are parasitic forms in as many as 5 orders out of 13. Among Crustacea some curious instances may be cited, as in Agacilus, which is parasitic upon the gills of the bass. It is recognizable as a copepod crustacean, but parasitic adaptation shows in the modification of the antennae into hooks for adhesion, reduction of legs, loss of eyes, and very large egg sacs. Another example is Lernia, in which, as in Saculina, all trace of segmentation is gone, and the feet are reduced to the merest vestiges. Its maxillae are adapted for piercing the skin of the host and sucking its blood. The egg sacs are very large. Lasteria, another copepod, is more degraded than Lernie, adhering between the skin and flesh of a fish, by means of its swollen head, the rest of the body being free. Chrondacanthus has nothing to suggest a copepod except the characteristic egg capsules. The female is parasitic upon the gills of certain fishes and is curiously lobed. These lobes may, however, be recognized as antennules, hooked antennae, which serve as organs of attachment, mandibles, and 2 pair of legs. The male is less degenerate, but is permanently attached to the female, so that she is parasitic upon the fish and he upon her. A much less degenerate parasite is that infesting the carp, Argulus the carp louse. While having special sucker-like organs for adhesion, which are modified limbs, it nevertheless crawls freely over its host. Sacchalinia, the most degenerate parasitic crustacean, has already been discussed. Insects. Of insects which subsist wholly or in part upon other organisms, there are hundreds of species, some remarkably degraded, others showing but little alteration from the organization of their non-parasitic allies. As one would expect, these latter are free-living as adults and only parasitic in their adolescent condition. Usually parasitism on the part of the adults implies the loss of wings, as in the bird lice, true lice, scale insects, fleas, sheep ticks, and the like. In one rather rare group, the creatures live upon bees and wasps as hosts during the larva and pupa state, and in the female during the adult condition as well. The male, however, develops wings as an adult. Otherwise, as these are solitary parasites, but one to a host, mating could hardly be effected. In no case among parasitic insects are such complex life histories known as among the worms, although some of them, notably the lice and ticks, have evidently had a long parasitic career, as their adaptation is extreme. Mollusca. Among other invertebrates, such as echinoderms and mollusks, parasitism is rare, as the creatures have met the demands of the struggle for existence in other ways which have now proved fully as effective. One interesting instance of parasitism is that of the larvae of the freshwater clams Anodonta and Unto. Normally, pelecypod mollusks have a ciliated meroplankton larva, but in the freshwater forms they become parasitic in the way to be described. Fertilization is effected in the outer chambers of the female clam's gill, and the developing young remain in this brood pouch until it is distended, with the tiny creatures held together by the entangling of the threads of a byssus which are secreted by each larva. This mass is shortly expelled from the mother and lies on the bottom of the stream until it comes in contact with some passing fish, to which the young clams attach themselves by means of the hooked shell valves. Unto larvae usually attach to the gills, Anodonta to the skin or fins. Here they become encysted by an overgrowth of the skin of the host and are nourished by its juices. They are thus true ectoparasites for a period of about 10 weeks, at the end of which they have metamorphed sufficiently to assume the normal free life of the clam. This parasitism evidently has for its major purpose the retention of the species in the rivers, for were the larvae ordinary plankton like those of their saltwater relatives, the species could not maintain themselves in their flowing habitat, but would be swept out to sea beyond the possibility of return. Relative scarcity of microorganisms for food may be a secondary cause, but for the maintenance of habitat this parasitism is not only adequate but also justifiable. Vertebrates. The vertebrates include no true parasites among their numbers, though the degraded hagfishes are on the border line between predatory and parasitic forms. There are, however, many instances of commensalism, in some of which the mutual advantage may be quite unequal. Summary. Weismann thus summarized the problem of parasitism. The most convincing proof of the organism's power of adaptation is to be found in the fact that the possibility of living parasitically within other animals is taken advantage of in the fullest manner, and by the most diverse groups, and that their bodies exhibit the most marvelous and far-reaching adaptations to the special conditions prevailing within the bodies of other animals. We have already referred to the high degree reached by these adaptive changes, how the parasite may depart entirely from the type of its family or order, so that its relationship is difficult to recognize. If we consider the number of obstacles that have to be overcome in existence within other animals, and how difficult and how much a matter of chance it must be even to reach such a place as, for instance, the intestine, the liver, the lungs, or even the brain or blood of other animals, and when on the other hand we know how exactly things are now regulated for every parasitic species, so that its existence is secured, notwithstanding its dependence upon chance, we must undoubtedly form a high estimate of the plasticity of the forms of life and their adaptability. And this impression will only be strengthened when we remember that the majority of internal parasites do not pass directly from one host to another, but do so only through their descendants, and that these descendants too must undergo the most far-reaching and often unexpected adaptations in relation to their distribution, their penetration into a new host, and their migrations and change of form within it, if the existence of the species is to be secured. End of chapter 17, part B.
Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 18a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 18, Adaptive Radiation. The idea of adaptive radiation is not new, but was first clearly stated by Osborn, with the clarifying diagrams reproduced later in the chapter. Osborn's law is as follows. Osborn's law of adaptive radiation. Each isolated region, if large and sufficiently varied in its topology, soil, climate, and vegetation, will give rise to a diversified mammalian fauna. The larger the region, and the more diverse the conditions, the greater the variety of mammals which will result. From a primitive stem-form radii go out in 4 diverse directions, the adaptations being mainly those of limbs and feet, also of teeth, but that of teeth and feet do not necessarily parallel. While the term adaptive radiation fairly describes the process as it occurs when the vertebrate classes are considered, yet adaptive branching more accurately describes what takes place in the orders and families, which do not radiate in all directions, nor always in straight lines, but in branches that often turn and change their direction. Buffon was apparently the first to understand the idea of the modification of animals under new and strange conditions, but Lamarck, with his characteristic clarity of vision, added to this his conception of the principle of divergence, or, as he called it, embranchment, the formation of different habits in the search for food and safety. Darwin also discovered the same principle independently of Lamarck, and in his turn called it divergence, that is, quote, the tendency in organic beings descended from the same stock to diverge in character as they become modified. That they have diverged greatly is obvious from the manner in which species of all kinds can be classed under genera, genera under families, families under suborders, and so forth. The solution, as I believe, is that the modified offspring of all dominant and increasing forms tend to become adapted to many and highly diversified places in the economy of nature. Close quote. Osborn applied his law mainly to the mammals, but it is perhaps equally true of the reptiles, or was during the Mesozoic before the mammals came to their own. The central or focal type is conceived as a short-limbed ambulatory form with 5 clawed digits upon the approximately equally developed feet. It was small and generalized in its feeding habits, insectivorous, that is, devouring insects, worms, or such creatures, or omnivorous, and therefore with simple short-crowned teeth. The impelling causes of adaptive radiation are the need of food and the need of safety, and while the minor roads along which evolution is possible are many and devious, they all lead in 4 general directions. Over the earth's surface, where speed would become the great desideratum, beneath the surface to the subterranean realm, above the surface into the trees, or finally into the air, and into the water to become denizens, wholly or in part, of the aquatic realm. Subterranean life results in certain degeneracy, so that a return of fossorial creatures to the terrestrial habitat is rare, while the aquatic realm modifies its inhabitants so profoundly that there is no known case of a return on the part of a lung-breathing form which has been adapted to aquatic life. These 2 roads, to the waters and the subterranean fastnesses, are one-way trails along which many go but few return. Primary and secondary acquired adaptations. This is not true, however, of the arboreal or even of the aerial realm, for there is reason to believe, for instance, that the whole order of marsupials are derived from an arboreal ancestry, and there are repeated instances of flightless birds whose progenitors nevertheless must have been capable of flight. In certain instances, there is a reversal of the evolutionary process, but this does not actually contradict the law of irreversibility of evolution, which says that an organ once lost can never be regained, and that a specialized form can never again become generalized. An example will make this clear. As we have said, the marsupials are either all arboreal today, or give evidence in their anatomy of arboreal descent. One striking arboreal feature is a grasping great toe or hallux on the hind feet. This, being offset, opposes usually the 4th digit, thus forming an admirable prehensile organ whose grasp of a branch it is difficult to loosen. The terrestrial kangaroos, on the other hand, have become adapted in a wonderful way for speed over the earth's surface, and among other things have entirely lost this grasping hallux, as reduction, much or little, of the lateral digits invariably accompanies evolution for speed. There is, however, a tree kangaroo, Dendrolagus, which is very much at home in its arboreal retreat, having no grasping great toes, it has to rely upon its claws and broadened soles for security, and they are well suited to the task, although the hallux would undoubtedly be better. Dendrologos, while arboreal, shows in the loss of this useful member a terrestrial ancestry, and back of that, in common with all marsupials, an arboreal one. Hence, for it, the course of adaptation has been reversed, but the reversal is one of function and not one of structure, for however useful the grasping hallux might be in the present environment, its loss during the terrestrial career of the ancestors is irrevocable. While the atrophied organ therefore is lost forever, its old-time function may be secondarily acquired by other organs should the need arise. Other instances would be those of marine reptiles like the ichthyosaurs, or whales among mammals, both of which were derived indirectly from a fish ancestry, but which, during the subsequent terrestrial life of their later progenitors, lost the water-respiring gills. Perhaps the greatest menace to the safety of the modern whale is the necessity of rising to the surface to breathe, but the loss of gill breathing is irrevocable, and no organ, apparently, has been able to take its place. Primarily, these forms were terrestrial animals. Secondarily, they have, in many marvelous ways, been adapted to the new environment, but owing to the law of irreversibility, their adaptation apparently may never be perfected. Rodents are normally gnawing, herbivorous, terrestrial animals, certain ones, of which Professor Osborn speaks, being aquatic and fish-eating, the muskrat devouring both fish and freshwater clams. Local adaptive radiation. The law of adaptive radiation, which has been cited, refers to evolution on a broad scale and includes the entire mammalian or reptilian fauna of a continent. Local adaptive radiation, on the other hand, is restricted to the differences arising within a group of closely related forms whose life habits are in the main similar. Africa supports today two very distinct types of rhinoceros, the square mouth or white, and the pointed lip or black rhino. With the square lip go long-crowned or hypsodont teeth, Greek hupsi, on high, and udos, tooth, while the pointed lip is correlated with short-crowned or brachydont grinders, Greek brachus, short. The differentiation is one, therefore, of feeding habits, the first largely grazing, the second browsing, and the local distribution of the two types is in harmony with this distinction, in that the square-mouthed rhino inhabits the open country, especially the broad grassy valleys between the tracts of brush south of the Zambezi River, while the pointed-lip species, on the other hand, is found in the wooded and watered districts from Abyssinia to Cape Colony. Geographically, therefore, the range of the black rhinoceros includes that of the white, but is more extensive, as the species is far more common. Locally, the two habitats are distinct, and have given rise to feeding, and consequently structural differentiation. Similar instances are repeatedly met with, especially among prehistoric forms, such as the horses. Differences, slight at first, will in the course of time be accentuated so that the ultimate descendants are very unlike each other. A specific instance, comparable to the African rhinoceros, is that of the American Miocene horses, Hypohippus and Hipparion. The first had short-crowned, uncemented, browsing teeth and well-developed lateral hoofs, forming a foot fitted for yielding ground like that of the forested areas. The second had complex, long-crowned grazing teeth, adapted to the harshest grasses, and feet fitted for the hard prairie soil. The distinction between these two races may well have had its inception during late Oligocene, when differentiation of habitat was already established. But we cannot, with our present evidence, clearly separate the phyla until lower Miocene at least. Local adaptive radiation, therefore, gives rise to different phyla of the same group of animals in a relatively small area. Continental adaptive radiation, on the other hand, is on a broad scale, and, as has been said, embraces the entire fauna of a given class, i.e., Mammalia. Such radiations have appeared more than once, sometimes as repetitions of evolution within the same area, or again, the radiations may be contemporaneous, but within the limits of distinct isolated continental masses. Contemporaneous radiations. As we learned in the chapter on geographical distribution, the world's surface may be divided into three co-equal but not coextensive realms: Arctogaia, Neogaia, and Notogaia, of which the first includes all of the northern hemisphere and Africa, the second South America, and the third Australia. These three great realms have been the centers, respectively, of three remarkable adaptive radiations of mammals during Tertiary time, when all three were isolated each from the other in such a way as to prohibit absolutely, for a long period, all faunal interchange. This isolation is true of Australia to this day. Hence, while the South American mammals have practically ceased to exist, Australia's fauna, except for certain overseas migrants introduced largely through human intervention, remains practically as it has been, composed of mammals of Mesozoic rather than of Tertiary type. Between Australia and Arctogaia there are some very remarkable parallelisms, for, upon a more limited scale, nature has nevertheless repeated herself, though not exactly, in the lesser continent. A comparison of the two radiations may be made. In Arctogaia, the central or focal type is represented in a general way by the Malayan insectivore Gymnura. This creature belongs to the hedgehog family Aranaceidae, but the more familiar European hedgehog, Aranacos, is somewhat too specialized in its quill-like hairs and burrowing habits and consequent modification to serve as the focal type. Along the cursorial radius, we have in the dogs, especially the swift fox and the coyote, creatures of amazing speed, although digitigrade, that is, running upon the toes. Unguligrade, or hoofed runners, are best represented by the deer, the African antelope, but especially by the horse-like animal, the gorkar, or Equus onager, which inhabits the Persian desert, an animal so swift that adults in good condition can neither be ridden down, unless by relays of horsemen, nor taken with greyhounds. Arboreal forms are represented by the squirrels, some of which, the flying squirrels, have learned to launch themselves into the air and take long soaring leaps, supported by folds of skin between the limbs and the sides of the body, and hence have become semi-aerial. Truly volant or aerial forms are represented among mammals by the bats, which, however, belong to a different order than the flying squirrels, as they are directly out of the insectivorous stock, although no annectant forms are now alive. One remarkable insectivore, Galeopithecus, which will be described more in detail later, is a wonderful soarer, and while not in the line of bat descent, shows us quite clearly how such an adaptation could have arisen. Aquatic amphibious forms are represented by the aquatic shrews among insectivores, the muskrats and beaver among rodents, and the otters, but especially the seals, among carnivores, while the truly aquatic types are such as the porpoises and whales, which are apparently modified ancient carnivores, and the sea cows, manatee and dugong, which were derived from the ungulate stock. Subterranean forms are the insectivorous shrews and moles, and the rodent woodchucks, gophers, and mole rats. Of these, the true moles and the golden moles of the Cape of Good Hope, two entirely independent evolutions of mole-like forms, are the most extreme. Notogaea. The Australian mammals, as we have learned, are practically all marsupials or pouch-bearing mammals, whose young are brought forth at an extremely early stage of development, transferred to the pouch-covered nipples, and there nourished as larvae until mature enough to stand the vicissitudes of ordinary animal childhood, when they are virtually reborn. There is no placenta, except for one or two rare vestiges, and the young, being imperfectly nourished compared with placental mammals, cannot stand competition with the latter even in their adult condition. Such was the stock with which Australia in the dim Mesozoic age was inoculated, and out of that stock, due to the immense period of isolation which has elapsed, there has arisen an adaptive radiation paralleling that of Orthogenesis in many remarkable ways. Perhaps the creature nearest the focal form among marsupials is the opossum, for, as Osborn says, quote, "The insectivores among placentals, the opossums among marsupials, are the only animals which have preserved the dental prototype close to that of the pro-mammal." The opossum is now an American form, and therefore, in its existing condition, cannot represent the actual ancestor, but it gives a good impression of what the Australian stem form was like. Opossums are, however, extremely old, persistently primitive forms of which near relatives are found in Cretaceous rocks. They have survived contemporaneously with their diversified descendants. The opossum is arboreal, but it is quite probable that the marsupials had all passed through a tree-inhabiting stage before their great radiation began, so even that does not disqualify it, especially as its arboreal adaptation is not extreme and amounts to little beyond the development of a prehensile tail and a grasping hallux, which may in themselves be primitive characteristics for marsupials. Cursorial adaptation in the marsupials is well shown in the Tasmanian wolf, Thylacinus, which is a very dog-like in contour, development of limbs, and digital reduction. It is perhaps a little less extreme in its cursorial adaptation than the jackal, for instance, as the distal segments of the limbs, whose relative lengthening is generally a speed requirement, are still proportionally short. Thylacinus clearly occupies the station of the wolves and dogs of Orthogenesis, a fact which has caused its extinction when brought into competition with true canids. The herbivorous bandicoots and kangaroos are highly speedy and represent the ungulates of Orthogenesis, the bandicoots being quadrupeds whose hindfoot has but a single dominant digit, although others are present but vestigial. The kangaroos, on the other hand, are bipedal when running, with a foot which is marvelously effective. Arboreal marsupials are still numerous, the so-called sugar squirrels or phalangers being very similar to our squirrels in appearance, while the Arctogaean flying squirrels are represented with great fidelity by the Notogaean flying phalanger. A further extreme of arboreal adaptation is shown in the koala, slow-moving, tailless, with splendidly adapted hands and feet, the former having 2 fingers offset against the other 3, and the latter the hallux against the other 4, especially the 4th and 5th. In many ways, the koala resembles the lemurs or half-apes of Arctogaea, especially such forms as the loris. No truly volant forms comparable to the bats exist in the Australian marsupial fauna, although placental bats are present, nor is there record of their having existed there during geologic time. Aquatic types among marsupials are restricted to amphibious forms, truly aquatic types comparable to the cetacea being unknown and improbable, for such would lack the isolation and security from competition so necessary to marsupial evolution. Strangely enough, however, there is no recorded instance of even an amphibious marsupial in the existing Australian fauna, although South America possesses one, the water opossum, whose hind feet are webbed, and whose general appearance reminds one of the muskrats, though of course, unlike the latter, it is exclusively carnivorous in its diet. It is highly improbable, however, that Australia has never possessed an amphibious marsupial, and such may indeed exist today. Notogaea is not without its amphibious type, for the duckbill or duck mole, or Ornithorhynchus, is a remarkable combination of burrowing and swimming animal, the projecting swimming membrane of the forefoot being folded back against the palm, exposing the powerful claws when the creature wishes to dig. In its life habits, the duckbill is not unlike the muskrat, but the food differs, as it feeds upon various small water animals, such as crustaceans, insects and their larvae, snails and worms, which are dug out of the soft mud by the tender muzzle. Ornithorhynchus, while having a pouch for the protection of the newly hatched young, is not a member of the order Marsupialia, but of the yet more primitive Monotremata, the egg-laying mammals, which, while strictly Notogaean in their existing distribution, are nevertheless not of the present Australian adaptive radiation, as that implies a common, that is, marsupial ancestry, but are survivors of an earlier evolution. Fossorial Notogaean animals are admirably represented by the marsupial mole, Notoryctes triflops, a recently discovered type, which bears a remarkably close resemblance in its molar teeth, external form, and mode of life to the South African golden moles, of which we have spoken. But they cannot be related, for Chrysochloris is a placental insectivore, and Notoryctes a marsupial. They therefore represent one of the most interesting cases of convergent evolution of which we have knowledge. Thus it will be seen that the Australian adaptive radiation practically coincides with that of Arctogaea, almost every animal in the former assemblage having some approximate equivalent in the latter. The reverse, on the other hand, does not hold true, for the Arctogaean realm is relatively so vast, and its range of habitat conditions so much greater, that its fauna is proportionately more extensive and varied. The ancient fauna of Notogaea has but a dubious future, for the artificial introduction of several placental mammals has already made serious inroads into the integrity of the marsupial ranks, the dingo having driven out the Tasmanian wolf from the Australian mainland, while the rabbits and sheep, through their destruction of the food supply, have reduced the marsupial herbivorous population by cutting off their means of subsistence. It is quite probable that, with few exceptions, this ancient radiation is doomed to speedy extinction. End of chapter 18a. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 18b of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 18b. Adaptive Radiation. Successive radiations in time. Osborn recognizes 3 successive radiations among mammals, of which the first, however, that during the Mesozoic, was comparatively unimportant because of the terrestrial dominance of the dinosaurs and other reptiles. During this radiation, the known mammals were all small, although differentiated into 2 or 3 phyla from the standpoint of their dentition and implied feeding habits. Thus, some were insectivorous, some perhaps more distinctly carnivorous, and some herbivorous, possibly fruit or nut-eating, perhaps seed-eating. Basal Eocene. It was not until the great reptilian extinctions at the close of the Cretaceous that the mammals really had their opportunity, at least in the known fossil-bearing regions, and with the vacating of the terrestrial realm by the huge, cold-blooded brutes, the higher creation began its deployment in the known areas. Paleontologists soon find records of carnivorous forms, of various sorts, swift cursorial ungulates, and slow-moving, grotesquely armed types. There were also sloth-like forms, and probably ancestral marsupials. Of all these so-called archaic mammals, but few survived the Eocene. Some were sooner or later rendered extinct through competition with invaders of the third or tertiary radiation. Others may have evolved into certain of the higher types. Yet others, driven southward into Neogaea and Notogaea, may have formed the stock of part, at least, of their subsequent faunas, when isolation closed the door upon later invaders. These archaic mammals, their adaptations and their defects, will be discussed more at length in Chapter 32. The tertiary radiation was the great Arctogaean radiation of modern mammals, so called because their descendants still exist. At all events, no higher group has appeared, and the story of mammalian evolution in this world, owing to the present dominance of man, is virtually over. Whence the progenitors of the modernized mammals came, we have no positive knowledge. But circumstantial evidence points to boreal Holarctica, the circumpolar lands of the northern hemisphere, as their pristine home. For in the Cretaceous and early Eocene, indications point to a warm climate and abundant forestation in the north, ideal conditions for the well-being of the nodal type and its immediate derivatives. Increasing cold in the northland drove forests and their fauna south down to the three great continental axes, so that we find creatures of much the same sort, such as the ancestral horses, appearing synchronously in the Old World and in the New. Early in the Eocene, their deployment was well underway. The Oligocene saw certain lines already approaching racial death, and others wondrously varied, while during the Miocene the culmination was reached, and never before nor since was there so great a mammalian florescence. By the Pliocene they had begun to wane. The mammals of today, including man himself, are the remnant of this tertiary radiation. Tooth radiation. The mammals are, with few exceptions, characterized by a heterodont dentition, that is, the teeth, in contrast to those of most reptiles, for instance, are differentiated into several sorts, with, as a rule, very distinct functions. Those in the front of the mouth, the incisors, are mainly prehensile, the canines grasping, tearing, or for defense or offense, the premolars sometimes shearing, or, like the molars, grinding teeth. The last mentioned molars and premolars show the greatest structural modification to meet their owner's requirements, the incisors and canines being more conservative, as their use shows less variation in the different orders. The insectivorous type, those of the stem form, are low-crowned, simple, with few cusps, generally sharp-pointed and suitable for crushing feeble prey. With the carnivores, the cheek teeth become high-crowned, trenchant, shearing structures, and the jaws have little or no lateral play. This reaches its highest specialization in the cats, wherein the true grinding teeth are almost entirely wanting. In the dogs, with a less exclusive diet, more of the grinders are retained, although the shearing teeth are well developed, while in the bears, carnivores with a strong tendency toward a herbivorous diet, the cheek teeth are broad-crowned, tuberculate, grinding organs, and shearing teeth are wanting. Carrion-feeding forms have, as a rule, blunter teeth, while in fish-eating creatures like the seals, the teeth have become secondarily simplified and are all prehensile. The toothed whales have lost their tooth differentiation, and the teeth are practically all alike, simple, slightly recurved, grasping cones. The teeth are sometimes absent in the upper jaw, and in the whalebone whales they are entirely absent, except for functionless vestiges in the unborn young, and their place is taken by the curious baleen or whalebone, which hangs from the palate, and by means of which small mollusks are strained out of the water to serve for food. Herbivorous forms have the incisors fitted for seizing and cutting the vegetation. In the ruminants, however, they are absent in the upper jaw, the lower incisors biting against a horny pad. Canine teeth are of little importance to the herbivore unless they are used for defense, or, as in the swine, for uprooting the vegetation upon which it feeds. The grinders vary amazingly in the pattern of the cusps and crests borne upon the crown, but in general may be divided into short-crowned brachiodont teeth fitted for succulent leaves and twigs, or long-crowned hypsodont teeth, whose great length and complex structure are adapted to meet the wear imposed by the harsh grasses and other vegetation which form the staple of a grazing animal. Perhaps the greatest degree of perfection has been reached by the modern horse along one line of descent, and the elephant, more especially the extinct Siberian mammoth, along another. As we have seen, a carnivore like the bear may become adapted to an all-round diet and hence be omnivorous. But the term is best applied to a direct line of evolution from the insectivorous stock, such as the primates, and especially mankind. Here the incisors and canines show little distinction, and the cheek teeth are very simple and primitive, with bicuspid premolars and molars, with few, 4 or 5, low cusps. The Myrmecophagus type represents the height of specialization, for in its extreme development the teeth have utterly disappeared, the jaws are reduced, the mouth is incapable of opening except at the extreme anterior end, and has become tubular, with a highly extensile and prehensile tongue. This organ is provided with an adhesive substance, and when thrust into an anthill and withdrawn, brings away great numbers of the unfortunate insects, which are swallowed without mastication. As a special adaptation to such rather insurgent prey, the interior nostrils are carried far backward, so as to be in direct communication with the windpipe, to prevent any of the creatures from wandering the wrong way. An analogous adaptation is seen in the marsupials, to avoid suffocation when the milk is forced into the mouth of the feeble young by the mother's muscles, and in the whales, and again in the crocodiles, both of which devour their prey under the water, and would run the risk of strangulation were it not for this device. Summary. We have thus emphasized the wonderful plasticity of living beings, which, in their efforts to find food and safety, become adapted in the course of time to all possible conditions of life, earth, air, water, the most salubrious as well as the most forbidding wastes, and have shown that these adaptations are chiefly concerned with those parts most closely in contact with the environment, the feet for safety, and the teeth for food. The soft parts are generally more conservative, and while feet and teeth undergo their marvelous changes, internal organs, except such as are again directly concerned with diet or locomotion, may remain comparatively unaltered. We find that nature does repeat herself, but never exactly. Nevertheless, some remarkable convergences of unrelated animals are recorded. The final truth is that a highly adapted or specialized form becomes, as it were, stereotyped and incapable of radical change, and, with altering conditions, may succumb where a less specialized, and therefore more plastic race, meeting the changed requirements, survives. End of chapter 18.
Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19a of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 19a, Cursorial and Fossorial Adaptation. Cursorial Adaptation. We have already discussed various means whereby creatures compete with each other for the two prime requisites of existence, food and safety. These took the form of coloration, of mimicry, of stealth, of parasitism, or of bodily prowess. Now we would speak of forms which live in the open, of the pursuer and the pursued, for while such creatures do not perhaps constitute a very large proportion of the animal kingdom, as do the parasites for instance, they are nevertheless of great importance, and the evolution of remotely related types has given rise to some remarkable instances of convergent evolution. Speed adaptation has been developed in a very wonderful way in terrestrial (cursorial) types, in aquatic, and finally in aerial forms. Of these we will first discuss the terrestrial. Vertebrates showing speed adaptation. The following is a list of vertebrates which show this adaptation for speed. Class Reptilia, reptiles. Order Squamata, lizards and snakes, especially certain of the Agamidae. Chlamydosaurus, the frilled lizard of Australia. Numerous others, especially desert inhabiting forms. Dinosaurs, see chapters 30 and 31. Order Saurischia, carnivorous and amphibious dinosaurs. Most of the carnivorous dinosaurs, especially the smaller, more agile Coelurosauria. Podokesaurus, Halopus, Coelurus, Compsognathus. And of the Theropoda, Ornithomimus and Ornitholestes. Order Ornithoschia. Herbivorous beaked dinosaurs, Nanosaurus and Acamptosauridae. Class Aves, birds. Division Ratitae, flightless cursorial birds, especially emus, cassowaries, ostriches, and rheas, and probably the extinct Dinornithes, the moas of New Zealand. Division Carinatae, flying birds. Of these, few are adapted for speed except perhaps the rails, one of which is flightless. Certain of the Limicolae, plovers, oyster catchers, etc., are also speedy for short distances. Class Mammalia, mammals. Order Marsupialia. Dasyuridae, especially Thylacynus, the dog-like Tasmanian wolf. Paramelidae, the bandicoots. Macropodidae, the kangaroos. Order Rodentia. Leporidae, hares and rabbits. Caviidae, cavies. Dipodidae, jerboas. Order Carnivora. Canidae, dogs. Felidae, cats, especially Caenolorus, the hunting leopard. Cohort Ungulata. Order Perissodactyla. Hyracodontidae, extinct cursorial rhinoceroses. Equidae, horses, living and extinct. See chapter 35. Order Aerodactyla. Protoceratidae, extinct. Antilocapridae, American pronghorn antelope. Antilocapra. Cervidae, deer. Bovidae, especially the African antelopes. Graphidae, giraffe and okapi. Tylopoda, camels. See chapter 36. Order Liopterna, South American ungulates, especially the Proterotheridae, the extinct pseudo-horses. Bodily contour. All speedy animals, whether terrestrial, aquatic, or aerial, have the body molded externally in such a way as to offer the least resistance to the medium through which they pass. Owing to the greater resistance of water, this is especially true of the aquatic. Nevertheless, a speedy cursorial type also shows it, though not always as well when at rest as it does when in action. A racehorse with head and neck extended, ears thrown back, and every tense muscle of its wonderful body working with machine-like precision, shows the beautiful contour of a perfectly adapted mechanism. The body spindle shape, the lines extended into the neck and head without a break in their even curves, all are calculated for swift passage through the air with a minimum of resistance. Mechanism. Loss of general utility. The propelling organs in cursorial forms are the limbs exclusively, so that, aside from the resistance-lessening contour, this adaptation concerns itself chiefly with their modification, of which the first is the loss of general utility. This is especially true of the hind limbs, first because they are the more efficient drivers, and therefore, especially in forms whose adaptation has not gone very far, they are apt to be somewhat in advance of the forelimbs in the degree of their evolution. For this several reasons may be assigned. 1. The extended hands pull the body forward in running. 2. The fore part of the body is usually heavier than the hind part, and requires larger limbs to support and propel it. 3. Running is a sort of leaping on all fours, and the hands are larger and wider to take the impact when the animal falls forward. Finally, 4. The forelimbs, being nearer the mouth and hence perhaps somewhat concerned in food getting, are the last to lose their general utility. Two notable instances of this accelerated evolution of the hind limbs over the fore are the early four-toed horses of the Eocene, Hyracotheres, see chapter 35, in which, while the hand still retains its 4 digits, the foot has but 3. It is not until Oligocene time that the additional finger is lost and the evolution of both limbs becomes parallel. In another Oligocene form, Protocerus, a curious artrodactyl with remarkable excrescences upon the skull and dagger-like canine teeth, the hand is four-toed while the foot has but two. Change in foot posture. The primitive terrestrial foot is plantigrade, which means that the entire palm or sole rests on the ground, neither wrist nor ankle being raised. Almost the first step in speed adaptation is the lengthening of the limb, and this may be accomplished without the actual elongation of a bone, merely by rising upon the toes. While the bear, raccoon, and the primates such as baboons and man are plantigrade, probably secondarily so, a large proportion of modernized mammals have become digitigrade, walking or running upon the digits themselves, with the bones of the wrist, carpal, and ankle tarsal, the upper ends of the palm, metacarpal, and the sole bones, metatarsal, clear of the ground. Some of the speediest of animals, dinosaurs, birds, dogs, all mammals in fact, but the ungulates have merely perfected the digitigrade gait, developing special sole pads for the absorption of the shock of impact, and have never gone beyond it. The ungulates or hoofed animals, on the other hand, walk on the modified nail or hoof, the distal toe bones, unguals, being depressed or flattened and not, with rare exceptions, compressed or claw-like. The hoof has reached the highest degree of perfection in the horses. In other related but non-cursorial types like the rhinoceros, the hoofs bear little of the weight, as a broad cushion-like pad serves instead. Ungulate animals show all gradations from the semi-plantigrade condition of the slower forms to the high stilted hoofs of certain of the African antelope, notably the klipspringer, Oreotragus saltator. A truly unguligrade condition has never been attained among reptiles, although certain beaked dinosaurs had depressed instead of claw-like ungulals. Triceratops and Stegosaurus were certainly far from speedy. Trachodon, on the other hand, which also bore this type of ungule, was bipedal, and doubtless possessed a fair measure of speed when well under way, though little celerity of movement is indicated. Certain ungulates, like the camels, have become secondarily digitigrade, the foot having retrogressed as an adaptation to the yielding desert sands. This is not accompanied, however, by any material loss of speed, as the camels are among the most remarkable travelers of all terrestrial forms. Loss of digits. Plantigrade animals are generally five-toed. There are, of course, exceptions, but the elevation of the heel or wrist generally carries with it digital reduction. Digitigrade animals becoming four-toed, unguligrade 4, 3, 2, or even one-toed. 2 toes in the artiodactyls and 1 in the perissodactyls being the irreducible minimum. The frilled lizard of Australia, Chlamydosaurus, is five-toed, but the lateral toes are shorter than the median ones, which is almost universally true except in aquatic types such as the seal and otter. Hence when Chlamydosaurus runs on its hind feet, as it does when startled, the outer and inner toes are raised off the ground and the animal makes a three-toed track. If this were the habitual gait of the creature, the lateral digits would be rendered practically useless and would follow the course of all useless organs and become reduced, whatever the philosophical explanation of the means whereby this is accomplished. Environment as well as speed adaptation has its influence in determining digital reduction, for it will be accelerated if the ground is hard, as in the prairie evolved horse with but one remaining digit, or the pronghorn antelope of similar environment with two. On the other hand, the Miocene forest horse, Hippohippus, retained the lateral toes as functional organs, just as the reindeer and caribou, Rangifer, have today. Retained the lateral toes as functional organs, just as the reindeer and caribou, Rangifer, have today, as an adaptation to a yielding footing, while contemporary relatives had in each instance evolved much farther along the line of digital reduction. Concurrent with the loss of digits, especially if the foot be lengthening after the manner to be described below, comes a compacting of the bones of the palm and sole, metapodials, and often this is carried so far as to give rise to actual fusion of these elements into a cannon bone. The dinosaurs, with one doubtful exception, never attained an actual fusion, though in many respects, especially in Ornithomimus of the Cretaceous, the foot is very bird-like. The birds, on the other hand, always show a fusion of the metatarsals. Among mammals, the carnivores do not form a cannon bone, nor does the marsupial wolf, but all of the speed-adapted ungulates do. Ancient ungulates, however, had the metatarsals separate, and we can often witness the fusion in fossil series (camels, etc.) when the proper degree of speed adaptation has been reached. Among rodents, the jerboa, a three-toed bipedal form, has a foot and a metatarsus so wonderfully bird-like that one almost has to count the phalanges of the digits to be sure he has a mammal before him. Reduction of fibula and ulna. The forearm and shin, that is, the second segment from the body, have each typically two bones, in the arm, the radius and ulna, and in the leg, the tibia and fibula. These are both developed in slow-moving forms or where the forelimb still has considerable general utility, especially if the rotation of the hand on the arm is retained. On the other hand, cursorial forms, especially if the limbs are exclusively locomotor, tend to lose the ulna of the arm, the proximal end only being present in extreme cases to form the elbow joint. They also lose the fibula of the leg, which may be reduced to the merest vestige. Loss of universal movement. The entire motion of the limbs becomes pendulum-like, that is, restricted to movement in but one plane, the exception being at the hip and shoulder, where universal movement is still retained through the development of a ball and socket articulation. The necessity for this is apparent, first to avoid interference between fore and hind feet when running, since a dog, for instance, at top speeds brings his hind feet well in advance and outside of the fore. A second need is that of lying down and rising again, which would be practically impossible were the movement at hip and shoulder restricted to the fore and aft plane. With other articulations, those of ankle and wrist, knee and elbow, and between the digits, the tendency is toward rigid limitation of movement in the unguligrade, less so in the digitigrade forms. This is accomplished by the development of tongue and groove joints such as were discussed under Kinetogenesis, Chapter 12. These are very perfectly shown in the hind limb of a modern horse as well as at the elbow joint, forming in each instance an articulation permitting movement through a wide arc in one plane of space and none whatever in any other. These joints, while they may be broken, cannot be dislocated. The limbs are compound levers, for not only is there motion of the limb as a whole but also between its component parts. The lengths of each of the several segments bear definite relations to the speeds developed and also to the loads they have to carry. Those forms which, like an elephant, are mighty of frame have a type of limb which is in marked contrast to that of a horse. To the former type has been applied the term graviportal, i.e., weight carrying, to the latter cursorial, although both are adapted to increase their owner's traveling powers. In the graviportal type, such as the mastodon, the foot is short and the thigh and shin relatively long, whereas in a cursorial form the foot elongates and the thigh is conservative. This may be shown by a comparison of ratios between the middle metatarsal and the femur. End of Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19a. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19b of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 19b, Cursorial and Fossorial Adaptation. Lengthening of limbs. The lengthening of the limbs in cursorial types is usually thus accomplished by a growth of the distal segments only, the foot and shin and hand and forearm increasing, but rarely the thigh or upper arm. This increase is therefore both actual and relative. This is well shown in comparing the limb of a horse with that of a man. For while the human thigh may actually exceed the length of that of the horse's foot, which is measured from the end of the hoof to the hock, the equivalent of the human heel, may be 2.5 times that of the man. This lengthening of the distal segments, which is for the purpose of increasing the length of stride, would be of little avail were the muscles not concentrated at the proximal end of the limb, their power being transmitted by long slender tendons to the lower leg and foot. One effect of this may be best understood by comparing the limb with a pendulum. The length of the pendulum determines the length of swing, but the position of its center of gravity controls its speed or rate of beat. To accelerate the beat, therefore, the bob is moved upward; to retard it, it is moved downward, the arc of the pendular motion remaining constant. This concentration of muscles at the proximal end of the limbs has the same effect as raising the pendulum bob, and by this device, long slender limb and high but powerful muscles, the maximum length of stride and speed of movement are obtained. While this may well be an important reason for the concentration of muscle, the parallel with the pendulum is not exact, for the opposing muscles not only serve to initiate the swing but also to damp it. Perhaps the chief reason, therefore, is that by raising the insertion points of the thigh muscles, focusing around the knee, the angles of insertion of many muscles are increased, and this gives higher propulsive components across the shaft of the femur. At the same time, the muscles are shortened and made thicker, which increases their power and speed of contraction. It can readily be seen that a limit may be reached beyond which bone will not stand the strain to which it would be subjected, although bone is a wonderfully efficient material. Hence one would expect to find the greatest speed developed on the part of creatures of small to moderate size, the antelope of Africa, or horses like the wild ass of Persia, Equus onager, the speed of which has been mentioned, page 285, and which reaches a stature of but 11½ hands. The modern racehorse is relatively small compared with some other breeds, and the limit of weight, size, and speed consistent with safety seems to have been approximately reached. Ratios. Lengthening of limbs also implies, at any rate in a quadruped, the concurrent lengthening of neck and skull in order that the animal may readily reach the ground for food and drink. Hence the various parts of an animal's frame bear definite ratios to one another, and this may also extend to individual bone proportions, a definite speed index being recognizable. This makes it possible through the law of correlation to gain some insight into the habits of extinct and little known forms through the study of comparatively fragmentary remains. Bipedality. A two-footed mode of progression as an adaptation to speed has been repeatedly evolved among vertebrates as follows: reptiles, lizards, several occasionally bipedal, dinosaurs, 2 evolutions; birds, 1 evolution; mammals, marsupials, 1 evolution; rodents, 3 evolutions; in all, 8 or more times. The erect posture of man was probably not originally a speed adaptation; nevertheless speed has always been a vital factor in human evolution in all offensive and defensive operations. The human foot, which was originally a climbing structure, has been readapted for bipedal walking and running. The long thigh and shin of modernized man increase the stride materially in contrast to those of the gorilla and chimpanzee. The Neanderthal man, see Chapter 38, had short, stocky limbs as compared with existing species, but doubtless could outrun any of the anthropoid apes. Reduction of forelimbs. In bipedal creatures the hind limbs form the exclusive means of rapid propulsion, hence all of the cursorial adaptations which have been mentioned apply solely to them. The forelimbs, on the other hand, retain their generalized character, as their sole use is for resting (kangaroo, herbivorous dinosaur) or for slow locomotion while feeding. They often serve as very efficient organs of prehension. Because of the marked division of labor between the limbs, disparity of size soon arises, and as cursorial adaptation is perfected, the forelimbs grow proportionately smaller and smaller, until at length, as in the ultimate carnivorous dinosaurs, see Chapter 30, they become so absurdly reduced that it is difficult to conjecture their use. Counterpoise. Some sort of counterpoise is always necessary in a semi-erect biped, and the tail usually assumes this function. In the kangaroo and in the dinosaurs it is a powerful organ and serves as a prop, like a third limb, when the creature rests without coming down on all fours. The tail may be comparatively short and heavy in larger forms, or extremely long and slender in more lightly built creatures, on the principle that an ounce at the end of a 16-inch lever is as effective as a pound on one but an inch in length. Many dinosaurs and bipedal lizards have a long attenuated tail. This is especially true of the dinosaur Podokesaurus, a Triassic form from the Connecticut Valley, and of the Australian frilled lizard Chlamydosaurus. Among mammals, the kangaroos have a relatively short, heavy tail. The jerboa, on the other hand, has a very slender one terminating in a tuft of hair, which through its resistance to the air adds effect to the counterpoise. No existing birds have a long tail, that is, as regards the actual tail itself, although the feathers may be long. These, as in the case of the pheasants, may subserve a balancing function. The true cursorial birds, Ratatae, are practically tailless, but maintain their balance with ease, the head and neck sufficing. The ostrich raises its wings as an aid in running, but with the practically wingless cassowary, the head and neck alone must serve. Shortening of neck. In bipedal mammals there is a tendency toward reduction in the length of the neck, especially in the rodents such as the jerboa. in which cursorial adaptation is extreme, and there is a remarkable cervical reduction associated with the shortened skull. There is, of course, no diminution in the number of neck vertebrae, for the number 7 is, with 2 or 3 exceptions (sloths and manatee), constant among mammals, but the vertebrae themselves are shortened and tend to coalesce into a rigid mass of bone. Thus in the rodent Pedictes, cervicals 2 and 3 are so closely articulated as to eliminate motion. In Paradipus the axis (second cervical) and the next 2 vertebrae are fused, while in Dipus Jerboa all of the cervicals except the atlas (first cervical) are coossified as in the whales. As we shall see, the shortening of the neck may also be an aquatic adaptation, as it occurs in the whales and sirenians (sea cows). Mental precocity. Animals which depend upon speed for safety, as the ungulates or the whales, cannot have helpless young. Such must either be brought forth in some secluded den or carried about by the mother. Carnivores and rodents have very feeble young, but they are kept hidden until able to shift for themselves. The kangaroo, on the other hand, must carry her offspring with her, and this undoubtedly proves a very heavy handicap to the race when competition with higher forms prevails, for the destruction of the mother means that of the young as well. With all other forms which depend upon speed for safety, the young animal must be able to keep up with the herd almost at once. Hence there is no period of helpless infancy, but the newborn deer or horse or camel, with its grotesquely long limbs, has the relative mental alertness of a very much older dog or rat, although the ultimate mental attainments of the ungulate may not be so great. Significance of cursorial adaptation. Not only does speed adaptation give rise to some of nature's most beautiful and perfect machines, but it seems to have a much deeper meaning which has been summarized by Broom. He is speaking of Permian reptiles. The African, or more preferably the South Atlantic type, is chiefly remarkable for the great development of the limbs. What may have been the cause we cannot at present tell, but it was a most fortunate thing for the world. It was the lengthened limb that gave the start to the mammals. When the Therapsidian, mammal-like reptile, took to walking with its feet underneath and the body off the ground, it first became possible for it to become a warm-blooded animal. All the characters that distinguish a mammal from a reptile are the result of increased activity: the soft, flexible skin with hair, the more freely movable jaws, the perfect four-chambered heart, and the warm blood. It is further singularly interesting to note that the only other warm-blooded animals, the birds, arose in a similar fashion from a different reptilian group. A primitive sort of dinosaur took to walking on its hind legs, and the greatly increased activity possible resulted in the development of birds. Birds were reptiles that became active on their hind legs. Mammals are reptiles that acquired activity through development of all four. Back of all this lay the impelling natural cause. The earliest known mammals are late Triassic, the first recorded bird Middle Jurassic. The inference that both stocks arose in Permian time is justifiable from the degree of evolution which each class had attained by the time the actual record of their existence begins. Schuchert tells us that early in the Permian the climate of the land seems everywhere to have been arid or semi-arid, and that this condition lasted into Jurassic time. One characteristic of desert animals of today, the lizards, bird, gazelle, Persian ass, is speed, for the creature must fare widely for food and drink if he would fare well. Again, Schuchert tells us that the Permian was a time of extensive glaciation, with a severity of climate, especially in southern land masses, as great if not greater than the polar one of Quaternary time, although, like the latter, the Permian glacial period had warmer interglacial intervals as well. The incentive for speed already given, rendering the development of warm blood possible, the devastating cold would soon place a premium upon such as did develop it, and eliminate those which did not. From this fortunate relation of cause and effect arose on the one hand the primal mammal, making human evolution possible, and on the other hand the ancestral bird. End of Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19b. Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19c of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 19c, Cursorial and Fossorial Adaptation. Fossorial Adaptation. Classification. Bionomic. Fossorial types may be classified bionomically in a manner which denotes the degree of their adaptation to subterranean life. Thus there are, first, those whose habitation is above ground but which dig for their food. There are several such, like the swine and the elephant, but aside from the mere digging mechanism, snout, tusks, etc., there is but little fossorial adaptation to be noted. Nevertheless, such as it is, it may have a far-reaching secondary effect upon correlated organs. Thus the entire modification of the skull, jaws, and trunk, besides the tusks of the elephant, structures which sum up almost all of the recorded evolutionary change of the most remarkable of beasts, are either directly or indirectly the result of fossorial habit. See Chapter 34. Secondarily, there are those creatures which dig for retreat and which show still greater modification, especially in the body and limbs, but those whose food is above ground are not so profoundly modified along the line of degeneracy as those whose food is also found below. The latter, the wholly fossorial, exhibit the extreme of adaptation which is to be discussed. Zoologically, the partially and wholly fossorial animals are the lowly, more primitive and defenseless or unambitious members of their respective phyla. They include representatives of every great vertebrate class except the fishes, but the appended approximate summary is based almost entirely upon existing forms. Class Amphibia, Caecilians. Class Reptilia, Sphenodon, Uromastix, legless lizards, desert snakes. Class Aves, burrowing owl. Starlet, specifically of Mignan Islands, cliff swallow. Class Mammalia. All wholly fossorial mammals are primitive, small, plantigrade, pentadactyl, with moderate to large claws, and relatively defenseless. Order Monotremata, entire order. Order Marsupialia, wombat, Phascolomys, Dasyure, Dasyurus, kangaroo rat, Belongia, pig-footed bandicoot, Cheropus, marsupial mole, Notoryctes. Order Edentata. Armadillos, Aardvark, Orycteropus. Order Insectivora. Common moles, Talpa condylura, golden mole, Chrysochloris. Shrew mole, Scalopus. Water shrew, Crossopus. Desman, Mygale. Hedgehog, Erinaceus. Oryzoryctes. Order Rodentia. Hares, Lepus. Ground squirrels, Spermophilus. Prairie dog, Cynomus. Woodchuck, Archlamus. Pocket gopher, Geomidae. Mole rats and bamboo rat, Spalacidae. Octodontidae. Paca, Caligenus. Viscacia, Legostomus. Bathyergidae, Siphoneae. Order Carnivora, retreat only. Otter, Lutra. Rotel, Mellivora. Javanese skunk, Mydaus. American badger, Taxidea. Cohort Ungulata. Few dig for food. Swine, elephants, mastodons. Modifications. Body contour. The density of the medium through which the burrowing form must penetrate necessitates a spindle or fusiform shape, not perhaps so beautifully modeled as in swift aquatic types, but such as will nevertheless offer but little resistance to subterranean passage. The greatest diameter in fossorial forms lies near the shoulder, due in part no doubt to the necessary strengthening of the shoulder girdle. This is true of the mole. In other forms, such as the duckbill and echidna, the breadth of the stout body brings the greatest diameter further back, but in neither of the latter instances is the fossorial adaptation so extreme as in the former. Legless forms, snakes, lizards, and caecilians, have a cylindrical body. Forward of the shoulder the head tapers rapidly, so that the contained skull is subconical and lacks the widely expanded zygomatic or cheek arches of many surface types. This last feature, however, is correlated also with the feeble jaw musculature, as almost all wholly fossorial types subsist on feeble prey such as insects and worms, which require little strength of jaw or tooth. Tail. The tail, even in semi-fossorial animals, is usually short, for not only would a long tail seriously incommode a subterranean creature, but its chief use in the mammal seems to be in connection with a cursorial habit, hence there is manifestly little need of its development in forms in which no premium whatever is placed upon speed. Thus in the hedgehog, ratel, and woodchuck the tail is short, while in the wombat and the several moles it is vestigial. The tail of subterranean forms has its uses, however, for it is said to serve as a valuably tactile organ. Eyes and ears. In truly fossorial types, the eyes, through disuse, tend to become vestigial. They would also be a source of injury in burrowing forms were they well developed. Two factors determine in general the degree of visual reduction, the duration and completeness of subterranean life. Thus, in the pocket gophers, Geomidae and Bathyguridae, the eyes are small. In the mole rat, Sphaex typhus, they are mere black specks among the muscles, although retaining a relatively complete structure. In the marsupial mole, Notoryctes typhlops, they are imperfectly developed and functionless. In Talpa they are vestigial. In the Cape golden mole, Chrysochloris, the eyes are covered with skin. Scheimer. The external ears also tend to disappear as in aquatic types, for not only is their position such that they would be a decided obstruction to burrowing, but they would tend to gather the soil within the ear and thus obstruct rather than aid in the collecting of sound waves, and further, their true function just mentioned can only be effectively rendered in the air. Hence, in the Gnetomide and the otter, which is also aquatic, the external ears are small; in the ratel, Mellivora, they are very minute. In the Bathyergidae, Cape mole rat, etc., they are reduced to a slight fringe of skin around the oral aperture, which in the wholly fossorial moles all three sorts are bereft of ears entirely, which is equally true of the Monotremata. The last mentioned group, however, are so very primitive that they may have never had them. Digging mechanism. The snout forms an important organ for digging in the swine and in the hog-nosed snake (Heterodon), in each of which the organ is truncated and upturned at the tip. In the swine and in the mole Talpa there is a pre-nasal bone developed at the tip of the cartilage of the nose. This bone doubtless serves the same purpose in each instance, that of reinforcing the snout as an aid in digging. The incisor teeth particularly, and sometimes the canines (swine), form very adequate fossorial organs. If the incisors, they are apt to be procumbent or forwardly directed as in the pocket gophers, and thus protrude in such a way as to add to their effectiveness. The tusks of elephants, as has been mentioned, and the procumbent lower tusks of the primitive four-tusked mastodons in particular, were very effective digging instruments if one may judge from the manifest wear to which they have been subjected. Cheek pouches for the carrying out of earth have given to the Geomidae their vernacular name of pocket gophers. These pouches are found in many different mammals, but their function is generally that of the transportation or temporary storage of food. Their use in the removal of earth from the burrow, especially when the teeth form the principal digging mechanism, is very readily understood. The forelimbs are by far the most important fossorial organs of all, hence their development and modifications have reached an extreme. All of the limbs are very short and stout in wholly fossorial forms, for not only is the speed which length of limb implies unnecessary, but long limbs would be a positive detriment in a form working in such close quarters as the average burrow. Length would also increase the mechanical disadvantage which always accompanies a lever whose weight arm is long in proportion to the power arm. In some semi-fossorial types, on the other hand, such as the hares and the pig-footed bandicoot, there is need of speed sufficient to offset the advantages afforded by short limbs in their partial subterranean life. The hand particularly is broad and stout with long claws, and it differs materially from the foot, as the two members have undergone divergent specialization, the hand loosening the earth while the foot not only throws it further backward but also serves to drive the creature ahead and resist the occasional backward thrust received from the hands. In the common mole Condylura the hand is as broad as the entire body, so that a single sweep of this very efficient organ will clear a space wide enough for entrance, hence the digging is very rapidly accomplished. This broadening of the hand in the mole and in the echinda is effected not only by having all of the original 5 fingers fully developed, but by the further addition of a bone (os falciforme), which increases the breadth of the palm materially. In the golden mole Chrysochloris there are but 4 fingers, of which the 2 middle ones are greatly enlarged and bear powerful claws, so that while the hand is not broadened it is still very effective. The bones of the forelimb are always very strong with very prominent tuberosities for muscular attachment. This is especially true of the ridges of the proximal end of the humerus, which serve for the insertion of the powerful shoulder muscle, and those which aid in rotating the hand. The olecranon process, which is the extension of the ulna beyond the elbow joint, is notably large in fossorial forms, as it is the insertion of the powerful triceps muscle which serves to straighten the arm; hence, the greater the olecranon, the more effective the leverage. One peculiarity of wholly fossorial forms lies in the narrow shoulders, for the forelimbs must not dig too broad a burrow, and yet must be sufficiently developed to have adequate leverage. As a consequence, the shoulder sockets must be as near each other as possible, and this is effected in one of two ways, generally by a shifting forward upon the neck of the entire shoulder girdle as in the monotremes and northern moles, or, as in the golden mole, Chrysochloris, by a hollowing out of the walls of the chest, the ribs and sternum (breastbone) being convex inward instead of outward. The shifting forward of the shoulder in the true mole is accomplished through the elongation of the first sternal segment (manubrium sterni), carrying with it the remarkably short clavicles or collar bones. A powerful shoulder is essential to resist the great muscular strain, hence in digging types, as in those which climb and fly, the clavicles are retained and are fully developed. In the monotremes not only are the clavicles present, but they are reinforced by a large T-shaped episternum and a pair of powerful coracoids which extend from the shoulder socket to the presternum. In no other mammals do these latter reptilian elements reach the breastbone, but they are generally represented by vestigial processes. Emphasis has been laid upon the retention of many primitive features by the monotremes, and much of this may be due, as in the present instance, to their fossorial mode of life. It is sometimes difficult, however, clearly to distinguish cause and effect. The divergence of function which has been emphasized between fore and hind limb has resulted in a decided difference in their relative power. In the hind limb, the femur is by no means as robust as the humerus, nor are its tuberosities for muscular attachment so excessively developed as in the latter bone. Greater strength is given to the lower leg by a partial fusion of the tibia and fibula, and the calcaneum or heel bone is very prominent, as the increased leverage thus gained adds very largely in pushing the animal forward by extending the foot more powerfully. In the mole talpa there is a large sesamoid bone at the side of the tibia corresponding to the os falciforme of the hand, but otherwise the foot exhibits none of the great modification which the hand has undergone. In the hind limb of the monotremes there is an unusual extension of the proximal end of the fibula beyond the articulation at the knee, comparable to the olecranon process at the elbow, and doubtless subserving the same mechanical need. As the stress is largely transmitted from the hind limbs forward in the direction of the axis of the body in subterranean creatures, instead of vertically in opposition to gravity as in most terrestrial forms, the ilium and ischium become elongated in the fore and aft direction, and lie parallel to the vertebral column instead of forming an angle therewith as usual. The ilium is also fused usually throughout its entire length with the sacrum, which in some forms, notably in the armadillos, consists of a large number of coossified vertebrae. In addition to the firm fusion of the sacral vertebrae, those of the loin and neck also tend to coossify to give greater strength and firmness in pushing the animal through the earth. It is also possible that the peculiar intercentral ossicles between the lower portions of the lumbar vertebrae of the mole talpa and the hedgehogs (Erinaceidae) may be of use in strengthening the vertebral column. Such structures are comparatively common among reptiles, but are extremely rare among mammals except in the tail. The neck vertebrae vary, for in the wombat (Face colomus) and the armadillos the cervicals are wide and depressed, and in the latter several of them are commonly fused together or ankylosed as in the whales. In the mole, the fourth, fifth, and sixth cervicals are much elongated and overlap each other. This region of the neck is that covered by the forward shifted shoulder girdle, which undoubtedly accounts for this modification. The transverse processes of the lumbar vertebrae and the muscles which are attached to them exhibit comparatively little development, as the strains transmitted are largely longitudinal with little or no lateral movement. Hibernation. Winter sleep is a necessity on the part of subterranean animals living beyond the limits of the tropics, because of the absence of green vegetation which forms either directly or indirectly by supporting insects and worms the mainstay of their diet. Digging through frozen soil would be so insuperable a task that it is also prohibitive of active underground life. An exception to this rule would be the lemming (Myodes lemmus), whose food is entirely vegetable, especially grass roots and stalks, shoots of the dwarf birch, reindeer lichens, and mosses, in search of which they form, in winter, long galleries through the turf or under the snow. Flower and Lydekker. End of Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 19C.
Chapter 20 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 20. Aquatic Adaptation. Primarily aquatic vertebrates. By primarily adaptive forms, we mean the fishes, which have never had a terrestrial ancestry, but have evolved from more primitive aquatic progenitors. As a consequence, their adaptation to a watery medium is perfect, and they do not suffer as those secondarily adapted do, through their inability to breathe water. They are, therefore, the primitive gill-breathing vertebrates, sometimes with accessory air-breathing organs, it is true, but retaining the gills as the chief or only respiratory organs throughout life. But this is not all, for the dense medium in which they live has exerted so profound an influence upon them that, with some exceptions which only serve to emphasize the rule, they are stamped in a common mold, giving them so great a similarity of form that no one fails to recognize a fish. Contour in an aquatic vertebrate is all important, for nature as a marine architect conforms to rules of mathematical precision, the study of which has aided very largely in ship designing. The head, body, and tail are compressed into a beautifully curved, spindle-like form, the entire surface of which is accurately rounded, with no protuberances, which would retard the swift passage of the animal through the water. The head is wedge-shaped, the edges of the jaws and gill covers fit precisely, and even the eyes conform accurately to the curvature of the head. Viewed from the front, the outline of a typical, swiftly swimming fish like the Spanish mackerel, Scomberomurus maculatus, is a perfect ellipse, and the fins, which are so prominent when viewed from the side, can scarcely be seen, as they are reduced to thin, keel-like lines. The greatest circumference of the fish is approximately 36% of the length, measured from the snout, the entering angles being very similar for a great many different fishes. From the point of greatest cross-section, the lines of the run, as it is called, are also very similar. Smooth, hollow curves which freely permit the passage of the displaced water. Locomotion is effected by lateral undulations of the flexible body, aided by the fins. The latter are not, therefore, primary, but accessory locomotive organs. The body is thrown into a series of reversed curves which begin at the head, pass along the body, and disappear at the tail. The static water enclosed in the incurved places is pressed upon, causing the fish's forward movement. Of course, in an ordinary fish, there is some lost motion or slip, for the water is not sufficiently resistant to oppose the thrust of the body, but in the larval eel, which is a thin, ribbon-like creature whose great relative depth presents a large lateral surface, the swimming is so precise that if a pencil is held in one of the hollows, the fish's body passes without touching it at all. The other extreme is seen in the swimming efforts of an ordinary snake, which, while it does progress, loses a great deal of motion because its lateral surface is not sufficiently great. This increase of resistant surface is obtained in the fish through the development of the unpaired fin folds of the skin, stiffened by fin rays of elastic bone or cartilage. These unpaired fins may be more or less continuous from the head along the midline of the back, around the tail and forward along the underside as far as the vent. Usually, as in the Spanish mackerel, this continuous fin fold is broken up into a number of distinct fins, developed where stresses arise, and disappearing where there are none. The fins along the back are known as dorsal, that around the tail as caudal, and that of beneath the body as anal. Of these, the caudal is by far the most important as a propelling organ. The mackerel also shows horizontal keel-like ridges on either side of the tail. The fish also has lateral or paired fins corresponding to the arms and legs of the terrestrial vertebrates. Of these, the pectoral fins lie just behind the gill apertures at the shoulder, while the pelvics are more variable in position, though normally they should lie on either side of the vent. The paired fins, when held out from the body, may be simple keels like the unpaired fins. The pectorals especially, however, may have additional functions, as they serve as balancers and also to check the animal's way. Perhaps the primitive function of the paired fins was to maintain a horizontal position, as the removal of the pectorals tends to make the fish dive, and of the pelvics to rise to the surface. Air bladder. As a further adaptation to aquatic life, all fishes above the sharks may have a structure known as the air bladder, a hollow organ filled with air or gas, the present function of which is largely hydrostatical, in that it maintains the fish at a certain plane of flotation. If the creature wishes to sink, the body is slightly compressed through muscular contraction, and with it the air bladder. This lessens the bulk, and the weight remaining constant, the specific gravity is increased, with the resultant loss of buoyancy. Relaxation of the muscles has the contrary effect. The compressed gas in the bladder expands, increasing the fish's size and thereby decreasing the specific gravity, and the creature rises. The principle is comparable to the method whereby the plane of flotation of a submarine vessel is controlled, although the mechanism differs, for here water is admitted to the ballast tanks to be driven out again by compressed air, and thus the ship sinks or rises as the case may be. The swim bladder is an outgrowth of the alimentary canal, and is a very important organ in the evolution of higher forms, for it is the homologue of the lung of the terrestrial animal, and there can be no doubt that the air bladder of certain ancient fishes, the primary function of which may well have been respiratory rather than hydrostatic, actually evolved into a lung when the drying up of the waters left them stranded, and they were forced to become air-breathing. Thus arose the progenitors of all terrestrial vertebrates. See Chapter 29. Secondary aquatic adaptation. Secondarily aquatic forms are the lung breathers, which, through stress of circumstances, inhospitable lands where food was scarce or competition severe, were forced to return once more to the primal home of their remote ancestors. There is always, as has been said, the handicap of lung breathing, but otherwise, the adaptation of certain of the more extreme forms is little short of marvelous. As an offset to this handicap, it should be remembered that lung breathing made possible, or at least accompanied, a tremendous advance in other organs and their functions, such as a higher brain with a consequent psychological advancement. When the lung breathers turned back to the waters, they readopted only the externals of fish life, but kept in varying degrees the higher brain, and the more efficient methods of aeration of the blood and of locomotion. And again, they easily won a place on the lower level against the most highly specialized of the inferior grades. Amphibious vertebrates, as the name implies, spend part of their time on land and part in the water. They are really terrestrial forms, showing partial aquatic adaptation only, which rarely extends beyond the possession of webbed feet, a laterally compressed swimming tail, which may bear a fin-like expansion along its upper margin, and sometimes a lack of quassification of certain of the wrist and ankle bones. The class Amphibia, which embraces the historically transitional forms in the original landward migration, modified representatives of which still exist, breathe typically by means of gills during their youth, and sometimes throughout their life. Others abandon their gill breathing at the approach of maturity, and become as essentially terrestrial as a reptile. Instances of amphibious life among forms above the class Amphibia are numerous, but one or two instances will suffice. The Galapagos lizards, which were mentioned in Chapter 5, are instances of forms terrestrial from choice but aquatic from necessity, for, it will be remembered, they live on certain rocky islands of the Galapagos group, swimming out beyond the breakers and diving for the seaweed upon which they feed. There is evidently no menace to their safety ashore, but their aquatic excursions are made in actual dread of bodily injury, as their behavior indicates. Here, a flattened swimming tail and slightly compressed body are the extent of their aquatic adaptation. Another instance wherein the habits are inferred rather than the result of observation is that of the late Cretaceous trachodons. See Chapter 31. A group of dinosaurs to which our knowledge is very complete, for not only have all parts of the skeleton and dentition been preserved to us, but fossilized mummies as well. See Chapter 25. Creatures which died in the open, and simply dried up so that bone and sinew, hide and even portions of the flesh have been preserved with great fidelity. These creatures had a wonderful battery of teeth, an adaptation to a very harsh herbage, presumably the aquisitails or horsetail rushes which are found preserved with them. While modern horsetails may be found in damp situations, they are never truly aquatic, so the inference is that Trachodon found its staple diet on land. On the other hand, the splendid swimming tail, webbed hands and feet imply an aquatic or at least amphibious type. Add to this the fact that the creature was defenseless, utterly devoid either of weapons or armor, and that its archenemy, Tyrannosaurus, was also terrestrial. And we have evidence which points to a reversal of the life conditions of the Galapagos lizards. For with the dinosaur, food was on land and safety and retreat in the waters. One would therefore expect the greater relative degree of aquatic adaptations which they show. The marine turtles have gone a long step further in that here both food and safety are found at sea, and only the need of egg-laying brings them to land at all. And this annual shoreward migration is fraught with dire peril, which nothing but the most urgent summon would cause them to face. There is reason to believe, moreover, that in some species the males never come ashore. The final stage in reptilian adaptation was shown by the ichthyosaurs of the Mesozoic, whose perfection for their life conditions equaled that of the modern whales, even to the utter abandonment of shore-going. For there is abundant evidence from the contained embryos in several known specimens that these medieval high-seas corsairs brought forth their young alive, and therefore needed not to go ashore for egg-laying. This is a necessary part of ultimate aquatic adaptation, for no egg laid by an amniote, air-breathing vertebrate, that is, allantoic egg, can be hatched in the water, as the enclosed embryo would drown as certainly as would a submerged adult. A list of secondarily aquatic vertebrates follows. Thus there are 25 orders of secondarily adapted water-inhabiting vertebrates, all told, some of which are exclusively aquatic. Many of these, of course, are now extinct, so that the whole number is far in excess of those of any one time. Of aquatic lung-breathers, the honor falls to the reptilian order Proganosauria, which are the first in point of time, as their remains are found entombed in rocks of Permian age not very long, relatively, after the reptiles were established. Body contour. As in the case of primarily adapted forms, the bodily contour becomes spindle-shaped, the neck constriction disappears, the tail enlarges, and the same numerical lines prevail as in fishes. This assumption of the fish-like form is best seen in the fully aquatic orders, Ichthyosauria, Cetacea, Sirenia, Pinnipedia, and to a lesser extent in several other groups. The minor factor contributing to this general effect are, first, skull modification. This includes a shortening of the cranium or brain case, which becomes proportionately higher and wider, with a consequent effect upon the proportions of the brain, which is likewise short and wide. The facial portion of the skull, on the contrary, tends to elongate so that many forms, especially those which subsist upon active prey, as the porpoises and ichthyosaurs did, have an elongated slender snout or rostrum. The zygomatic or temporal arch in the Cetacea is also reduced almost to a vestige. The neck shortens very materially, and there is a loss of mobility in the swifter, tail-driven types. In those forms like the plesiosaurs, whose paddle propulsion is necessarily slower, an elongated, supple, darting neck is necessary to overtake the swiftly moving prey. In the whales, while the number of cervical vertebrae is the standard mammalian 7, they may be fused into a solid, compressed mass of bone, while the neck of the manatee among Sirenia, with but 6 cervicals, forms one of the 3 exceptions to the standard number, the other 2, as we have seen, belonging to the sloths. In old-fashioned reptiles derived from primitive stocks which early became adapted to aquatic life, such as the ichthyosaurs, the vertebrae retain their ancient simplicity, having simple biconcave bodies or centra like those of fishes. In higher forms, the vertebrae tend to simplify secondarily, due to the fact that the body, being waterborne, is equally supported throughout. Hence the vertical stresses which are the result of gravity in land animals are practically eliminated, and the thrust or driving force is transmitted longitudinally through the column. This simplification includes the centra or bodies of the vertebrae, and especially the secondary articulations or zygapophyses. The several processes may become reduced in the trunk region, but elongated in the tail to provide greater area for muscular attachment. The sacrum, that portion of the vertebral column which articulates with the pelvis and which, therefore, in land animals, has to withstand and transmit the supporting strain of the hind limbs, is more or less reduced in direct ratio to the loss of supporting or propelling function on the part of these appendages. Thus, in the ichthyosaurs, cetaceans, and sirenians, the sacrum cannot be distinguished from the other vertebrae, and while its approximate locality cannot be far from the vent, the actual identity of the former sacral vertebrae is lost. The chest of the truly aquatic type tends to become cylindrical. Land forms, on the other hand, generally show lateral compression, especially if they are quadrupedal in their mode of progression, with the body off the ground. The chest in aquatic types is also modified in such a way as to bring the internal cavity higher toward the back. This ensures greater stability of flotation and increased lung capacity, and is accomplished by the ribs tending to become highly arched dorsally, and then to move upward from their point of attachment on the centra to the transverse processes. A gradation in this last feature may be demonstrated by taking first the ichthyosaurs, where the rib articulation is entirely central. Both rib facets, that for the capitulum or head, and that for the tuberculum, being on the body of the vertebra, a unique feature which makes an ichthyosaur centrum unmistakable. In the Pinnipedia, the position is transitional, whereas in the whalebone whales, the articulation of ribs and vertebrae is extremely loose, probably to allow greater mobility of the chest for the rapid respiration necessary after prolonged submergence. In the Sirenia and Cetacea, the diaphragm has become horizontal in position, instead of being practically vertical, as in most quadrupedal mammals. The bones of swimming forms tends to become light and spongy, the interstices in those of the whales being filled with oil. Exceptions to this are found in forms which, like the walrus and Sirenia, derive their sustenance from the bottom. The walrus feeding on mollusks, the sea cows subsisting on submarine vegetation, just as their bovine namesakes graze in terrestrial meadows. This necessitates a ballasting, which is secured by increased weight of bones, like the great, wide, massive ribs of the manatee. Externally, the secondarily adapted sea vertebrate is characterized, like the fish, by the elimination of retarding excrescences. Hence, in the course of their evolution, aquatic mammals have lost all trace of external ears. This not only renders the contour of the head smoother, but removes a practically useless appendage, for the pinna of the ear has for its especial use the collection of aerial sound waves, a function which is valueless in the submerged form. Thus the ears are reduced in amphibious mammals, and are totally lost in the whales and the true seals and walrus, though retained in reduced condition in sea lions. Otaridae, which spend much of their time ashore. The occasional atavistic occurrence of external ears in the porpoise has been noted. Page 148. The external nostrils, or nares, tend to forsake their old terminal position at the end of the snout and move toward the apex of the head, as in most of the whales, ichthyosaurs, phytosaurs, and mosasaurs, mainly in forms with reduced mobility of neck, in which the vertex of the head first appears above the surface of the water. This one feature is invariably indicative of aquatic life. The nostrils are often capable of being closed, as is seen in desert-adapted forms, like the camel, as a protection against drifting sand. The eyes, in amphibious types, also tend to shift higher on the face, as in the hippopotamus, whose nostrils, eyes, and ears can appear above the surface of the water, while all the rest of the head and body remains submerged. The advantage of this is manifest. In truly aquatic types, on the other hand, the eye does not shift its position, as aerial vision has largely lost its importance, but instead of this, the eyes become adapted to aquatic vision, which, because of the denser medium, requires a different curvature of the lenses. Of course, this results in marked nearsightedness when the creature does attempt to see in the air. Penguins, which pursue their prey submerged, are curiously limited in their aerial vision. Locomotive mechanism. Fleshy, fin-like expansions of the body wall occur in the whales and ichthyosaurs, and also probably in the extinct thalatosaurs and sea crocodiles, thalatoseuchians. These fins, as in fishes, may be dorsal and caudal. The dorsal fin is a triangular structure, essentially equilateral in the ichthyosaur, very high and narrow in the killer whales, especially Orca rectipina, figure 64. On the other hand, some whales, such as beluga, the white whale, and balena, the right whale, lack the dorsal fin entirely, while in the sulfur bottom, Sebaldus sulphureus, the fin is small and situated well aft upon the tail. The development of this fin must be entirely a response to mechanical needs, and correlated with a certain bodily form and peculiarity of locomotion, just as the deep fin keel of a sailing yacht would be superfluous upon a motor-driven craft. Secondarily aquatic types very often go back to first principles and readopt the old wriggling or undulatory motion of their pristine ancestors, to which fins, etc., are only subsidiary. This also accompanies elongation of body, multiplication of segments, and loss of limbs, as in the zeuglodonts and many long-tailed aquatic types. Thus, two methods of propulsion are seen among aquatic types, even in those whose adaptation has passed the amphibious stage. Williston has called them oar propulsion and tail propulsion. In the former, exemplified by the turtles and plesiosaurs, the limbs are more nearly equivalent in size and propulsive power than in tail-propelled types. In the latter, which is included in the undulatory form of locomotion, that seen in the ichthyosaurs, whales, and sirenians, the hind limbs tend to disappear until finally no external vestige is discernible, though slender bones, representing the pelvis, thigh, and sometimes the tibia, may be found deep buried within the flesh. It is characteristic of secondarily aquatic vertebrates that where unpaired fins are developed, they are never supported by the skeletal elements, known as fin rays, as they are in fishes. They may, however, be strengthened by masses of cartilage. The ichthyosaurs were extinct forms, ranging in time from the Triassic to the late Cretaceous. The earlier species moved largely by means of the limbs, the later ones almost exclusively by the tail. In the former, the hind limbs were nearly as large as the front ones, while in the later ichthyosaurs, as the tail developed, the hinder paddles were reduced in size until they were often very much smaller than those in front. More than 60 years ago, Sir Richard Owen, the great English anatomist, noticing a curious downward dislocation of the tail at its mid-length in many articulated skeletons, came to the conclusion that the ichthyosaurian tail must have borne a terminal fleshy fin quite like that of the whales and sirenians. But it was not until 40 years later that specimens showing the actual outline of the body and fins were found, and Owen's conjecture verified. His only error lay in the supposition that the caudal fin was horizontal, like those of the mammals, whereas it is vertical, like that of a shark. The ichthyosaur tail is diametrically opposed to that of the shark, however, for in the latter, the backbone is deflected upward into the superior lobe of the fin, whereas in the former, it extends along the front margin of the lower one. This may be due to the fact that the caudal arose as a low fin-like expansion along the upper side of the tail, not an uncommon thing among air-breathing vertebrates, and ultimately developed into the widely expanded fish-like fin of the later forms. The diagram of the ichthyosaur caudals will make this clear. The Thalattosuchia, or sea crocodiles, were a short-lived race, their remains being confined to the rocks of Upper Jurassic Age in Europe. They were also of moderate size compared with other marine vertebrates, ranging from 10 to 20 feet in length. But few forms are known, of which Geosaurus is perhaps the most typical. This type shows a sharp downward bend toward the end of the tail as in the ichthyosaurs, and the inference that like them the creature bore a well-developed caudal fin is undoubtedly correct. Strangely enough, however, the hind limbs were much larger than those in front, probably a character inherited from its shore-dwelling ancestry, and one which the race during its brief career did not have time to modify. The caudal fin of the marine mammals differs markedly from that of the reptiles in being horizontal instead of vertical, and in the symmetry of its two halves or flukes, the bone dividing the tail into two equal parts rather than running into one lobe to the exclusion of the other. In the Sirenia, the same is true, the manatee having a rounded tail, while in the dugong, halicore, and the recently extinct stellar sea cow, Rhytinia, it was notched like that of a whale. End of chapter 20a.
Chapter 20, Part A.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Tausch. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Limbs. Webbed feet are the first natatorial adaptation, and the degree of webbing is a very variable thing. It may consist simply of lobe-like lateral expansions of skin on either side of the toes, as in the coot, or of actual connections from digit to digit. Extreme aquatic adaptation, on the other hand, implies the development of a paddle in which there is a loss of mobility of the various joints, the entire skeleton of the limb being enclosed by the skin in a single mass showing no external divisions into fingers and toes. The result is the production of a flexible paddle of great aquatic utility, but ill adapted for coming ashore. As a further modification, the individual phalangeal bones increase in number hyperphalangeally, and, in some instances, one or more additional rows are seen, as though extra toes over the normal 5 had been added, hyperdactyly. There is also a change in relative proportions of the various segments as in cursorial adaptation, the humerus or femur diminishing in length while the other individual bones may shorten much more, although from their increase in numbers the area represented by the digits may become very much extended. In some instances, as in a special modification, for example in the round-headed dolphin Globocephalus, while the length of 2 or 3 of the digits may be very great, the others may be much reduced. The reduction of the hind limbs with the development of the tail has been mentioned, together with their total loss externally in the aquatic mammals. Not only are their vestiges discernible in the form of the bones hidden in the flesh, but as Kukenthal has shown, external traces, anlagen, of them are visible in fetal whales, Megaptera the humpback whale, on either side of the vent. Integument. The modification undergone by the skin in aquatic animals is in the line of reduction of armoring, of hair, of skin glands, muscles, and nerves. Loss of armor has taken place in the ichthyosaurs, for reptiles are primitively armored, and in the wonderfully preserved specimens from Holzmaid in Bavaria, the only remaining traces lie on the anterior edge or cutwater of the fins, and, in one specimen at least, along the mid-dorsal line from the head to and on either side of the dorsal fin. The loss of hair is characteristic of marine mammals, and the reason seems to be that whereas hair is a wonderfully good non-conductor of heat when dry, in that it retains a blanket of still air around the body, it is of little value in the water. Hence the fur seals, Otaridae, which retain more terrestrial characters than do the hair seals, Phocidae, such as the external ear and the ability to use the hind limbs for progression on land, still wear a thick undercoat of fur, the sealskin of commerce. The hair seals, with their more perfect aquatic adaptation, come ashore more rarely, and have lost the furry undercoat entirely, retaining simply the so-called contour hairs, so that their hides are valueless as fur although used for other purposes. The whales and sirenians have lost all traces of hair except perhaps a few bristles around the mouth, but most of them are well covered with fetal hair before birth, which points to an ancestrally hairy condition. In a few instances, such as the white whale or beluga and the narwhal, even the fetus has lost its hair, thus showing the extreme of specialization. As a compensation for the loss of hair, the mammals have developed a layer of fat in the connective tissue beneath the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and this serves admirably for the retention of the bodily heat which would otherwise radiate out very rapidly into the surrounding water. Even with this device, much heat apparently is lost, for one of the greatest impediments experienced in shipping to New York, porpoises caught on the coast of the Carolinas, was the difficulty of keeping the water in the shipping tanks and therefore the animals contained in them sufficiently cool for health. This shows that the porpoises develop so great an excess of heat that a more efficient heat-retaining integument is not necessary, the heat excess being correlated with the high speed which these animals can attain. Skin glands, such as sweat or oil glands, have their value impaired if their secretions are continually washed away. hence their reduction in aquatic animals, while the thickening and immobility of the skin has resulted in the atrophy of its muscles and nerves. The salivary glands of those forms which devour their food underwater are also reduced, possibly because their secretions would be too largely diluted to have great digestive value, and partly because the mechanical function of lubrication to aid in swallowing is subserved by water taken in with the food. Mouth armament. Except in the sea cows and walrus, the jaws, being no longer used for mastication, but only for the prehension of relatively feeble prey, have very largely lost their power, so that the coronoid process and other areas for muscle attachment are reduced. The teeth also suffer modification, usually in the direction of simplification, the increase of numbers, or on the other hand, total loss from one jaw, sperm whale, or both, baleen whale. In the latter instance, the function of the teeth is taken by the remarkable baleen or whalebone, to be described later. The marine reptiles have simple prehensile teeth fitted for the retention of slippery prey, except the sea turtles, whose teeth had disappeared long before their aquatic adaptation began. The Cretaceous marine lizards, or mosasaurs, show a remarkable adaptation for the prehension of prey. For not only were the rims of the jaws armed with slightly recurved teeth, but others were borne upon the roof of the mouth as well. The lower jaws, instead of being firmly united together at the symphysis, chin, were connected by an elastic ligament, and each jaw was doubly articulated with the skull through a very movable intervening bone, the quadrate. The most remarkable thing, however, was an extra joint in the mid-length of each jawbone, so that it could be bowed out into a decided curve and thus, as in snakes, affect the swallowing of prey, larger than the normal gape of the mouth. The whales show a very interesting tooth gradation. Ancient whale-like forms, zeuglodonts, still had the tooth differentiation characteristic of mammals, the cheek or molar teeth bearing many cusps arranged in longitudinal series. In the modern whales, wherein the teeth are retained, they are simple cones and are as a rule much more numerous than the normal number for a placental mammal, which is 44, 11 in each half of each jaw. In Globicephalus, the calling whale, the number may be over 100, and the dolphins, Delphinus and Inia, may have twice that number. It may be that the teeth of the possibly ancestral zeuglodonts split up into their component cusps and thus gave rise to greater simplicity and greater numbers at the same time. As we have seen, the sperm whale, Physeter, is devoid of teeth in the upper jaw, in spite of the fact that it feeds upon active cephalopods, giant squid. Monodon, the narwhal, has but a single tooth, although its mate may be vestigial, in the form of a long spirally twisted tusk or horn, really a modified incisor. In the female the horn is reduced. In the curious toothed whales, Ziphius and Hyperoodon, there is but a single tooth in each mandible. The latter genus has small teeth in the upper jaw, which are also present but functionless in the former. In the baleen whales, which may possibly represent a distinct whale-like evolution from that of the toothed forms, the teeth are entirely absent except for vestiges in the embryo, which, however, never cut the gum. In their place there has been developed the remarkable baleen or whalebone. This is a horny outgrowth from the epithelium lining the mouth, and may be compared to an exaggeration of the transverse ridges on the palate characteristic of all mammals. Each piece of whalebone is triangular, attached by its base to the roof of the mouth, with the free inner margin frayed out into numerous threads, which form the straining apparatus. As many as 370 blades have been counted, some of them reaching the extreme length of 13 feet, in the great Greenland or right whale. When the creature feeds, it rushes through swarms of whale food or brit, pelagic organisms, which are largely pteropod mollusks. And, closing the mouth, the tongue forces the water out between the plates of whalebone, and the organisms are strained out, left stranded, and subsequently swallowed. The ichthyosaurs, while as a rule well-toothed, also reduced the dentition so that in the American genus Baptanodon and the European Ophthalmosaurus, which were related if not identical, the teeth had become vestigial and functionless, although the germs were still present in the jaws. The convergence of the older ichthyosaurs toward the modern whales is thereby rendered all the more complete, and certainly the diet of fish and cephalopods in the tooth forms, as the fossils waste voided from the alimentary canal in the ichthyosaurs shows, was the same in both instances. But the food of the toothless ichthyosaurs it is harder to conjecture. There is certainly no evidence of the development of anything comparable to baleen, as has been suggested. Precocity. Mental precocity is as necessary in the gregarious aquatic animals as among the cursorial, and they soon show ability to keep up with the mother. The newborn young of whales are from 1/4 to 1/6 the length of the parent, and a porpoise about half the length of its mother has been seen maintaining its position as readily as she at the bow of a 15-knot ship. Speed. Records of speed are difficult to obtain, but porpoises are known to keep pace with a 39-knot torpedo boat, and sheer off ahead of the craft with the utmost ease, and this speed is maintained with, as a rule, an almost inappreciable vibration of the highly efficient propelling tail. Size. Waterborne animals exceed all others in size, for the energy exhausted by terrestrial creatures in overcoming gravity may here be turned into growth force. The largest recorded terrestrial animals which live are the elephants, of which Jumbo, an African specimen, had a height of 11½ feet and a weight of 6½ tons. African elephants grow to 13 feet, and the great imperial elephant of the American Pleistocene may have exceeded this by a foot. In comparison with a sulphur-bottom whale, however, with a length of 87 feet and an equivalent weight in tons, the elephant becomes insignificant. The largest strictly terrestrial dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus, reached a length of 47 feet and a standing height of 18 to 20 feet. The bulk of body, tail, and hind limbs was also great, but the amphibious dinosaurs exceeded it, although the disparity of size was not comparable with that of whale and elephant. Brontosaurus, one of the most ponderous dinosaurs, had a length of 66 feet and an estimated weight when alive of 38 tons. Diplodocus, while more slenderly proportioned, was at least 87 feet long, and the remains of Brachiosaurus from East Africa, Tendaguru, indicate an animal nearly equaling Diplodocus in length and heavier than Brontosaurus. End of
Chapter 20, Part A.
Recording by Charles Tausch. www.earbudcoach.com.
Part 3, Section 2, Chapter 21 of Organic Evolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Organic Evolution by Richard Swann LULL. Chapter 21, Scansorial Adaptation. Need of scansorial adaptation. Climbing on the part of arboreal animals is not necessarily a manifestation of ambition, but quite the reverse, in that relatively feeble creatures may take to the trees for safety and retreat, and for abundant and easily procured food. Historically, arboreal life is of more than passing interest, for it is probable that practically all flying vertebrates except fishes were derived from scansorial types, and that, on the part of the mammals at least, during the long age of reptiles, arboreal life was the one factor more than any other that safeguarded the race and rendered its subsequent evolution possible. The list of climbing animals is very great, but of those which show very marked adaptation to arboreal life the numbers are relatively few. A partial list is as follows: Class Pisces. Climbing perch Anabas scandens. Mud skipper Periophthalmus barbarus. Class Amphibia. Stegocephalians from the coal measures tree trunks. Tree frogs, very large group with convergences, cosmopolitan except for Africa. Class Reptilia. Lizards, especially geckos and chameleon. Tree snakes. Proavian. Class Aves. Passerine birds, Hoatzin, parrots, woodpeckers, woodhewers, and several instances among the typically terrestrial orders. Galliformes, cruassows, guans, chachalacas. Gruiformes, trumpeters. Anseriformes, tree ducks, Muscovy ducks. Pelicaniformes, snake birds, cormorants. Class Mammalia. Order Marsupialia. Didylphidae, opossums, all but Chironectes, the water possum. Phalangeridae, phalangiers. Macropodidae, Dendrolagus, the tree kangaroo. Dasyuridae, Dasyurus phascologale. Order Edentata. Bradypodidae, tree sloths. Myrmecophagidae, ant-eaters. Tamandua, Cycloturus. Cohort Ungulata, Hyracoida, Dendrohyrax, the tree hyrax. Agriocharis, an extinct oreodont. Order Carnivora. Felidae, cats, many partially, jaguar only wholly. Viveridae, civets, etc. Cryptoprocta, Vivera, Arctictis. Procyonidae, Procyon, the raccoon. Cercoleptes, the kinkajou. Nasua, the coati. Bassaricus, Bassasiren. Mustelidae, the martins and Heliacus. Ursidae, the brown bears. Order Rodentia. Anomaluridae, flying squirrels. Sciuridae, squirrels. Lophiamidae. Myoxidae, dormice. Cercolabidae, only the American tree porcupines. Erethizon. Order Insectivora. Tupaidae, pen-tailed shrews. Erinaceidae, Gymnura only. Galeopithecidae, flying lemurs. Order Chiroptera, bats. Order Primates, all but man and baboons. Only accepted orders Monotremata, Cetacea, Sirenia. Classification. Wall and rock climbers. The classification of scansorial animals from the standpoint of their adaptation groups them into three subdivisions, of which the first are the wall and rock climbers. These are not necessarily tree inhabiting at all, but are, like the gecko lizards, well suited for climbing on the walls of buildings as well as on similar surfaces in nature. The geckos are, however, a very old and widely distributed group, and the range of their individual adaptation is great. Hence it may well be that their scansorial adaptation is after all a response to arboreal life, and that the peculiar structure of their climbing organs rendered subsequent rock climbing possible. Among mammals there is a genus of flying squirrels limited to high altitudes at Gilgit and perhaps in Tibet, and thought to live on rocks, perhaps among precipices, Bedard. Here again we have a form whose ancestry may have been arboreal, but if not, it would afford an interesting instance of volant adaptation without an intermediate arboreal habitat. Partially arboreal forms. The second category, the partially arboreal, embraces a number of carnivores, rodents, and insectivores, which, while capable of climbing, nevertheless are still perfectly at home upon the ground beneath the trees. They may nest in the trees with more or less extensive terrestrial excursions during the daytime, or they may climb for food and live on the earth unless impelled by hunger. Their climbing adaptations are not very marked. Wholly arboreal forms. Still a third group embraces the wholly arboreal types, creatures which make the trees their home, and while some occasionally descend to the ground as in certain primates (gibbon), their terrestrial progression may be slow and laborious compared with that in their true habitat. Wholly arboreal forms, according to their mode of locomotion, may be grouped in the following subdivisions. 1. Branch runners, like the squirrels, marsupials, lemurs, and chameleons, which live and progress on all fours on the upper surface of the branches. The group embraces, nevertheless, some instances of very perfect arboreal adaptation, as the great majority of tree dwellers are here included. 2. Forms suspended beneath branches. The sloths, for instance, are so constituted that they cannot walk upon the branches, but rest and move suspended from them by the powerful recurved claws of all four limbs. Sometimes, when quiescent, if a convenient branch lie sufficiently near, the sloth may rest his back thereon and relax the hold of one or more of his feet, but the inverted position is rarely reversed. On the ground, the animal progresses with the utmost difficulty. The bats should perhaps be included under this head, as they rest suspended by the hind limbs, head down. The same position of rest is assumed by the so-called flying lemur, Galeopithecus, really not a lemur at all, but an insectivore. 3. Forms swinging by the forelimbs. These forms show a very remarkable method of progression by means of the forelimbs, swinging with great speed and accuracy from limb to limb and from tree to tree. The hind limbs are comparable to those of the tree-dwelling marsupials, and the creatures rest and progress on the tops of the branches at times, although the forelimbs are almost the sole organs of more rapid locomotion. Here belong many of the primates, more especially the great or man-like apes. Modifications. Body. Climbing adaptation, as in the other lines of adaptive radiation, implies certain bodily modifications as well as those of limbs. Body contour is of little moment in climbing, but strengthening of chest and ribs and of shoulder and hip girdles is of importance. Nevertheless, in thoroughly arboreal types, the section of the thorax anteriorly is subcircular, and the ribs are much curved in contrast with the compressed thorax and flat anterior ribs of the quadrupedal running types. Anthony. The ribs, especially in the sloths, are more numerous and afford ample support to the contained viscera in their inverted position. The dorso-lumbar series of vertebrae is often elongated, especially in the tree sloths of the genus Colapus, where the number has apparently been increased from about 19, normal for the order, to from 25 to 27 as a response to arboreal need. The same is true of other forms. Caprimys, an arboreal rodent, has 23 as compared with the normal 19, and Dendrohyrax, the only arboreal ungulate now alive, has 6 more than its terrestrial hoofed relatives. Limb girdles. The shoulder girdle is especially strong in that both elements, the clavicle and scapulae, are well developed, whereas in terrestrial types the clavicles tend to diminish even in closely related forms, and may entirely disappear as in cursorial quadrupedal forms. The fore and aft swing of the limb of a deer or horse would be distinctly limited by a clavicle, but in a climbing type whose arms are subjected to much more varied and violent strains, the clavicle is very essential, as it withstands the compression of the powerful breast muscles. The scapula is also well developed, but not exceptionally so. Pelvic girdle. The ilium or hip bone especially shows modification in such types as the sloths and primates, as it is broadened out as a support for the viscera. This is markedly true of the sloths, whose inverted posture necessitates additional support, since the mesenteries or membranes which sling the intestine to the dorsal wall lose much of their efficiency when the body is erect or inverted. Limbs. In contrast with the cursorial types, it is the proximal limb segments which now elongate, especially in the suspended and arm swinging forms, those of the sloths again being very long, while in the great apes the relative length bears a direct ratio to the creature's climbing powers, reaching the extreme in the gibbons (Halobaces), whose arms are so long that the knuckles of the hand touch the ground when the animal stands erect. The progress of the gibbon from tree to tree is little short of marvelous. Climbing forms are generally plantigrade, some of the raccoons secondarily so. In certain lemurs the tarsus may elongate, but this is probably due to the fact that the creatures leap as well as climb, and the elongation of this segment is a response to the former need rather than the latter. Feet. The feet of arboreal animals may be either prehensile, that is, grasping, with more or less opposable digits, or non-prehensile. In the non-prehensile type, the claws may be well developed as in the squirrels or the cats, giving a fairly tenacious hold. In the Canada tree porcupine, Erythizon, the plantigrade feet are armed with long curved claws, in addition to which the soles bear spines and tubercles which aid in climbing. Adhesive pads either on the tips of the digits or on the soles of the feet occur in several isolated instances, such as the tree frogs, geckos, and dendrohyrax among mammals. The frogs are aided by a sticky secretion of their pads. Tree frogs, when hopping on to a vertical plane of clean glass, slide down a little, probably until the secretion stiffens or dries into greater consistency. Wet leaves or moist glass walls afford no hold. The adhesion of these frogs is assisted in most cases by their soft and moist bellies, just as a dead frog will stick to a pane of glass. Gadow. The geckos, by means of their adhesive digits, climb up absolutely smooth and vertical surfaces, or back downward along a whitewashed ceiling. The apparatus, Gadow says, is complicated in its minute detail, but very simple in principle. The adhesion is effected not by sticky matter, but by small and numerous vacua. Dendrohyrax, the tree hyrax, is allied to the coney of Scripture, which in turn is a distant relative of the Proboscidea. Chapter 34. The tree hyraxes frequent the trunk and larger branches of trees, sleeping in holes high up in the big trees, especially, according to Roosevelt's observations, the cedars. The adhesive organs have been described by G.E. Dobson, who says that these animals are enabled to climb perpendicular walls and trees without the use of claws. The thickly padded tuberculated soles are drawn up by certain flexor muscles, thus leaving a vacuum by means of which the animal retains its hold. The primitive type of prehensile foot has been developed in the two great mammalian groups, that of the marsupial being represented by the possum, and that of the early placentals by the creodonts, the archaic flesh-eating mammals. See Chapter 32, the foot of which has been shown to be a terrestrial modification of a grasping type. Feet of the prehensile type are found today in the marsupials and primates. In the former group it is the hallux or great toe which is offset so as to oppose the fourth digit, the second and third being bound together in a common integument. Syndactyly, see page 281, and so slender that their combined strength about equals that of the outermost or fifth digit. In marsupials which have become terrestrial, the offset great toe has become vestigial or may entirely have disappeared, as in the kangaroos. In the primates, while the foot is perhaps most apt to show this opposable first digit, it also exists in the hand, although it is nowhere developed to the degree shown in mankind, wherein the final perfection of the hand as an organ of prehension has developed since its release from the necessity of arboreal locomotion. Syndactyly has already been referred to as occurring in the marsupials, and even such as are no longer tree inhabiting, like the kangaroo, still exhibit this feature in unreduced condition. It doubtless arose primarily, however, as an arboreal adaptation. The koala shows a rather remarkable modification for climbing, for the foot has a long, widely offset, clawless great toe, syndactylous second and third toes which are clawed, and powerful clawed fourth and fifth toes, the former being the longer. The hand, on the contrary, has 5 subequal digits, all of which bear sharp claws, but 2 digits, number 1 and 2, oppose the other 3. Its clinging powers are so great that even death will not dislodge the creature from the tree in which it is shot. Among reptiles, the true African chameleons exhibit remarkable syndactyly, as it extends to both fore and hind feet. On the hand, the first 3 fingers form the inner bundle and are opposed to the outer 2, which are likewise syndactylously bound. The foot is similar but reversed in that the inner bundle contains 2, the outer one 3 digits. These very admirable grasping organs are supplemented by a prehensile tail, so that the creature is very firmly anchored in position, which is rendered necessary perhaps in part by its method of securing insect prey by the unerring aim of the enormously extensile tongue. In the so-called scansorial birds, such as the parrots, woodpeckers, and the like, the outermost toe has been rotated backward in such a way that it and the hallux oppose the second and third toes, the fifth, as in all birds, being absent. This gives a very firm grasp both for the actual grip of a branch as in the parrots, or, reinforced by strong claws, enables the animal to cling to the roughened bark of a tree trunk. In the parrots, woodpeckers, and cuckoos, the rotation of the outer toe is permanent and the foot is called zygodactylous. Certain others, owls, etc., may turn it backwards or not at will. While arboreal forms usually have need of all their digits, occasionally one sees digital reduction. The foot of the koala, with syndactylous second and third toes, functions as four-toed, even though consisting structurally of 5. Certain of the primates, lemurs, on the other hand, some of which resemble the koala superficially very much, have actually lost the second digit so that the opposability of the first in grasping a limb is unimpeded. In the lemur, potto, etc., the fourth digit is the largest as in the koala. Digital reduction is also seen in the tree sloths, the two-toed sloth, Colobus, having but 2 in the hand and 3 in the foot, while the three-toed sloth, Bradypus, there are 3 in each, and the hand and foot are both somewhat elongated, especially in the powerful hook-like claws which, as in the koala, retain their grip on the bough even after the animal has been shot. Tail. The tail may be prehensile or not, as in the case of the feet. If non-prehensile, there are ectodermal spines or scales on the underside, as in the flying squirrel, Anomalurus, which prevent the animal from slipping down. The same effect is produced in the woodpecker by stiff spiny feathers which are braced against the tree trunk to which the creature clings. The posture is familiar, and enables the bird to drill into the wood for the grubs upon which it feeds, or to excavate cavities for its nest or for the storage of food. Prehensile tails are found in a number of unrelated instances, as, for example, the chameleon lizards which have been mentioned, the possums, the tamadua, which is one of the ant eaters, and certain of the New World monkeys (Cebidae), such as the spider monkey, the howlers, and the capuchins. Where the prehensile powers are well developed, the tail is naked on the under surface near the tip. One of the most perfectly adapted of these forms is the spider monkey Ateles, in which the tail is highly prehensile and functions as a fifth hand. Perhaps as a correlation with this excellent grasping organ, the real hands have lost the thumb, but the 4 long digits which remain form a splendid hook-like device for suspending the body. Not all South American monkeys have a prehensile tail; on the other hand, none of the Old World forms do, so that its presence is diagnostic of a New World ape. Other accessory organs. Other accessory climbing organs might be mentioned, such as the parrot's beak and the spines and tubercles which are sometimes developed on the forearm in certain lemurs, Illapellemur griseus male, and upon the lower end of the ankle in Galago garnelli. In lemur Kata there is a patch of hardened skin on the forearm which projects to a large extent and has been called a climbing organ, although it lacks the recurved spines. Both this and the spiny patches of Hapalemur and Galago have glands connected with them, the function of which is doubtful. End of chapter 21.